Hello listeners, a very warm welcome to Renesmee, a channel dedicated to Twilight fanfiction. If you'd like to join us, it's completely free. Just hit subscribe and get notified every night before you head to bed. Let me set up a few things for this story though, so it won't confuse anyone. I'm changing laws. In this story people aren't stupid, so gay marriage is allowed and is completely equal to hetero marriage in all ways. Also, there are no vampires in this story. That's something I've never done before and typically I don't like it. But vampires can't get drunk and pass out, so no vampires or any other sort of supernatural creatures in this story. All human. The Cullen children are all still adopted by Carlisle and Esme. Carlisle and Esme are older than what they are in canon, human-wise of when they were turned, and some of the couples are still the same. Rosalie and Emmett are not together. I also slightly changed some other things, nothing drastic. Also, about Rosalie. To me, she seems like someone who would go after what she wants wholeheartedly and not stop until she gets it. No offense to anyone, but it annoys me when I read a story where Rosalie finds out Bella is her mate and then runs away. I just don't see Rosalie Hale running from anything. She didn't in canon when she found Emmett bleeding to death and was more than willing to have him changed. I picture Rosalie strong-willed and not afraid of her feelings. Last thing, and sorry for the AN being so long, but I just want to make sure there is as little confusion about the story as possible, but as for the main pairing, it is Bella, Rosalie, and will not change. Rosella from the beginning all the way through the end, even though there will be some Bella Edward moments, he will end up alone. Because I still don't like Edward. The first thing I noticed when I woke up was how hard it actually was to wake up. I would never say I'm a morning person, but I didn't typically have this much difficulty with waking up in the morning. But at the moment, I could have cried with how much I didn't want to wake up. I couldn't even get my eyes to open because I was sure it was much too bright in the room and I just knew my eyes, or my head, wouldn't like it. The next thing I recognized was the killer hangover I was experiencing. This was my first hangover ever and I never wanted to have another one ever again. The fact my head was pounding along to an unknown beat that was the fastest and loudest I had ever felt, just solidified the fact that I knew I wouldn't like to open my eyes and face the light. What a way to wake up after my 21st birthday party, with a hangover and a killer headache. Although it wasn't so much a party as it was going to every bar Las Vegas had to offer that caught our attention and looked like fun. I had never drank alcohol before since my dad was the police chief of our small town and he had made sure I was raised with a nice respect of the law. Meaning, if I was caught doing anything he would, accidentally, make it somehow worse for me because he expected better of me. He expected me to know right from wrong and to do the right thing. I wouldn't say I was a goody two-shoes because of it, but I definitely wasn't one to break the law. I just saw no point in breaking the law and then having to spend time in jail. So when I turned 21, a group of my friends, all of which were annoyingly older than me, decided to welcome me to the world of drinking by taking me to Las Vegas for a long weekend of drinking. Thankfully we had a few weeks before school started and I was unemployed thanks to my best friend being spoiled and having parents that paid for our apartment and expenses for said apartment. I didn't have to bother taking time off from school or work for my birthday. My group of closest friends, all of which had been adopted into the same family by odd and very sad circumstances, had made sure I had the best birthday weekend possible. We had paid for 2 rooms for the 2 couples and another room for the 2 single people. Although Rosalie ended up getting that room to herself since she used her own funds she had inherited from her parents. Emmett ended up with Jasper and Alice. The couple didn't mind since Alice had ended up being too drunk to do any adult activities. When they finally got to their room, she was much too tired, like the rest of us, to do anything. For the last night in Vegas, we went all out. It hadn't taken long for me to get so drunk that the last thing I remembered was thinking we still had a lot of time until we had to get back to our hotel for sleep and that I was excited to get to the next bar. After that, I'm waking up with a killer headache and all I wanted was for it to stop. I lazily stretched into a sitting position and it was then I realized a few more, very important, things. The first, the one that didn't scare me the most, was that I could hear a shower going in the bathroom. It was hearing that made me realize I wasn't in my room. I was in Rosalie's room, which initially wasn't a bad thing since we were best friends. I knew it was Rosalie's room because I had spent a lot of time in it while I waited for her to get ready for us to go out. I wasn't worried about hearing Rose in the shower. We did live together and I always heard when she took a shower. What I was worried about was the next thing I realized. I was naked. Literally naked. The only thing covering me was the thin sheet from the bed. The realization of my state of undress only helped to worsen my headache. As much as I wanted to crawl further under the thicker blankets that were mostly on the floor, I really didn't want to be here when Rose walked out of the shower. We may be best friends, but I had never once woken up naked in her bed. I had woken up in her bed when I used to sleep over at her house all the time as we were growing up, but this was entirely different. We were adults and being naked in my best friend's bed wasn't a thing adult friends normally do. As fast as my hangover-induced headache would let me, I crawled out of bed and started to look for my clothes. I wanted to quickly get dressed and sneak back in mine and Edward's room that was just a few floors below. Rose had wanted the suite because according to her, she was in Vegas for the first time and she wanted it to be the best experience she could get. Now though, I was hating that she had such a large room. It had taken several minutes for me to find my clothes, which threw me off because I had no idea why my clothes would have been so spread apart. I had raced around the room and tossed my clothes on the bed in an effort to find all the clothes as fast as possible. I was still missing my bra and a sock by the time I heard the shower turn off and I mentally cursed my bad luck. I had just barely started to put on my panties when the door opened and Rose started to walk out of the room in the robe she had brought with her because, as she claimed, the hotel robes were never good enough for her to wear. In an effort to not have her see me naked, which something told me she already had, I tried to both finish putting on my panties and sit on the bed so I could grab the sheet to cover me. Needless to say, in my panic to do two things that can't really be done at the same time, I fell. Naturally, since I was already in an embarrassing situation, I didn't just fall on the bed. I fell on the floor. The one saving grace was that I at least had the bed in between me and Rose. I thought you had grown out of that clumsy phase, Bells. Rose teased as I heard her walk to a chair that would thankfully still leave the bed in between me and Rose. Yeah, I said, not knowing what else I could say. I knew what I wanted to say, but I didn't know how to say it. Which was odd because I had never had problems talking with Rose in the past. How bad is your hangover? Rose asked as she started to put lotion on her legs, something I knew she did after every shower or bath. There is no way you don't have one right now, she teased, and I'm sure she had a teasing smirk on her face. It's not that bad. I lied as I looked at my clothes and tried to figure out a way I could reach them while not letting Rose get a free show. Well, I have Tylenol in my purse if you want some. Rose kindly offered as she continued to put lotion on herself. Sure, I answered, not really paying attention to the conversation. My shirt was just close enough to me that I could reach it and then I would put it on. Then with my shirt on, I could grab my other clothes that had fallen farther up the bed and not give Rose a show. I reached my left hand out and was just about to grab my shirt when something on my hand caught my attention. I was never one to wear jewelry, so the fact I was wearing something was strange. Looking closer at it, I felt my heart rate pick up speed as I realized what it was. I plopped back down on the floor and stared at the gold ring on my left ring finger. No way. There's no way. The first thought that came to me was that I had drunkenly married Edward. Unfortunately, it wouldn't surprise me. Edward had been pushing for us to get married recently, but I kept saying I wanted to finish my bachelor's degree, possibly going straight into getting my master's, before I even thought about getting married. He didn't want to wait. He didn't see the point in waiting when we were so sure that we would end up happily married someday. But I wanted to get all my schooling done and get set in my career before I settled down and got married. I knew once we were married he would want to start a family and I didn't want that. At least not right away. I wanted to get a good handle on my career before I even thought about starting a family. So I kept pushing off getting married or anything related to it. I should have expected he would get us drunk enough and then get us married so it was done and his plan to becoming the perfect family with 2.5 kids and a white picket fence would be underway. I was more than willing, and even happily so, to yell at him for hours about marrying me while we're drunk. I was even okay with ignoring the fact he was probably just as drunk as I was. At least I wanted to yell at him, but I was confused about something. If I had just married him, wouldn't we be in our own room? Why would I be in Rose's room? Rosé, I hesitantly asked. Do you know why I, have this? I asked as I carefully sat up on my knees to show Rose my finger that had the ring on it. I wasn't sure why I didn't just take it off and toss it at her for her to easier, especially since I knew how Rose was about jewelry. She liked to inspect jewelry, meaning I predicted she would want to come over to me and look closer at the ring. But she didn't, and that didn't help my confusion. Rose put her lotion down and gave me her full attention. Rose had always been a very serious woman. Even growing up, she was always the one getting us out of trouble, while it always seemed I was getting us in trouble. But she never once seemed to mind. We worked really well that way. That's why we were practically instant best friends. I got us in trouble and she got us out of it. Now that we're grown up, I didn't get us in trouble anymore, but Rose still protected me. She never really grew out of that protection streak she had as a kid. Well, what do you think it is? She carefully asked as she stood from her chair and walked over to the nightstand that was on the opposite side of me and sat down on the side of the bed. I moved as close to the bed as I could to make sure Rose wouldn't be able to see anything from her higher position. She may be my best friend and we were really close, but we were never that close. I wasn't looking to change that anytime soon. I don't know, Rose, I said with an annoyed sigh. Rose's raised eyebrow showed she didn't believe me and that she wanted to hear what I really thought. It looks like a wedding ring. But if I married Edward, wouldn't I be in our room? Not yours. She looked nervous, but I knew that couldn't right. Rosalie Lillian Hale was never nervous. She was never unsure of herself. She was the most conceited and confident person I knew. Seeing Rosalie looking doubtful made me feel nervous. If she was nervous about what she was going to say, what would I feel after she said it? Well, why don't we start from the beginning? Rosalie asked and then continued talking when I nodded my head in agreement. What is the last thing you remember from last night? I was hoping, since she asked that it meant she remembered last night, because I definitely didn't. At least I didn't remember anything that would have led up to me getting married. I remember us deciding to go out and have fun on our last night here. I answered right away. We weren't scheduled to leave for the airport until later. We had picked a late afternoon flight so that after the 2.5-hour flight, we would eventually get home early evening. Okay, so you don't remember anything, Rosalie said. She then straightened her posture on the bed, as if she had decided to face something head-on. Her determined face made me nervous that what she was about to tell me, I wouldn't like. Rosalie was a stubborn person who always went after what she wanted with a force to be reckoned with. The look she had on her face told me that had just came to a decision that she wasn't going to back down from. She wasn't helping my nerves. We went bar hopping. We went to several bars all within walking distance of the hotel so all of us could drink. You remember what happened? I asked. Rosalie could definitely hold her liquor much better than I could. I was sure she could because, as she would say, she's a Hale and of course she wouldn't get wasted. Being blacked out drunk was beneath a Hale. Yes, Rosalie answered. Mostly at least, she admitted and then quickly changed topics to the one I wanted to watch. Towards the end of the night, Edward proposed. I knew it. I knew he proposed. That's the only reason why I would have a ring on my finger. But that didn't explain why I wasn't with him when I woke up. I still didn't understand how I was in Rosalie's room and not ours. Okay, I said, momentarily eyeing my ring before turning my attention back to Rosalie. You almost said yes. That couldn't be good. The only reason I would have a ring on is because I'm married. I don't ever wear jewelry and I had always known that an engagement ring, or wedding ring, would be the only exception. If I almost said yes and didn't actually said yes, why did I have the ring? But I didn't want you to marry him. So, I convinced you to marry me instead. Excuse me, I couldn't believe what I heard. It was impossible. I could not be married to my best friend. There was no way. You're my wife, Bella, Rosalie said with a wide smile that was the complete opposite of the look on my face and how I felt. The face she had, the emotions she was showcasing were even very different from the ones she had shown just a few moments ago. But there were more important things to think about other than the fact Rosalie looked happy instead of nervous. No, I'm not, I automatically said, There was no way I could be her wife. I knew same-sex couples were recently allowed to be married within the last few years in Vegas, and in most of the states with all the same rights, but there was no way I married my best friend. Rosalie held up her left hand, and on her ring finger there was a matching gold band. Yes, we are, Rosalie said in a stern voice. But, why? There were so many things I wanted to know. I wanted to know how it came to be that Edward had proposed to me and then I married Rosalie. I already knew Rosalie would have been against me and Edward getting married because she had never liked Edward. I wanted to know how it went from Rosalie arguing against Edward marrying me to her marrying me. And then I wanted to know why Alice, Jasper or even Emmett hadn't stopped us from getting married. I already knew why I did it. I was drunk. So drunk that I couldn't remember anything the next morning. I shouldn't have been allowed to make decision. But most importantly, I wanted to know why Rosalie wanted to marry me. I didn't get why she would have gone along with it. We were best friends. She had lines of boys waiting to go out with her, but she hadn't wanted to until she graduated and was settled in her career, just like I hadn't wanted to wait to marry Edward. Why do you think, Bella? Rosalie snapped in annoyance. She quickly closed her eyes and took a couple of deep breaths. Once she seemed to calm herself down, she opened her eyes and started talking. I didn't want you to marry Edward. So I let you know you had better options, and when you doubted me, I decided actions spoke louder than words. Wait, we got married because you didn't want me to marry Edward and thought I could do better than your brother? I asked. I knew she didn't like Edward, but to marry me to keep me from marrying Edward was ridiculous. I could see Edward doing something like that, but not Rosalie. She didn't do last-minute things too well. She always had to plan everything and have complete control. This wasn't her style. Of course I thought you could do better than that stupid, immature boy, whom I love on occasion. Rosalie all but hissed. Clearly you can do better because you married me, she said with a haughty tone and a smirk. Rosalie, this isn't funny, I said, getting angry. I nearly stood up but stopped when I saw her eyes dip down to my chest that was nearly revealed. I felt my face go red as I sat back down. We need to get this taken back, or annulled or whatever it's called. We can't go home married, I said, panic starting to leak into my voice. We're not getting it annulled, Rosalie said with a pointed look that made me feel like a kid getting scolded. You know very well that I do not believe in getting divorced. I always knew once I was married, it was for life. But you never thought you would get drunkenly married to your best friend, I yelled, getting angry about the situation and about how unaffected she appeared to be. You never wanted that. I can't believe how dense my wife is, Rosalie said with an annoyed look. I'm not your wife, Rosalie, I quickly retorted. I'm your best friend. There's a difference. That's how a lot of marriages start off, Bella, Rosalie said in an almost belittling tone that had me glaring at her. Couples start as best friends and then get married. When they're not drunk enough to not remember anything. I remember everything, Bella, Rosalie said with a smirk. I can't help it that you can't hold your liquor as well as I can. It was my time to close my eyes and take several deep breaths. The conversation was going nowhere and Rosalie was really starting to annoy me. She seemed so nonchalant about the whole thing. As if waking up married to your best friend was a normal occurrence. We need to get this annulled, I said, reiterated in a tense voice. I don't want to get our marriage annulled, Bella, Rosalie said in a stern voice, drawing me into opening my eyes again and to give her my undivided attention. Why wouldn't you want to get it annulled? Because I have no reason to, Rosalie said as she crossed one leg over the other. She crossed her arms across her chest and looked prepared for an argument. I didn't like that look, not with this conversation. Especially since I rarely won our arguments. No reason, I yelled. Rose, we can't be married. We're just friends. No, we're not. Right now, we're wives, Rosalie said as she raised her left hand to show off the ring she had on her finger. And I see no reason to get it annulled. I quite like who I'm married to. As a friend, you like me as a friend. Just like you always have. I felt my mouth hang out open as I prepared myself to keep yelling at Rosalie because I couldn't stay married to her. I had a boyfriend who I was actually planning on marrying. Eventually. I was planning on eventually marrying him. Rosalie didn't say anything. Instead, she stood up and started to walk over to my side of the bed. At first I thought she was just going to sit closer to me while we talked. I didn't know why she would do that, but that was what I first thought. When she kept walking, my eyes grew wide as I realized that she was going to get more than close enough to see me naked. I scrambled to get a sheet untangled enough to cover me while she talked. You don't know what I've always felt because you, and I suppose your ex-boyfriend, are the densest human beings I have ever met. Rosalie said as rounded the corner of the bed so that she was on the same side as I was. To my horror, she kept walking closer. I suppose it was my fault since my actions could rival Alice's. Except, you should have realized that I always treated you differently than all my other friends. I knew what she was talking about. Alice was a very friendly, no care about personal bubbles type person. She constantly hugged everyone, looped arms with her friends, and was just overall a very touchy-feely type of woman. Which was fine. It worked for her. But Rosalie, she was practically the exact opposite of Alice. Except when it came to me. She constantly looped her arm through mine, sometimes even holding my hand. She even always cuddled with me when we watched movies together. I had naively thought it was just a friend thing. It was something Alice would do with everyone else, and I never made the connection Rosalie never did those kind of things with anyone else. Thinking back about it, I really should have known Rosalie didn't treat anyone the same way she did me. Even her brief relationship with Emmett, someone who didn't mind cuddling and the like, Rosalie wasn't as touchy-feely with him as she was with me, even when they were together. That should have been a clue. But, you've had boyfriends, I nervously said as Rosalie crouched down in front of me. I was very thankful I had just barely managed to wrap the sheet around me before she could see me, so she wasn't able to see anything. Boyfriends of convenience, Rosalie said as she kneeled next to me and gently cupped my cheek. Her thumb started to stroke my cheek and I could feel my face heat up because of it. I've liked you for a long time, Bella. Last night gave me an opportunity to take what I've wanted. So I took it, but I didn't want it. I said. I could feel my heartbeat pick up speed as Rosalie leaned in closer to me. She placed her other hand on the ground in support as she leaned closer to me. She wasn't close enough to touch, but she was definitely more than close enough to make me nervous. At the time you did, Bella, Rosalie said with a small smile. I didn't force you to do anything. I was drunk at the time, Rose. I wasn't of a right mind to get married. We need to get it annulled, I said as I leaned back as far as I could, which wasn't much, so I could try to clear my head by putting distance between the two of us. You don't get it, Bella, Rosalie said with a shake of her head. I don't want it annulled. I will not do anything to help you in that process. Like I told you earlier, I only wanted to get married once in my life, and I had been hoping to marry you for a few years now, Bella. But Rose, you don't love me, I weakly said, grasping at anything to try and get Rosalie to start thinking straight. I mean, she had always been closer to me than anyone else, but I just figured that was because we were best friends. I've always loved you, Bella, Rosalie said as she leaned further into me and then leaned her forehead against mine. I was momentarily afraid she was going to try and kiss me. I nearly sighed in relief when she only leaned her forehead against mine. I'm sure you, at the very least, have strong feelings. I'm sure, especially given we're wives now, that I can work with those feelings to grow them. But, I'm in love with Edward, I weakly argued. We both knew that, even though I really liked him and saw myself possibly marrying him in the future, I didn't really love him. Not for long, Bella, Rosalie said as she pulled back and gave me a devious smile. I'll make you love me in no time. I gulped at what could have only been a promise from Rose. She was the type of woman to go at anything she did 100% and would never stop until she won. I was predicting I would be in for a very hectic future and that Rosalie was going to do everything in her power to insert herself even further into my life. I wasn't sure how much more she could, as we were already sharing an apartment together and went to the same college. But Rosalie would find a way to be an even bigger presence in my life, and I wasn't sure how I thought about it. But I was sure that for the next few months, things were going to be intense in mine and Rosalie's apartment. Thankfully, Rosalie had led me up to get dressed while she went back into the bathroom to do something to her hair. I wasn't sure what she was going to do because I had thought her hair was already done, but I really didn't care. I was more than thankful that she had given me the chance to get dressed in private. We were going to be leaving for the airport soon, and then we would be spending the day traveling in planes and cars until we got home. I didn't want to spend the day in the clothes I had worn clubbing the previous night. I wanted to wear some comfy clothes that I could easily sleep in. I didn't have my clothes in Rosalie's room, so I had a very good excuse to leave. "Rose, I'm going to my room to get some clothes," I told her after I had quickly gotten dressed in the old clothes. Since that moment on the floor when I was naked, Rosalie hadn't mentioned anything about us being married. I didn't want to talk about it, I just wanted to ignore it until I could figure out what I could do. I was hoping that if I didn't say anything about it, either would Rosalie. But Rosalie does what she wants, when she wants. I didn't know what she was thinking or planning, and that made me nervous. I would have left without saying anything, but the bathroom was right next to the door to exit the room. If I hadn't said anything and Rosalie saw me leaving, since she had the door open, she would say something when she saw me. I didn't want to risk doing or saying anything to annoy her. At least not until I could figure out what to do with the whole marriage thing. "While you're there, you should also pack so we can be ready to go on time," Rosalie said from the bathroom as she messed with her hair. "Sure," I answered and quickly moved to the door, careful not to look in Rosalie's direction. If that was all she was going to say, I was more than okay with it. But of course, Rosalie wouldn't be Rosalie if that was all she would say. "If Edward gives you any problems about our marriage, let me know and I'll be sure to mess with his piano without him knowing," Rosalie said, and I could imagine she had a smirk and was looking at me with a studious gaze to judge my reaction. I had to bite my tongue to not make a sarcastic remark. My head was still hurting too much to have a battle of wits with Rosalie, especially a battle of wits that I was basically guaranteed to lose. I only made a very unladylike grunt of agreement, or at least what I thought was a sound of agreement, before I left. Rosalie didn't try to stop me from leaving, so I assumed she was okay with my response. For now at least, I rushed back to mine and Edward's room. It took a few moments of stumbling with my key card for me to get the door opened. I was so nervous about what I would see on the other side of the door that I could barely keep the key card in my hand. When I finally got the door opened, it was to a dark room. The blinds were shut tight and I could see Edward on our bed, lying on top of the covers. I assumed he hadn't been able to set the alarm last night and was suffering from a hangover like I was. So, I moved around the room to get a glass of water and some Tylenol that I knew Edward had packed for us in his bag. With those on the nightstand, I woke Edward up as gently as possible. "What did we do last night?" Edward groggily asked before he popped the pills into his mouth and swallowed with the water. "I don't remember anything," I said as I moved to sit closer to him on the bed and leaned my head on his shoulder. He didn't seem to be suffering as much as I had. The lucky jerk. "Either do I," Edward sighed as he rubbed his face with his hands in an effort to wake himself up some more. Without thinking about it, I used my left hand to take his hands away from his face and held one of his hands. It was a move meant to give him some sort of comfort while he tried to get himself oriented. What I hadn't realized was that he had looked at my hand as it grabbed his. That meant that he had seen what was still on my hand because I hadn't thought to take it off. "Bella, what's that?" Edward asked in a tone of voice that I couldn't place. "What's what?" I asked with my eyes closed while I was snuggled up to him. It was nice to be snuggled up with him like there were no worries in my life. He helped to calm me. "On your hand, Bella," Edward sighed in a nearly angry voice as he grabbed my hand and pulled it closer to his face. I could feel the color in my face drain as I finally realized what he was talking about. The blissful, or at least comfy, bubble I had just placed myself was rudely popped as he looked at the ring on my finger. I had no idea what I could tell him. I wasn't much for lying. Everyone could always tell I was lying, so it just wasn't worth it. I would just have to tell him the truth, or at least the little of the truth I knew of. I was really worried of how upset he would be about the whole thing. "It's a ring," I meekly answered. Edward clearly didn't like the answer. He not so gently threw my hand away from him, almost hurting my shoulder from how hard he pushed it away from him, and then stood up to start pacing. He combed his fingers through his hair as he paced, muttering things that I couldn't even pretend to understand. "You married her?" he asked in an accusatory voice. Married her. So he knew. I could feel my anger rise and I stood to start to pace, but opted not to pace because he still was and there wasn't much room for the two of us to pace with my luggage still thrown over the room. It was something I learned early on in our relationship. Edward was definitely the neater of the two of us. So I angrily stood next to the bed as I realized that even though, not 2 seconds ago, he told me that he didn't remember anything, he had clearly lied about it. Married who? I questioned with an accusatory tone in my own voice. I even stole Rosalie's signature move and arched my eyebrow in question. Edward immediately stopped his pacing as he realized his mistake. For a moment, he looked like he regretted it. As quickly as he looked regretful, he just as quickly looked upset again. "I can't believe you actually went through with it," he said as loud as he could without actually yelling. He was probably trying his best to keep as quiet as possible to make sure our neighbors, which included 3 of his siblings, didn't hear him. "So you did know," I said, matching the volume of my voice to his. I didn't want our friends to hear either, but I was just as mad as he was. And he wasn't the one that woke up Married. "Of course, I was there when Rosalie threw a fit when I asked you." Edward sighed as he once again wiped his hand through his hair. "I think it was just because I was mad, but that action was really starting to annoy me. I thought you didn't remember anything from last night." "I remember some things, just not everything. That's what usually happens when people get drunk, Bella," he said in a very condescending voice that made me grind my teeth in annoyance. "I just didn't think you would have gone through with it. How could you let her talk you into it? Did you really not want to marry so much that you married her to get out it?" "Really, Edward?" I yelled, not caring if our friends heard or not. Edward was being stupid. My life has just been turned upside down and he was acting like he was the real victim in the situation. "I don't remember anything after we decided to go out drinking last night. How do you think I felt when I woke up and was married to my best friend? A best friend who I thought was just as straight as I was. As straight as I am." I closed my eyes as we both registered my slip up. I had thought I was making him understand everything I was feeling, but when I made that mess up, all the understanding I had given him was gone. "I don't even get why I said that." "As you were?" Edward asked, sounding as disbelieving as I felt. I opened my eyes to once again see him comb his hair with his fingers. I wanted to shave his hair off so he wouldn't do that anymore, but something told me that that wouldn't happen. "Is there something you want to tell me?" "Yes, Edward," I said in the most sarcastic voice I could manage. "I didn't want to tell you until we had made all the arrangements, but Rosalie and I are actually lovers. We've been together since I was in 2nd grade. I started marching around the room, gathering all my things and tossing them in my suitcase. Luckily I wasn't like Alice, Rosalie or even Edward, who packed so much that everything had to be packed just right to fit in their several suitcases. I was more like Jasper and had some room to spare in my suitcase so I could lazily repack. And then there was Emmett, whom I'm fairly sure only packed one outfit. I just didn't have any proof of it." "Really, Edward? Are you still drunk?" "Well, excuse me, Bella, but I had thought my girlfriend would have better sense than to get married to another woman. Much less to my own sister." Edward stood in the corner of the room as he watched me angrily pack my suitcase. At least he had his hands in his pajama pockets instead of combing his hair. That would have annoyed me and made me more upset because of the annoyance. So I was definitely glad he wasn't doing that as I quickly packed my things. "It's not like I actually chose to, Edward," I said as I walked around the hotel room one last time to make sure I hadn't missed anything. I knew that if I did, Edward would either pack it in with his things or he would give it to Alice, since we were technically fighting and Alice would somehow fit it in with her things. I was drunk. I don't even remember anything that happened, that's how drunk I was. "Are you really going to hold me responsible for that?" "Everyone is responsible for their actions, whether they're drunk or not." Edward sighed with an almost sneer on his face that I nearly wanted to slap off his face. There were so many things wrong with what he said, but I didn't want to talk to him. He was being stupid and I doubted that anything I said to him would make him change his mind and stop being stubborn. He wanted to be the victim, so I would let him be the victim. There was nothing I could do to change his mind while he was being both stupid and stubborn. "I'm not even going to comment on that, Edward," I said as I pulled my suitcase off the bed and let it loudly bang onto the ground. "I'll see you when we leave for the airport." We were all obviously sharing a shuttle to get to the airport. I didn't want to see him until then because I wanted a chance for both of us to cool down before either of us said something we would regret. "So you're going to run off to your wife to comfort you?" instead of talking through this with your boyfriend?" Edward asked incredulously. "Arg," I yelled in anger, not even able to articulate the thoughts that ran through my mind. I slammed the door shut behind me and ignored the looks I received from the few other people that were also in the hall, which include Emmett with a full ice bucket. He looked like he was about to say something, but when we made eye contact, he turned back around to his door and started to open the door. I angrily marched to the elevators so that I could go back up to Rosalie's room. I had actually wanted to go to Alice's room, but seeing Emmett there and realizing that I didn't want to be around them until I knew if they knew what happened and until I could get a better grasp about what was happening. Since I didn't want to risk suffering through their questions and Emmett's teasing, I figured Rosalie's room would be the safest option. "You're still in your clothes from last night," Rosalie commented from the bathroom. A quick glance showed me that she had moved on to doing her makeup. "I love how you look in those clothes, but you remember that you actually shouldn't wear the same thing twice in a row, right? Especially when the clothes are dirty." With Rosalie being the type of woman that loves clothes and style, I had always been subject to her appraisal of my outfits and her compliments when I managed to get an outfit that looked above average. Hearing compliments from her wasn't uncommon. But after what she had told me earlier, I could hear that her words weren't as innocent as they had sounded to me in the past. I felt my face flush red and quickly turned away from her to walk further into the room and past the bathroom. I didn't really get a chance to change in my room. I opened up my suitcase and started to go through the different things to find a new and comfortable outfit to wear. As I was going through my clothes, I hadn't heard Rosalie walk up. I didn't know she was behind me until she wrapped an arm around my waist and leaned her head on my shoulder, causing me to freeze in my spot. "You could wear this and this," Rosalie said as she pulled out an outfit for me from my suitcase. "I know that you like to sleep away your plane and car rides. These should be comfortable enough to sleep in." Her voice sounded much too close to my ear for comfort. I could feel her breath on my skin and it was all I could do to not try and move away. Her grip on my waist that kept me pressed against her also helped to keep me from moving away from her. Yeah, I guess I will," I nervously said, not sure why I sounded so nervous. But I did understand why I was so thankful when Rosalie pulled away from. I was able to breathe properly again. "Now, why don't you tell me why you came in here so upset?" Rosalie sat down at the table in her room and started to eat a breakfast that wasn't there when I had left. I also couldn't help but notice that there was more than enough food for both of us to eat. Even though I didn't want to eat it because I was sure Rosalie would make a comment about it, I also wasn't about to turn down free food. Being a broke college student had quickly taught me that turning down free food was incredibly stupid. "I'm going to take a shower and change first." I was delaying. I didn't want to talk about the fight Edward and I had. I was still trying to wrap my mind around how Edward thought the way he did. I probably would never understand. But I wanted a chance to talk with him first. I didn't want to talk with Rosalie before I had a chance to sort through my thoughts. I walked into the bathroom, made sure the door was securely shut, disrobed and quickly got into the shower. I had just started to wash my hair when I heard the bathroom door open. I accidentally dropped the shampoo bottle from the shock and had to fumble to catch it and then to quickly grab it off the floor. "Then I'll just finish putting on my makeup in here while you tell me," Rosalie said from inside the bathroom. "I'm taking a shower," I pointed out, my voice a bit higher than normal. "Yes dear." The water and steam coming from the shower head was a bit of giveaway, although you being under the water just really gave it away. Even though I had the water in my ears, her sarcasm came through crystal clear. "What happened to make you so mad? Was it something Edward saw eat or did? Can't we have this conversation when I'm not in the shower?" I nearly whined, my face much redder than I thought should have been allowed. "We could have it while you're getting dressed, but I didn't think you'd appreciate that as much as I would." How much redder could my face get? I want to know sooner rather than later what happened. So, what did my stupid brother do now? I hadn't moved since I had picked up the shampoo bottle. I still had it gripped in my hands. I had nearly grabbed the shower curtain to wrap it around me, but I figured as long as Rosalie didn't try to open the curtain, I would be okay. I was never more thankful that the hotel still had the availability to have the curtain instead of just being a tub or a shower with sliding doors. As long as Rosalie stayed near the mirror that was several feet away in the large bathroom, a bathroom bigger than my own bathroom in my apartment, I wouldn't have to risk tearing the curtain in an attempt to cover myself. I didn't think she would do anything, but after all that had happened in the last few hours, the parts one remember and don't remember, I wouldn't put it past her to do something that dramatic. Just wait until I'm done here and dressed, please. I full out begged. Couldn't I have the bathroom to myself? You're my wife Bella and you were very upset. You left the room only mildly confused and in the span of only 10 minutes, you came back completely upset. That's a new record, even for Edward. I want to know what he did or said so that I could retaliate accordingly. Rosalie answered, thankfully not moving from her spot. But I'm in the shower. I couldn't think of anything else to say. What more could I say? Bella, we were lying naked in bed all night last night. Rosalie deadpanned, causing me to drop the shampoo bottle again in shock. I had completely forgotten about that. I could feel a headache coming on from all the blood rushing to my head. We're married, dear. Talking to each other while in shower isn't uncommon. It's possibly less uncommon for one partner to be outside the shower to talk to the one inside the shower. Would you like me to join you so our conversation won't be as uncommon? If I had the shampoo bottle in my hand, I would have dropped it again. Thankfully I hadn't had a chance to clear to my head yet to be able to pick it up. But her question definitely shocked me out of my stupor. No, I yelled as I quickly ducked to get the bottle in another attempt to finally wash my hair. I mean, no, don't, please. I could hear Rosalie's husky laugh at my remark as I finally started to put shampoo in my hair. Calm down, Bella. We only ended up naked in bed last night because we were both drunk. Some of us drunker than others. We crashed as soon as we got our clothes off. I could hear a pout in Rosalie's voice and braced myself for what was about to come out of her mouth. We'll have to plan our honeymoon for when we have more time to ourselves. I definitely don't want to have our friends with us on that trip. I want you all to myself so that when we're late to something, we won't have to apologize to anyone for being late. It wasn't until I could feel the soap running down my forehead and into my eyes that I realized that I stopped moving because of the shock of her words. Damn it, I muttered as I quickly and blindly tried to get the soap out of my eyes and then out of my hair. Do you need me to come in there to help you? You seem to be having a lot of struggles. I wisely chose not to say anything in case it would give Rosalie more ammunition to embarrass me. But you need to stop changing the subject, my dear. What did Edward do? I sighed, louder than what was probably called for, and thought briefly about what to say. I didn't see the reason to tell Rosalie, except she was, or rather is, my best friend. I talked to her all the time about the different things that happened between me and Edward. She was a big help when Edward had broken up with me a while back. She could cheer me up when even the little ball of sunshine Alice couldn't do it. That was why she was my best friend, nothing more though. Just my best friend. But now that the issue between me and Edward mostly involved her, Edward had briefly complained about me spending so much time with Rosalie, but I had never complained to Rosalie about it. I didn't want to talk to her about it. I wanted more time to think about everything that had happened. I wanted a chance to Google a way to remember everything I had drunkenly forgotten. Google has all the answers, it had to help me with this one. I was sure that once I remembered what had happened, I would be able to at least think a bit clearer about things. We just talked. I eventually answered as briefly as I could. And of course just talking automatically leads to Edward pissing you off. Rosalie said, then paused, and before I could think of something to say, she continued talking. Then again, it is Edward. Chances are you two were talking about the weather and he would say something stupid to piss you off. But if you could be a bit more specific, that would be great. He just said some things that I didn't like. I said with a huff of annoyance as I turned off the shower. What kind of things? I peeked my head out of the shower, making sure the curtain stuck in place to ensure nothing would be at risk of showing. Rosalie had her hip leaning against the counter as she stared directly at me. It was the stare that always got me to do what she said. If it wasn't for the fact that I was wet, naked and the towels were out of reach, I probably would have given in to anything the stubborn blonde wanted. But I had another idea that I thought was ingenious. If I tell you, will you leave me alone to get dressed in peace, with the door closed with both of us on opposite sides? I asked in a shamelessly pleading voice. Yes, Rosalie answered way too quickly for me to be okay with that. But again, I was wet, naked, and my towel and clothes were out of reach. There was no way I was going to ask Rosalie to hand me anything, so I was going to ignore the voice in the back of my head saying to be cautious. Fine, he just said some things about us getting married that I didn't like. It was a struggle to finally say it out loud, and when I did finally say it, it didn't sound at all like I wanted it to sound. I mean that Edward was mad that I had done it, even though I was drunk and don't remember any of it, and he was mad that it wasn't with him. He said some things I can't even recall off the top of my head that just really pissed me off. Interesting. She didn't say anything else. Not even her face gave anything else away. I didn't know if I needed to be concerned or not. But I opted not to think about it any longer because she left the bathroom. I stayed put until she was out of the room. I didn't want to leave before she closed the door, but she paused with her hand on the handle, just a few inches before it was closed. Rosé, are you leaving? I was going to ask if she was okay, but I felt that would have led to a whole lot things that I didn't want to get into. Breakfast is out here waiting for you, Bella. I want to run downstairs and check with Alice on something she had borrowed from me. I'll be back shortly. She closed the door before I could even just open my mouth so I could remind her that phones were invented so that we didn't have to leave our rooms. Especially when last I saw, the blonde still had a few things to pack. But I heard her slam the door to the suite shut and decided that I should just get dressed as quickly as possible so that I wouldn't be naked when she came back. I figured it would be better to get dressed, eat the free food, and then take a different and long way down to Emmett's room to hang out with the bear of a man to wait for our shuttle instead of waiting with either Rosalie or Edward. I was sure that being around either of them would either really piss me off or utterly embarrass me. I didn't want either. Sometime later, I was in front of Emmett's room, knocking on the door. I hadn't seen Rosalie when I finally left the bathroom, and she hadn't come back while I ate the rest of the food she had ordered for us. I didn't know where she went, but I assumed she wasn't in Edward's room because I didn't hear yelling coming from it. If those two got into an argument, which it had seemed they both wanted to, they would get into a yelling match that could last for hours. If they were arguing, I would have heard them while I waited for someone to answer the door. I was hoping for Emmett to answer so that we could just watch TV while we waited to leave for the airport, but it was Alice that answered. Bella. Alice squealed and then pulled me into her room. I didn't think I'd see you until we all met up downstairs, she said as she dragged me into the bathroom where she was apparently in the middle of doing her hair and makeup. I saw both Jasper and Emmett in the main room, Jasper packing for him and Alice and Emmett was watching TV. I couldn't help but feel a bit jealous. I wanted to watch TV also. Well, I was going to watch TV with Emmett, I said as I gestured to the TV before I was pulled into the bathroom and made to sit on the toilet to wait for Alice. You can do that anytime, Alice argued as she stated on her hair. Actually, you usually do that all the time anyways. Even though Rosalie had moved out of her adopted parents' home the moment she turned 18, the others didn't feel the need to move out. Both Jasper and Rosalie were left a substantial sum of funds from their parents when they had passed away, and the fact that the Cullens were also well only helped that since the Cullens didn't shy away from helping Rosalie and Jasper when they needed it. But when they had graduated high school, Rosalie didn't want to live with her parents anymore and quickly moved out. The Cullens were more than happy to help her, even though Rosalie could technically afford it on her own. The other Cullen children, since they didn't have their mini fortune like Rosalie and Jasper, had opted to stay living with their parents while still in school to save money, and Jasper stayed with the Cullens as well because he wanted to stay with his girlfriend. So even when I went to their place to be with Edward, I usually ended up watching TV or playing video games with Emmett. When Alice did her claws on me to play dress up or suffer through a shopping trip with her. Only sometimes, I lied with a huff of annoyance. Alice was kind enough not to call me out on my blatant lie. I was actually wondering if you would have been able to wake up so early. I thought Rosalie would let you sleep in until that last possible moment for you to get ready to leave. You knew I was Rosalie's room. That would have to mean that she knew what happened last night. I hadn't even thought about staying in her room the whole time we were here. I was always more than happy to be with Edward in our room. If Alice knew that I had been Rosalie's room last night, then she knew what I had drunkenly done, and that would hopefully mean that she knew what had happened. Yup, it was me and Jasper that helped you two to her room, Alice chirped. Do you remember last night? I eagerly asked. I wasn't nearly as drunk as you and Edward, Alice said in a near scolding tone that meant she wasn't happy with how drunk we had been. Or even as drunk as Rosalie eventually got after you two got hitched. If you weren't that drunk, then why did you let us get married? I asked, angry at the thought that she had let it all happen. Because you both insisted, Alice nearly yelled, becoming defensive but not stopping from doing her hair and makeup. Emmett didn't care either way because he thought it was funny. That made sense. Emmett would think any one of us getting married on this trip would be hilarious. He had actually hoped for it. Jasper and I tried to argue with you guys about it, but it's hard to argue to stop you from doing something when you were both so willing. What about Edward? I desperately asked. Why didn't he stop us? There was no way he would have just let me marry someone else, especially his sister. It didn't make sense. Edward was always talking about the two of us getting married. He was insistent that we were the closest thing there was to actual soulmates. I didn't really believe in that whole thing, but that's just how into me he was. It could be endearing at times. It just didn't make sense for him not to get us to stop. Even if he was drunk. Well, he tried, Alice hesitantly said, like she was nervous to give the information. Edward's pride isn't going to like that I told you. I deserve to know. I yelled and promptly got shushed by Emmett, who was apparently enthralled by some sort of sports game on the TV. Come on, Alice, I begged. Well, of course I'm going to tell you, she said with a roll of her eyes. I just wanted you to know that Edward won't like it, and I have no problem saying you made me tell you. I am the one that has to live with him after all. Sure, Alice, I said with a small smile. Alice had done that a couple times throughout our friendship. We sometimes, would do something to upset Edward, and I would let Alice blame it on me because Edward could never stay mad at me. We were pretty sure Edward usually knew better, but he never argued when I took blame on some things. Of course, as often as I took blame for Alice, she would take blame for me when it came to Rosalie. Although Rosalie would let us know that she knew Alice was taking the blame and only letting Alice do it because we stuck to our story. I was sure that if either one of us made even the smallest error in the stories we told her, she would happily call us on it and somehow get back at me for lying to her. So, Alice and me, we were good friends that happily took blame to lessen the eventual backlash. Edward started yelling really loud and just getting really aggressive. He didn't hit anyone, did he? The first thought I had was that he had tried to hit, or most likely push, since Edward probably didn't know how to properly hit Rosalie. Rosalie was the first concern I had. Only after thinking of a few possible and outrageous scenarios, did I finally think that he may have hurt or, in reality, tried to hurt someone else. Of course not. My brother is too much of a wimp to do that. No, he just got in Rosalie's face, which she really didn't like. Especially since she was drunk. Rosalie doesn't usually like if Edward's within a few feet of him. For as long as I've known the Cullens, and technically Hales, as that was Rosalie's and Jasper's last name, Edward and Rosalie haven't liked each other. If one got too close to the other, they would start arguing, and eventually Esme, their mom, would send one or usually both of them to their rooms to calm down. Since Rosalie didn't live at home anymore, she tended to stay away from Edward. It made for awkward family events. I know, it's worse when she's drunk. So naturally, Rosalie pushed all the right buttons in her calm and cold voice. Edward got so belligerent that the people around us noticed, and eventually a cop came and made sure we sent him home. So, Emmett and Edward came back here while you two got hitched. So, it was really you and Jasper that let me and Rose get married? I asked, still trying to figure what happened last night. We didn't let you do anything, Alice said as she seemed to be putting the final touches on her hair. We argued with you too, but Rose has you wrapped around her finger. You were whipped without having the benefits of actually going out. I am not. I automatically defended. I couldn't help it that Rosalie was very persuasive and always had really good points. Sweetie, we're best friends, so I always try not to lie to you. And you, my dear, are very much whipped. But that's okay, it'll just make your marriage easier since you'll never fight with her. Alice, I scolded. I didn't like hearing that we were married. I didn't need the constant reminder. Although I suppose, if I didn't want the constant reminder, I should have taken the ring off. As soon as I could find a safe container for it, I would take it off. So you and Jasper let our drunken logic overrule your logic. You were getting loud, which I didn't think was possible. But when the same cop started eyeing us, instead of ending our night by getting in trouble with the law, we opted to just give in. We weren't sure we could talk the cop into letting us off with just a warning. I'm never loud. No, you're not, but apparently when you're drunk and trying to convince people of things, you get very loud. So, instead of getting in trouble with the cop, we decided to be your witnesses. Then afterwards we naturally had to go out clubbing to celebrate. Alice cheered. She even jumped up and down and clapped her hands to show how excited she was about the fact we had all gone out clubbing. Right, I cautiously said, as if I was afraid that anything I said would set her off. So, we went clubbing and then went back to the hotel. I asked, happy that I nearly had my night pieced back together. Well, I'm not sure. We split up afterwards. Rosalie had sobered up a little and she opted to take you back to the hotel in Jasper, and I decided to hit up a casino for a little bit before coming back. You'd have to talk with Rosalie to see what happened after the one club we went to together. I couldn't help but groan in annoyance as I dropped my head into my hands, with my elbows on my knees. I really didn't want to be in this mess. It was bad enough to get married to your best friend, but it was even worse when said best friend didn't mind the marriage. I didn't want to believe that Rosalie didn't mind it, but she literally said she didn't mind. She had basically said she had wanted us to get married for a while. I didn't want to deal with this mess, but I had to. Especially since we were going home and I would have to face the parental units. At least my dad didn't live in the same city, he was still in Forks as the police chief. But he was only a small drive away. You really don't know anything else? I asked, desperate for a chance to not have to talk to Rosalie so soon. I knew I wanted answers before we got back, and I knew I really didn't want to talk about it in front of other people, so the best and only option would be to go talk to her now and get everything figured out sooner rather than later. Sorry, Bella. At least she looked genuinely regretful. I know that this is probably a lot to go through. You weren't like Rosalie had practically dreamed of this happening. Just talk to her. She really does like you. Alice kneeled down in front of me, grabbed my hands and pulled them away from my face while she spoke to me. She dreamed of this? I asked. I felt a weird flutter in my chest that I couldn't quite place. I swear, Bella, you are one of the densest people I know. Alice said with a teasing smile. Rosalie hasn't really kept her feelings that hidden for a long time. It's a wonder Edward didn't figure it out before last night. Then again, he is the densest person I know. I'm not sure if that's a compliment or not. I said, meaning that she hadn't called me the densest person. It's not. Alice deadpanned. Just go talk to her and I'm sure you'll feel better. Are you really sure? I asked with a quirked eyebrow. Of course, she responded with a wide smile. Alice was the closest thing possible to being physic. According to her, it was something she had always been able to do. I guess while she slept her dreams would reveal things to her and it was up to her to interrupt them. It was hard to believe her, but after she predicted several things, I was convinced, especially her entire family was already convinced and had no problems accepting her. Her biological family couldn't deal with it. That was why she was put up for adoption when she was little. Alice says that she doesn't remember her biological family. She says she could only remember her real family, the Cullens. I guess I'll go talk to her before we have to leave. I said a bit regrettably. Okay, Bella. If you need me, you know how to find me, sweetie. As soon as I stood up, Alice pulled me into a hug and then quickly started to push me out the door. The only resistance I had was from her pushing me out so quickly. I took my time walking back to her room. I didn't even think to bring my suitcase with me. Emmett would take it down for me since he only had a duffel bag for his one outfit. Instead of taking the elevator, I opted for the staircase so that it would take longer to get back to Rosalie's room. I even paused outside of Edward's room to see if I could hear if he was yelling at anyone. I was really checking to see if Rosalie was there or not. But I didn't hear anything, and someone had spotted me with my ear to his door, so I quickly left the floor and soon I was in front of Rosalie's door. In my rush to leave, I hadn't brought the key she had given me, so I had no choice but to knock. Although, I probably would have even if I had the key. It taken long for Rosalie to open the door. The look she had told me that she didn't believe I was there. Hey, I awkwardly said as I shoved my hands in my jean pockets. I had never felt so awkward before with Rosalie. She had always been the one person I didn't feel awkward with. I really didn't like the feeling. I really wanted it to stop, but I couldn't figure out how with the ring still on our fingers. When I got back and you weren't here, I had thought you went to Edward. Rosalie said as she crossed her arms over her chest and raised her eyebrow in her signature pissed off look. But I knew better. She may have been pissed off, it was Rosalie after all, but she mostly felt insecure. She had meant all that she had said earlier, she would never lie to me, and she was probably more than scared about how I would react. Can we talk please? I asked, and when she didn't respond at all, I kept talking. I was with Alice. She told me all that she knew of what happened last night. And you couldn't ask me? She asked, the hurt just a little more visible in her voice. I did, and all you seemed focused on was that we had gotten married. I said, trying my best to keep the annoyance out of my voice so I wouldn't piss her off more. Her fingers gripping her arms tighter was a clear sign that she could tell I was annoyed as well and didn't like it. I just wanted to hear what happened from someone that didn't get married last night. I said with a sigh, really wishing Rosalie didn't have a temper. She wasn't with us all night, she eventually said after a few moments of us staring at each other, during which I found very difficult to keep eye contact with her. I know. That's why I'm here, I admitted. Is that the only reason? Please. There was no way she didn't know that I wasn't up to seeing her, not until I could get my head wrapped around what had happened. She also knew that I would never tell her that because we both knew that it would hurt her and I wasn't willing to do that. That was the only reason why she gave in. At least, that was the only reason I could think of. Come on, she said before turning around and leaving the door open for me. I quickly followed her into the room and could see that even though Rosalie's person was ready to leave, she still had a lot of packing to do. She didn't have a Jasper to pack for her like Alice did. But I was sure Rosalie would be ready on time. She was a Hale, and a Hale was never late. I had heard that enough times through the years when she was waiting for me to realize that somehow, had to have been magic, she really was never late. I followed her right into the bedroom where she was organizing her many things to pack on the bed. I sat on the one corner of the bed that wasn't taken up by her things. What did you want to know? She asked as she started to fold some clothes, some very intimate clothes that I would rather she not fold in front of me. I could feel my face heat up and I saw her smirk of triumph just before I turned my head away to look elsewhere until she was done packing her underwear and bras. Well, I know up until the part of us leaving Alice and Jasper at the club. I told her, so you're hoping I'll fill in the rest? She asked, drawing my attention back to her. Thankfully she was done with her underwear and was moving on to refolding her shirts to, I'm assuming, fit better. Yup, I answered, finally feeling a bit more casual around. Like normal. Well, nothing much happened. You were wasted and I had to practically carry you back here. But, I woke up with no clothes. I yelled in disbelief. There was no way nothing didn't happen. Something had to have happened. I have never slept naked before, I always wear pajamas. Well, when we got back here, I was trying to get you in your pajamas so you would be more comfortable. Rosalie kept folding her clothes, her attention divided between me and whatever clothing article she had in her hands at the time. It was like the story she was telling, the story of me ending up in bed with her naked, since there was no way Rosalie Lillian Hale wouldn't sleep in a bed, was not a big deal. Whereas I was literally hanging on every word she was saying, and by the smirk on her face, she knew it. I had you down to your underwear and then you started getting a little frisky. No, I didn't, I automatically denied. That was nothing like me. That sounded like something Alice would do. Do you remember last night? She asked with another arched eyebrow that had me calmed down enough to listen to her reason. Her ice queen look, arched eyebrow and all, was very effective at making me calm down. I could only sadly shake my head in the negative. That's what I thought. You were drunk, Bella. You were actually way past drunk and I feel slightly guilty about that. I should have paid more attention to you, to make sure you didn't drink too much. Why would you feel guilty about that? I interrupted her to ask. It's not your job to make sure I don't do something stupid. Bella, I'm your wife. Even though her tone sounded like she had tried to make me sound stupid for not thinking of that, her smile ruined the whole look. Plus, I didn't want to dwell too much on that fact. As such, we should look out for each other. I could argue with her, but since she was my best friend, there was no way I wouldn't look out for her. But I wouldn't not look out for Alice, or Emmett or any of friends. So, it was the same thing. It's fine, Rose, I said, quick to reassure her, to not let her keep feeling so guilty about something she needn't be. I consider it a learning lesson. Better to learn about my drinking limits now, with friends, than at some frat party. I said with a reassuring smile. Better to learn your limits in Las Vegas, amongst thousands of strangers. I see what you're doing, Bella, but you don't need to. It's fine, she said, turning the tables and reassuring me. But anyways, when you were down to your underwear, you couldn't keep your hands to yourself. And, I'm afraid since I wasn't entirely sober and I was so happy for finally getting married, that I didn't fight you off. I gave her a questioning look, silently asking her to explain further. At that point in the story, I still had underwear on, but when I had woken up, I didn't. There was still something missing. Use your imagination, Bella, she said with a huff of annoyance. You got me naked, I took off the rest of your clothes, I pushed you onto the bed, you admitted you were a virgin. She suddenly stopped talking and looked me dead in the eyes. My mouth was gaping at what she had said, and my face was the brightest red it had ever been in embarrassment from what I had done. I mean, really, Bella, how would I not know you were a virgin? Of course you're a virgin. You're such a prude that you give Edward a run for his money. Not that I see anything wrong with that, of course, I love that I have a blushing bride. Rose, I yelled, to get her to stop. With another teasing smirk on her face, I knew that she had said most, if not all, of that last part as a way to tease me. It was like she was addicted to seeing me blush, since she always seemed to find a way to do it. Please, just finish the story, I pleaded. Fine, take all my fun, Rosalie said as she started to finish packing. We were naked and I, unfortunately, finally came to my senses. There's no way I'm going to allow our first time together to be when we're, or one of us, is drunk. You think there's going to be a first time? I asked right away, without thinking how it may hurt her. I didn't want to do that, but the hurt I saw very quickly passing through her eyes showed that I did, and I instantly felt bad about that. Although, I didn't feel as bad when I saw determination just as quickly replace the guilt. Instead of feeling mostly guilty, I felt mostly nervous about what Rosalie was planning. Of course there is Bella. There's no way we're going to stay married for the rest of our lives and not have sex. I won't allow, and I'm sure after I show how amazing we are together, you won't allow it either. I opened my mouth to complain, but Rose held up her hand to stop me. She was done packing, so I had her full attention and I wasn't sure if I liked it or not. Now, let me finish telling you what happened. We were both naked, and when I calmed us down, at least a little, your exhaustion finally set in. So, you ran to the bathroom, got rid of all the excess liquor in your system. With that done, you let me lead you back to bed, and where we both promptly fell asleep. You stayed with me when I was sick? I asked, ignoring the fact that she just confirmed that we had fallen asleep naked. I had already guessed as much and didn't want to dwell on it any longer than necessary. Of course, Bella, Rosalie said in a much softer and caring voice. Hearing that tone left no doubt in my mind that she cared. The tone was filled with so much love that I was left confused as to how 3 words could reveal so much. Why wouldn't I? Wouldn't you help me? Of course I would, I answered right away. I opened my mouth to question her some more about what happened. I wanted to know what happened from her point of view. I wanted to know what her thoughts were the entire time everything happened last night. Or at least, her thoughts about when Edward had tried to get me to marry him instead. But, instead of getting to ask something, her phone went off with an alarm. It's time to go downstairs and wait for the shuttle, which should be here soon, she said as she looked at her phone to turn off the alarm. I also have a text from Alice that says Emmett has your bags, including your carry-on that you apparently left in Edward's room. I couldn't believe I forgot that because it had my laptop in it. In my defense though, there were much more important things on my mind. Wait, why didn't she text me? I asked as I pulled my phone out of my pocket. It was on vibrate, so I should have felt it go off. But, after checking it, I confirmed that I really didn't have a single text. She knew that you were with me, she said, and I more than easily caught the double meaning in her words. I didn't need to see her smirk to get what she really meant by her words. And you are known to sometimes ignore texts and not respond. So, come on. Let's go. Wait. She shouldered her purse and then her carry-on, while I automatically grabbed her second wheeled suitcase and started towards the door with her following me with the other wheeled suitcase. It was practically second nature to help her without her asking. Though, she was Rosalie Lillian, she doesn't ask for help, she gets things done. Or, in reality, demands that I bring this downstairs for her without once using the words, help, or sounding like she was asking a question. It didn't take long, unlike most everyone else, to realize that even though Rosalie tended to never ask for things, she really had her own way of helping. It was all in her body language. And I knew her body language well. Wait, did you fight with Edward earlier when you left while I got dressed? I asked just before I opened the door. It was a very important question. If she did fight with Edward, chances are when the two saw each other next, they would become very pissed at each other, and I wanted a fair warning of what the rest of our trip would be like. It was bad enough that he was already mad for marrying me, but if they had fought, I was sure his anger would be even worse. Of course not. Rosalie, with an indignant look and a roll of her eyes, huffed in annoyance at my question. I just went downstairs to pace around the lobby for a little bit. I nearly sighed in relief that she hadn't argued with him, but the sigh of relief never happened because of what she said next. I'm waiting until we get to my parents' house so that when he throws a hissy fit, it will be in near privacy and not in front of strangers. It will also ensure that I'll have my beautiful wife to return home to help calm me down. The grin she gave me was absolutely lecherous, and it was a grin I had never seen on her before. I wasn't at all sure if I liked it or not, but it definitely left me more than nervous. Oh, well, good I guess, I awkwardly said before I quickly opened the door to get away from Rosalie and that grin. Naturally, she followed me, and I nearly wished she hadn't, because from her husky chuckling, I knew that she found my reaction amusing, and that just embarrassed me. It was going to be a long ride to the Cullens' house, and then an even longer ride home once Rosalie and Edward were done yelling at each other. I wished I had known what was going to happen so that I hadn't have carpooled with Rosalie. The trip home was definitely a trip that I never wanted to repeat again. We had waited for the shuttle to take us to the airport in nearly complete silence. Rosalie and Edward kept glaring at each other. They had both moved to stand next to me. I usually always found myself in the middle between them, but I opted to stand in between Alice and Emmett. Jasper stood on the other side of Alice and Edward, and Rosalie had been stuck standing next to each other while we waited. The entire time we waited for the shuttle, they continued to glare at each other, and I could have sworn that if one of them moved or breathed the wrong way, they would have lashed out at each other. Emmett had tried to get a conversation going with everyone, although he wasn't brave enough to talk directly to either Edward or Rosalie, but it was only Alice that really responded to him. I was still suffering with my killer hangover, and Jasper was just the silent type. So when the shuttle got there, I was happy that we were finally starting our trip home. The shuttle trip wasn't much better. The back of the shuttle had a bench seat, and since there wasn't anyone else on the shuttle except for our group, I had decided that I would sit on the bench and lie down. I was hoping that lying down would help with my hangover and make my head stop pounding. I had moved quickly to be the first on the shuttle, instead of Alice or Rosalie. The boys had opted to be gentlemanly and said that they would load our luggage underneath the shuttle for us. I walked straight to the back and sat down. I was busy putting my back in a good spot in the corner so I could use it as an effective pillow when Rosalie sat down next to me. Normally, that wouldn't be a problem. There had been plenty of school field trips where she and I would have our seat. It wouldn't be uncommon that on a long trip we would end up cuddled next to each other. At the time, I wouldn't think anything about it, because if it had been Alice I was on the trip with, I would end up cuddle with her as well, because that was how Alice was. But, with Rosalie, and now that we were married, I didn't want to be cuddled up next to her. At the same time though, I didn't want to be rude to her because, well, even with all that had happened, we were still friends. Without seeming like a jerk, at least to me I didn't, I got her to move to the opposite corner so that I could lie down. At first she seemed hurt that I was asking her to move, but when she realized that I really did want to lay down and that I had declined Edward's invitation to sit with him and use him as a pillow, she seemed to calm down. It's not that I was too worried about her being upset about me declining to cuddle up next to her, but she was my best friend and I didn't want to hurt her feelings if I could avoid it. Alice and Emmett had once again did most of the talking on the ride to the airport. At the airport we unloaded quickly to get to our gate. Alice had everything timed so that we wouldn't have much waiting to do. When she first told me that when we had first left Washington, I was okay with that. But since I had a headache and a hangover that made me want to crawl into my bed and sleep the rest of the day away, I didn't like that our trip was timed so preciously and with little waiting time. By the time we were seated on the plane, I was more than happy for the nap time. The seats were assigned seating and Alice had all us partnered up, Alice with Jasper, me with Edward and Rosalie with Emmett. Edward had apparently thought that since we were sitting with each other, it meant that it was a good time for us to talk about what happened the previous night and that morning when we had argued. I not so tactfully told him that I wasn't going to want to talk until my head stopped pounding at every sound I heard. I also vowed with him as my witness that I was never going to drink as much as I had the previous night. I then swore that I would find out how much I drank as soon as I could concentrate long enough to figure that out. Since I didn't remember the night, I would have to ask everyone what all they had seen me drink, but I would do that at a later date. At the moment I just wanted to sleep. I woke up to Edward gently shaking me and I couldn't but think that it was a good way to wake up. He was leaning down to give me a kiss and I was more than happy to accept it, until someone dropped something and the pounding in my head came back. So instead of kissing Edward, I asked for Rosalie because I knew she still had drugs in her purse that I could take to help with my headache. He seemed hurt that I had asked for her, but when he realized why, he seemed to be okay with it. At least, I think he did, but I was much too annoyed with my head to put too much thought into it. Thankfully for me, Rosalie was quick to give me the drugs when we were off the plane. Once we had our luggage, we went the large Suburban that we had borrowed from Carlisle that we had left parked at the airport and started home. The most that I remember from the drive back to the Cullens was that Edward had opted to drive because apparently he needed to drive to help him think things over and I had sat in the back bench portion with Rosalie. Edward didn't seem happy about it, but I really didn't care because I just wanted to sleep. I woke up to Rosalie gently shaking me awake and I couldn't help but compare waking up to Rosalie shaking me awake to when Edward had shaken me awake, and I was embarrassed that I liked it when Rosalie woke me up more than when Edward had. Before I could put too much thought into it, everyone was moving about getting the car unloaded. "Come on ladies, let's get this all unpacked. Belle is not the only one that wants to nap," Emmett said as he started taking out things from the very back. "Come on, let's go say hi to my parents and then we can go," Rosalie said as she started to get out of the back. I followed behind her and stretched the moment I was out of the car. "Rose, can I have your keys so I can load your car?" I asked as she started towards the house instead of her luggage that Jasper had just placed on the ground. I had barely caught a glimpse of Edward going straight into the house when I had sat up. I was sure he was going to go complain about my drunken marriage with his sister to his parents. That was something that annoyed me about him. He was definitely a suck-up to his parents. He was the firstborn, not the oldest of the siblings, but the firstborn, and he seemed to think that that made him entitled. Carlisle and Esme, his parents, never treated him differently than any of their other kids, so I wasn't sure where Edward had gotten that entitlement from, but I was working with him to get rid of it. I still had a lot of work to do with him, but I was sure I had made some sort of progress since I had started dating him. "Sure," she distractedly said before tossing me her keys that she had already had in her hands. I bet she was going to load her luggage in her car, but when she saw Edward running to tattle on her to their parents, she opted to follow him instead. "This isn't going to end well for me, is it?" I asked to no one in particular as 3 of the Cullen children continued to unload the SUV and me and Emmett loaded mine and Rosalie's things into Rosalie's car. "I think everything will work out in the end," Alice said as she grabbed her luggage and started towards the house. "Do you know that, or are you just trying to be a good friend?" I asked, knowing that she may know how this thing will play out. There was never telling with Alice. She liked to keep secrets and then flaunt that she knew something and we didn't. "I don't have to try to be a good friend, I am a good friend," Alice said with a smirk. "Your best friend, as a matter of fact. Now, come on, say hi to Mom and Dad." She giggled as she finished walking into the house, and while the door was opened, I was sure I heard Edward yelling. I wasn't sure if I wanted to go in there or not. "Does that mean you're going to stay married to Rosie?" Emmett asked as me and Emmett stared confusedly at where we last saw Alice before she disappeared. I think it means that Alice is my best friend, I said with a huff, not wanting to think about the marriage. Ah, come on Belsie. You and Rosie make a hot couple, Emmett said as he gathered both his and Edward's, since he hadn't bothered to take it in with him before he went to tattle on his sister, luggage and started towards the house. Come on Emmett, before you say something that really pisses Bella off and gets Rosalie mad at you. Remember the last time she was mad at you? Jasper said as he grabbed his luggage and nudged Emmett to walk faster. The last time Rosalie was mad at Emmett, somehow his precious Jeep had all 4 tires slashed and there was some mechanical thing wrong with it that caused it not to work. It didn't take Emmett long to figure out that Rosalie had messed with his Jeep, but it took nearly a month for him to get Rosalie to forgive him and then to fix the Jeep. She never admitted she did anything though. She didn't want to get in trouble with her parents because she was still in high school and lived with them. She just fixed his Jeep and silently warned him not to really piss her off again. Emmett never again used window chalk on Rosalie's cars to draw obnoxious things on the windows. Rosalie had been the only one to see the pictures, aside from Emmett, but she never told anyone what he drew, not even me. But it had to have been bad to piss Rosalie off as much as she was. Listen to him Emmett, I cautioned when I saw he was about to say something. I'm pretty sure that I don't have nearly enough patience to deal with any of your jokes until after I've been Vegas detoxed. All right Belsie, I'll leave you alone for now, he said as he walked into the house with Jasper behind him. The blonde glanced at me and with a nod of his head, silently told me to follow them inside. I couldn't hear any more yelling but I wasn't surprised. Carlisle and Esme never put up with one of their children yelling indoors, especially if it was in anger and at someone. I finished packing Rosalie's car and quickly followed the boys into the house. I didn't hear anyone talking, but I was sure at least 4 people were in the living room. The other children probably went straight to their room. At least Alice and Jasper probably went straight to their room and Emmett probably tried to watch Edward throw a hissy fit because he always thought it was amusing and then Carlisle and Esme sent him to his room. As expected when I walked into the living room, the 4 people I thought would be there were there. Edward was angrily pacing in a short line on the opposite side of the room of me, by the only other entrance into the room. Rosalie was leaning on a wall next to the entrance I had used, like she was just waiting to leave and expected to do so any second. Both Carlisle and Esme were standing near the couch. I couldn't decide if they were about to sit down or if they had just sat up. Rose, are we going to go soon because I really just want to crawl into bed and sleep, I said as I clutched my head to show the pain I was in. Enjoyed your birthday a bit too much dear? Esme asked with a chuckle as she started to walk towards to give me a hug. I happily walked towards her to give her a hug and then hugged Carlisle in greeting as well. Definitely way too much, I said with a nervous chuckle. You'll need to drink a lot of water, Carlisle said. That's where your headache is mostly coming from, your dehydration. Fix that and it should cure your headache. Thank you Carlisle. As soon as I get home I'll drink a ton of water, I said with a grateful smile. Rosalie had told me the same thing earlier and now that Carlisle was telling me, I could practically feel her smug smile smacking me in the back of my head. Come on Bella, we can go home now, Rosalie said. No, Edward yelled. This is wrong. This has to be illegal and it needs to be annulled, Edward demanded and I swear there was a bit of a whine to his voice. Edward, Esme said in a tone that every child knew. It was the tone that kept every child in line. It was the tone of a mother that was upset and it was a good warning to the child that they better treat carefully or they were about to be in a lot of trouble. It was nearly as good as the look that mothers could give. I had never been on the receiving end of Esme's tone and look, but I had seen Emmett lots of times and even Edward on occasion and I knew that I never wanted to be on the receiving end. Watch your volume and your tone. Edward looked chastised but he didn't seem like he didn't want to calm down. Son, we've told you, Carlisle said in a stern voice that didn't fully hide his annoyance. They are adults. Nothing illegal was done and there is nothing we can do about it. It's their choice. But Bella doesn't want this, Edward argued in a desperate tone, but careful not to raise his voice. Rosalie is making her. As I've said several times, I'm not making her do anything, Rosalie said. You took advantage of her while she was drunk Rosalie, Edward sighed. It was a hit below the belt. I had been friends with Rosalie for a while when the night she was nearly raped, gang raped actually, and had come running to my house instead of her parents. She had sought my comfort instead of her family's, and I had always felt honored that she felt close enough to me to seek me out instead of family. We were both still in high school, and I had initially thought she should have gone to her family, but something made me very happy that she had come to me so I could comfort her. It also helped that my dad was the police chief of our small town. Because he was personally affected by the case, he was a bit harsher about everything with the case. My dad ended up finding a lot of dirt of those guys and they were put away for life. Since then though, Rosalie had been very into treating females right. When she saw a male treating a female wrong, she took it personally and made sure the bully got in a lot of trouble. It also helped that Emmett and Jasper had no problem intimidating those guys to act better, and Emmett had even gotten into a few fights with the guys that didn't take well to their intimidation. So, for Edward to say that Rosalie took advantage of me, it was definitely a hit below the belt, and I was sure Carlisle and Esme would be giving some serious scolding. Edward, Carlisle yelled at the same time Esme said his name in a scolding voice. That's too far, Edward, I angrily said. I may not have liked that I was married, but I would never say Rosalie took advantage of me. She was nearly as drunk as I was at the time, Edward. We both drunk and both consenting adults. True, I may want to take it back now and she doesn't, but that isn't any of your business. It's between me and Rosalie to settle and resolve. I kind of wanted to stay married to Rosalie just to spite him after what he said. But that wouldn't be fair to Rosalie. I didn't want to be in a false relationship with her. Let's go, Bella, Rosalie angrily said before turning around to angrily leave the room. I quickly said goodbye to both Carlisle and Esme and then gave what I thought to be a deadly glare at Edward. It was something I had learned from Rosalie, so I was sure it was at least a little effective, before I turned to catch up to Rosalie. Neither of us said anything as Rosalie drove us home. I wanted to say something to comfort her after what Edward had insinuated, but I knew from experience that there was nothing I could do to comfort Rosalie until she came to me for comfort. If she came to me for comfort. So instead, I focused on staying awake. I would just have to stay awake long enough to get home, get a glass of water, and then I could sleep for as long as I wanted. When we got home, I went straight to my room to get changed into my pajamas. Once I was in my pajamas, I was just about to make my way to the door when Rosalie knocked on it. I have water for you, she said through the door, just loud enough for me to hear her. Thank you, Rose, I said after I opened the door and was reaching for the glass of water. Of course, Bella, that was something Rosalie had always done for me as well. She was good at taking care of me. When I was sick, having a bad day or whatever, she was always there to make me feel better. Of course, whatever she did for me, I wholeheartedly did for her as well. If she was having a bad day, I would run a bath for her just like she would give me a massage to help me calm down. If she was sick, I set up all her favorite movies to play and got everything she liked to take for medicine when she was sick and made everything she liked to eat and drink, just like she did for me. We were best friends and we were always there for each other. It was a good relationship we had with each other. When you wake up, if your headache is gone and you're up to it, can we talk? Rosalie asked with a nervousness that really didn't fit her at all. I didn't like that she was acting so nervous. I didn't like that I had made her that way. I was planning on talking with Edward, I said a bit sympathetically. I knew what she wanted to talk about, but I was dating Edward and he was hurting with all this. I had to talk to him. Please, Bella, Rosalie said, though she was careful to not let her voice sound like she was begging. Rosalie Hale never begs. I think what we have going on between us is far more important than that. We need to get this settled. The way she was talking, compared to how she was talking when I had first woken up married to her, was very different. She wasn't as in my face about it, and I was more than sure that she was making sure that she was being careful about what she said and how she acted. She was doing everything she could to keep me calm and was probably working towards getting her way, which was she wanted to talk to me. I understood that what had happened between us was big and I really needed to deal with it quickly. I also needed to talk with Edward, but the talk would go so much better if I had some sort of resolution for him, for us. At the moment, all I could tell Edward was that I was married to Rosalie, and at the moment there was nothing I could do about it. If I talked with Rosalie, we could come up with something better than we're married and she doesn't want to annul it, whereas I do. We could have a resolution. A talk with Edward would go so much better if I had a resolution to work towards. Thinking that though, I couldn't help but also think that I had to go through so much prep work to have a talk with Edward. It nearly seemed like I was preparing myself for a battle instead of just talking to my boyfriend. With Rosalie though, I wasn't worried about talking with her. I was worried that I was upsetting her. Shouldn't I feel that way with Edward? My emotions were probably conflicted because of what Edward had just done to Rosalie and the fact that Rosalie and I had been best friends a lot longer than Edward and I had been dating. All right, I agreed after a moment or two of silence. If I'm up to, I quickly added just in case I talked myself out of it before I had the chance to talk to her. Thank you, Bella, Rosalie said, and the relief in her voice was very apparent. I'm sure that we'll be able to come up with an agreeable arrangement. The way she said that made me think that she had a plan that I was unknowingly following right along with. Rosalie Hale was a woman that always got what she wanted. She was manipulative and she could come up with devious schemes that could put Emmett's schemes to shame. But whenever Rosalie included me in her schemes or when those schemes were directed towards me, it was never something I didn't like. She was always very conscious of when she included me and she had always made sure that it was never something I didn't like. Whatever she schemed or wanted that I was involved with, I always liked in the end. Even though sometimes her manipulative ways and devious scheming annoyed me, I always ended up loving the end result. With this though, I wasn't so sure. I knew what Rosalie wanted, at least I thought I did, and I didn't want it. I didn't want to completely lose Rosalie in my life. I didn't want to sound greedy, rude, or like I wanted to take advantage, but Rosalie was giving me a lot that I didn't want to lose. She was allowing me to live in her spare room in her apartment, rent-free. I did help with bills and chores, but it was a lot easier on my wallet without having to pay rent. I was a full-time college student and so far I was fortunate enough to be able to get by with grants, scholarships and some loans to not have to work. If I lost Rosalie, I would have to move out and get a job to continue to pay for everything, and I was afraid that that might hurt my perfect GPA. Most importantly actually, I didn't want to lose Rose. We've been best friends since I had moved to Forks when I was younger. Both she and Alice had helped me get adjusted to living with my dad, Charlie, when my mom had run into financial problems and couldn't keep me for the full school year. In time, I had grown closer to Rosalie, even though she was a year older than me. Rosalie was there when my mom had suddenly died in a car accident. She had even gone with me to Phoenix for the funeral. She helped me with my feelings with Jake, although, thinking about it now, she may have been a little more than happy to help me realize that I really didn't like Jake romantically. I knew that Rosalie didn't sway my feelings away from him because she had said from the beginning of that situation that she wasn't going to tell me how to feel. So, she was someone that I emotionally depended on. It would hurt more to lose her that way than it would to lose her free room that she was letting me live in. Together we had been through so much that it would hurt too much to think about to lose her. I was sure the feeling was mutual, especially since she appeared to have more feelings for me. Sure, Rose, I said a bit more awkwardly than what I used to with Rosalie. So I'll see you later. I closed the door and I swore I saw a brief flash of hurt in her eyes as I closed the door, but I didn't want to dwell on that too much. If I dwelled on the flash of hurt, if it really was hurt that I saw, which I wished it wasn't, I would start to feel guilty that I hurt her. She was my best friend and I didn't want to do something to hurt my best friend. At the same time though, I knew what she wanted and I didn't want to sacrifice my happiness for her happiness. I had no problem bending over backwards for my friends, but I wasn't willing to stay married to her just so she could be happy. I couldn't do that. With the door closed, the shades on my window closed and the lights off, I literally collapsed into bed with a groan of happiness. The hotel was nice, the Cullens wouldn't settle for anything less than 4 stars, but nothing beat my own bed. It took longer than I would have appreciated to fall asleep. I was very nervous for the conversation to take place when I woke up. I knew I was going to talk with Rosalie before I would talk with Edward. I was looking forward to the talk with Rosalie and I was dreading the talk with Edward. I knew Rosalie wouldn't force me to do anything and she would have valid arguments for what she wanted to have happen. We would actually talk and get something done. Whereas with Edward, he would do most of the talking. He would make a lot of unfounded assumptions that would paint me in a bad light and him in a good light. He would get angry, make himself seem like a victim and me like the assailant. He would then probably ignore me for a little bit in a childish act of brooding. It would probably take a while for me to get through the full conversation with him. Rosalie would make me feel like we were working together while we talked. Edward would make me feel like I was fighting a losing battle so that I could just give him information. Was it bad that I just really didn't want to talk to him because I knew he was impossible to talk to? It only took me forever to fall asleep because I was dreading to talk with boyfriend. If I wasn't going through what I was with my best friend, I would have wanted to talk to her about why I always dreaded talking about something serious with my boyfriend. My life was getting much too complicated in such a little amount of time, and I really needed my best friend to stay my friend so she could help me through it. I was thankful that I hadn't slept for as long as I had originally wanted to. Prior to going to sleep, I would have been okay if I had slept the rest of the day, all night and well into the next morning. I think that was just the hangover talking though. When I had woken up about an hour after going to sleep, I felt a lot better and so much more refreshed. My head didn't hurt anymore, I didn't feel like I wanted to crawl into a cave for the rest of my life, and I was thankful that the thought of drinking any alcohol didn't make me cry. Waking up, I finally felt hungry, and I wasn't concerned that the moment I ate it, it would come back up. After waking up, I changed into something that wasn't my pajamas. I didn't want to wear anything that said I was going to leave my apartment, because I definitely didn't plan on it at the moment, but I wanted to be comfortable while not in pajamas. I was definitely more than comfortable in a nice pair of sweats and tank top. Leaving my room, I went straight to the kitchen to try to find something to eat. On my way to the kitchen, I saw Rosalie sitting in the living room sipping something from a cup while reading a magazine and listening to some calming music that could probably put me back to sleep. Rosalie always claimed that the music helped her relax, but I was certain that it could put everyone to sleep. I doubted Rosalie actually listened to it and only had it on for background noise and kept her full focus on her magazines that she was always reading. In the kitchen, it hadn't taken me long to realize I was feeling much lazy to eat something that involved a lot of effort. There was still enough time before dinner, if it was a late dinner, to have a bowl of cereal and not feel guilty when I ate a late dinner. I opted to sit at the dining table and eat there instead of moving to where Rosalie was so that we could start talking. I knew we needed to talk, but I wanted to at least eat before I did. Unfortunately, Rosalie didn't seem to think the same thing, because as I started to eat, she walked in with her glass of what I later find out was my applied juice that she always claimed to not like but always drank it whenever I bought it, and she sat down across from me at the table. It only took a few more bites of my cereal before Rosalie couldn't stand the silence anymore. "We are going to talk, right?" she asked, sounding uncharacteristically nervous. She really needed to stop sounding like that. I felt bad that I'm the one that made her sound that way, but at the same time, it was also her fault. "Yeah," I answered before taking another bite of my cereal. I hated to admit it, but I didn't want to make this easy for Rosalie. Now that I could think clearly and wasn't worried about finding the next spot to collapse into sleep, I was able to have a bit more focus on my anger at what Rosalie had done. I knew she was also drunk when it happened, so I wasn't mad that she had talked me into getting married. I was mad that after she was sober, she didn't want to get it annulled. I was hoping that since we had talked in our hotel room she had come to her senses, but a part of me knew that there was no way Rosalie wasn't that stubborn. Rosalie huffed in what I assumed was annoyance. She had this thing about us needing to talk when we were upset with each other. She was all about talking, when I was mad at her. When she was mad at me, she could be similar to me and would give the whole silent treatment. At least when I was mad at her, I just resorted to short answers or even went someplace that she wasn't to avoid talking with her. Rosalie though, I swear she would purposefully be where I was and I could feel the silent glare she was sending at me. Even when she wasn't looking at me, I knew she was at least mentally glaring at me. Thankfully, neither of us got mad at each other that often, and when we did, our anger didn't last long with each other. "I know that you want to get our marriage annulled," Rosalie started, not bothering to tiptoe around the problem. When she was determined and when she wanted something, she went at it 100%. I wasn't thankful that she wasn't going to delay the inevitable any more than necessary. I wasn't thankful that she was starting this while I was eating. "And you know that I don't want to. So, I've come up with a deal that I'm sure will work for both of us." There's not much of a deal that could work if I don't want to be married and you do. I automatically remarked, much to her ire. I didn't want to be rude, or even be difficult. She was my best friend after all. But my anger was still at the forefront of my mind, and I didn't think there was much Rosalie could offer that would make us both happy. Not when we wanted the opposite things. Just hear me out, Bella. Rosalie pleaded as she gripped her cup with both her hands. I stared at the cup, thinking that I had forgotten to get myself something to drink. She was drinking my juice, something she claimed she didn't like, and thought how good my chances would be to steal a drink from her. As if reading my mind, she silently slid her cup to me to sip from as she started to talk again. I have a proposition for you that I think will work for both of us. It can give us what we both want. How? I asked, as I slid her glass back to her. I was very skeptical and I didn't bother hiding the skepticism from my voice. The roll of her eyes meant that she caught the skepticism in my voice and that she didn't appreciate it. I will fully agree to the annulment. Rosalie started off, catching my attention right away. There was no way she would agree to it without an ulterior plan. Rosalie Hale is not the kind of woman that changes her mind easily or quickly. I will even help with any and all costs that it requires. I won't fight anything, but, I said with narrowed eyes, not willing to allow myself to become happy at how easy she's working with me until I hear everything she has to say. She did say this was a deal she wanted to work out with me. I was anxious to hear the part of the deal that would benefit her. But, I have a request before we start with the annulment process. I was very thankful that I had just finished my last bite of food so that I wouldn't choke from hearing what I was sure was information I wouldn't like. Time. I just want time. Time for what? I asked with a confused look. Time to find a lawyer to put an annulment and all the involved paperwork through. I was sure I could get on Google and find someone within an hour. If not less than an hour. I know you want to get the marriage annulled because you don't want to be married. But, where is the harm in letting us stay married for just a little bit? I opened my mouth to list a slew of things that was wrong with staying married, but she held up her hand in request for me to keep quiet and let her talk. I'm just saying, why not see what it would feel like for us to be married? If you think about it, Bella, we practically already act like it. I took the moment she gave to think about it. What happened not 5 minutes ago with the juice was just one example. Rosalie and I are best friends. There are a lot of best friends that are very close. Especially female best friends. It's not unheard of. I didn't think it was strange or really coupleish that Rosalie and I shared clothes. We were nearly the same size for everything, so of course we would share clothes. Sisters do the same thing, right? I know that Rosalie pays rent for me, she offered though, I didn't ask. In return though, I cook most of our meals, and I also shop for food for those meals. I also do a lot of the cleaning. In return though, Rosalie works on my truck when it needs its oil change or it decides not to turn on again. But she really likes to work on vehicles, so that's not really paying back for the cleaning. We both do a lot of things for each other, but we do it because it's what works for us. I wouldn't think that we were a couple based off of what we were doing. It was just us. Well, lots of people who aren't couples do what we do. I said as I continued to think about the things we've done in the past. That's true, Rosalie conceded, but, what I'm asking is that you allow me to treat you like my wife. I want to be able to cuddle with you while we watch TV in the evenings. I want to go out on dates with you and hold your hand whenever we walk together. I want to show you what it would be like to be my wife, and after some time, if you truly can't stand it or you just want to divorce because you never were a fan of marriage, I'll agree to it and I'll help the process go through as swiftly as possible. I just want to show you what you can have, of what I have to offer to you if you stayed with me as my wife. Rose, I said with a sympathetic look. She looked so hopeful and I was sad about what I was about to say. I really didn't want to hurt her. You know I don't want to be married. And if I were to be married, it would have been to Edward. I saw a flash of anger go through her eyes and I knew that I had just opened up another can of annoyance. She really didn't like Edward. Whether that was because I was dating him or for something else, I really wasn't sure. Bella, you only started going out with him because he kept asking you for nearly 6 months your senior of high school. Since you guys have started going out, you've only spent a handful of nights alone on a real date. In the 3 years you guys have been dating, I have spent more alone time with you than you have with your boyfriend. Doesn't that tell you something? She asked with her signature raised eyebrow. I knew what she was saying was right, but I had never really thought about it before. It had never really crossed my mind before. I knew I had asked Edward to go out several times after we had started dating, but he was too busy trying to write a song. So I would always just go over to his house where I usually either ended up with Alice or Emmett, or more often than not, I would end up with Rosalie. Later in our relationship though, I stopped asking to go out with Edward and just hung out with him whenever we did group things together, which was often. Rosalie though, we had never gone a month without going out someplace together with just the two of us. I never had a problem with it because it was just friends hanging out, something I had done with Alice a few times as well. But I never did that with Alice as often as I had with Rosalie. Well, it works for us, I defended as I sat back in my chair and crossed my arms over my chest in a defensive manner. I can see it works, Bella, Rosalie said in a calming voice, obviously trying not to get me mad. But a relationship shouldn't just work. You should want to always be with him. You both should challenge each other, to make each better. You should want to be better for him. You shouldn't be so complacent. Okay Rose, I get it, I said, cutting her off before she could list off anything else. I hated to say it, yet again, but Rosalie was right. Again, I wasn't about to tell her that, but it still annoyed me that she was. Edward and I were comfortable with each other. But that was it, we never really strived to get closer to each other. We barely snuggle or hold hands, much less kiss or anything else. I had tried to move things along, but he had always negated my moves. So eventually, I just gave up. The more Rosalie and I talked about it, the more it seemed that Edward and I were friends and that the real relationship I was in, was with Rosalie the whole time. I'm not saying that we need to start sleeping in the same bed right away. Just from the way she said that made me think that she fully intended for us to eventually sleep in the same bed eventually. I wasn't sure if I should be concerned that I wasn't really put off by the thought of that. All I'm saying is that I want you to give me a chance to treat you like you are my wife. I know that you know I would never do anything to make you feel uncomfortable. So, I'm just asking for a chance. She wasn't just asking for a chance. Not at all. She was really asking for me to trust her. She was asking if I trusted her enough to give her a chance. I didn't want to decide now. Something like this should be given a lot of thought. But I had known Rosalie for so long that I couldn't hesitate in trusting her. I also knew that what she was saying about me and Edward was true. I didn't want it to be true. I was so sure that I loved him. But after thinking about little time I spent with just him and how little effort we both put into spending time with just each other, I couldn't help but think if the two of us should really be together. I wasn't entirely ready to end things with him just yet though. I wanted to talk with him before I made any rash decisions about our relationship. But that would mean I couldn't give Rosalie an answer just yet. I have to talk with Edward, I said with a little hesitancy. I wasn't sure why I was nervous to give her my answer. It was like I didn't want to disappoint her, but it was only fair that I spoke with Edward first. I can respect that, Rosalie said right away, and the small smile she had told me that she expected I would say that. You were going to see him today, right? Yeah, I was going to try to. I answered with slightly narrowed eyes. It never failed that I always followed her plans, even when I thought I could throw her off. She knew what I would do. She knew me so well that she could always predict what I would do. I wasn't sure if I liked that or not. At the moment though, I knew I didn't. Why don't you go over to my parents' house now and talk with Edward? After you talk with him, you can come home and we can talk again. She suggested. You're not going to demand me give you answer tonight? I asked, surprised that she hadn't done that. I hadn't really wanted to think she would, but I did. I really thought that was where she was going when she asked if I was going to see Edward again today. I really want to, Bella. You have no idea how much I want to, Rosalie readily admitted. But that wouldn't be fair to you. If I know my brother as well as I think I do, and based off of how he acted earlier, I think he's going to say something stupid. I hope he doesn't say anything to hurt you, but if he does, I want to be here to comfort you instead of being here to force you to make a choice about something that could wait a day or two while you deal with Edward. Is it bad that she made me internally coo at that? I knew that she was trying to lean me away from Edward and make me want to marry her, or stay married to her. Either way, she was doing a really good job. I loved that she wasn't really pushing this on me. Well, she was, but she knew when to back off. She knew that I had bigger problems to deal with and that I couldn't just focus on the fact that the two of us were married. If I wasn't in a relationship with Edward, I was sure that her tactics of making me change my mind would be different. I didn't know how aggressive she would be, but I couldn't be more thankful for Edward at the moment. He was giving me a chance to build up my defenses for when Rosalie said and did things like she just did. Unfortunately, she was right when she predicted Edward would probably say or do something to piss me off. I didn't like that she was right, but my boyfriend wasn't the most mature person around. I really didn't know what to expect when I talked with him later. "Thank you," I said with a genuine smile. "So, I'm going to go call him and see if he's free to talk," I said as I left the table, happy to be able to get out of the conversation. "All right, Bella, let me know if you'll be here for dinner. I was going to eat late, so if you'll be here, let me know and I'll make enough of whatever I make for both of us," Rosalie offered as I left the kitchen. "Okay," I shouted back to her as I made my way to my room so that I could call Edward. I ended up not calling Edward, but had actually texted with him. So, half an hour later, I was knocking on the front door of the Cullens' house for someone to let me in. I was a bit shocked when it was Jasper that let me in and not Esme. "I'm guessing you're here for Edward?" Jasper asked as he waved me into the house with a warm smile. "Yup, where's Esme? Normally it's she who lets me in. And she usually scolds me for knocking instead of just walking in." Their door was always unlocked as long as someone was awake inside the house. I had been close friends with the Cullens for so long that they just expected me to walk in their house, but I always felt too rude to do so I always knocked and Esme always let me in. "She and Carlisle went out for dinner with just the two of them," Jasper answered. I nearly hung my head in shame at hearing that bit of information. Even Carlisle and Esme, who had been married for decades, had date nights. I knew they had date nights. I was over at their house so often that I knew they did their best to have a date night at least once a month and they rarely missed it. How could they? People who have been married so long that there was nothing they didn't know about each other and they each had full-time careers, find time for date nights, yet Edward and I couldn't. That didn't make sense. "Is Edward in his room or in the music room?" I asked as I started towards the general direction of both places, ignoring Emmett's and Alice's shouts from the living room. They were probably playing some video game and Emmett was more than likely losing to Alice and not liking it. As much as I loved to watch him lose, mostly because he always destroyed me when I played him, I didn't even veer from my path to tell them hi because I just wanted to get mine and Edward's conversation over with as soon as possible. "He's in his room," Jasper answered as he veered towards the living room and I went to the stairs. "Thank you, Jasper," I said before he was out of view. He nodded in response and I continued on towards Edward's room. Within a few minutes, I was knocking on Edward's door. It was open and I knew he would be okay with just letting me in, but he was brooding on his computer, going over different music sheets that I couldn't begin to guess what kind of music was on it, and I didn't want to intrude. He was expecting this conversation, but he didn't seem to be looking forward to it. Then again, neither was I. "Hey Edward," I said as I leaned against his door frame. "Hi Bella," Edward greeted in a monotone voice that showed he wasn't in a good mood. He pushed a few buttons on his computer before turning it off and turning his chair around to face me. "Are you here to tell me that you and Rosalie know the date of when this silly marriage will finally be annulled and over with?" I couldn't help but bristle at his question. I barely get a greeting and then the first thing he does is demand if the marriage was annulled. I get that he wants it over. Heck, I want it over. But couldn't he ask if my hangover was gone yet? Couldn't he ask how I felt about the whole thing? He hadn't once asked how I felt about the whole, and I was incredibly annoyed by that. It was like he thought that I was okay with getting married and that I didn't want to get it annulled. "No Edward," I said in a huff as I walked into the room to sit on his futon. "But I do want to talk to you about that." I wanted him to understand a few things because his point of view on it seemed a bit skewed. "Why do you need to talk to me about it?" he angrily asked. "I'm not that one that forced you to get married." I had to take a couple deep breaths before I responded to him. I had already gotten the story of what happened. If Edward didn't remember everything himself, which something told me he did. He had plenty of time to get the full story from someone. But I didn't want to assume. I wanted to give him the benefit of the doubt. Again, in case you don't remember Edward, I said, not sounding as calm as I had wanted to. If I got angry too quickly in the conversation, we wouldn't get anywhere. I didn't want that. You were actually the first one to try and marry me. Then since we were all drunk, Rosalie decided to act on her feelings and wanted me to marry her instead of you. She apparently has a better way with words than you do because she was able to convince me to marry her instead of you. But she did not force me to do anything. If anything, if you hadn't had the stupid idea of us getting married, none of this would have happened. I wanted to yell at him. I so badly wanted to tell everything at him so that he could understand what I was saying. I could tell from the look on his face that he didn't what I was saying. This conversation was going to go nowhere. I was getting frustrated the more I talked to him, and Edward had started off frustrated. This was not going to end well. You still let her persuade you, Bella. Edward sighed, and before he could continue talking, I had to interrupt him. I was drunk, Edward, I yelled, momentarily forgetting how well voices carry in this house. The door was still open, so if we were too loud, the others downstairs would hear us, and I didn't want that. You were the one that started it all. If anything, it's your fault that I married Rosalie. I hadn't even agreed to marry her until after Emmett had to take you back to the room because you getting too unruly. I was only getting unruly because Rosalie shouldn't have even suggested marrying you. Edward sighed. No, Edward, I said, fighting the urge to stand and start pacing. If I did that, things would escalate even more, and I really didn't want that to happen. You shouldn't have suggested I get married to you. You know I don't want to get married. We've talked about it a lot. You knew better. But Bella, the condescending tone he used made me tense. I hated when he talked to me like that, like he knew what was best for and I didn't. Like I was a little kid that he was taking care of. Woman wants to get married. I understand that perhaps you didn't want to get married so soon after high school, but we've been going out for a few years. That's a long time, Bella. And some couples never get married, some stay engaged or even never get engaged. I argued, once again fighting the urge to start pacing. Pacing was just a step away from angrily leaving. I was trying my best not to do that. But it was really, really hard. I happen to be one of those people that don't want to get married. Then why did you marry Rosalie? Edward demanded. If you're one of those people, why did you do it? I was drunk, Edward, I said, no longer able to stay sitting and not pace. We were going around in circles. I had to pace before I started yelling or saying something I would regret. Pacing would hopefully keep my anger from escalating. At least I really hoped it would. It was basically either getting married to you or Rosalie, and I guess I chose Rosalie. You're not gay, Bella. Edward sighed. The way he said the word, gay, was like it was the most disgusting word he could have ever said. I didn't want to be offended at how he said it, but I was. I hated to admit it, but I was mostly offended because since discovering Rosalie's feelings for me, I could help but think of her as being gay. If she was gay and Edward was homophobic, which didn't make sense with how accepting his family was, I felt sorry for all the future grief Edward was sure to give Rosalie in the future. That's really not the point of this conversation, Edward, I said with a roll of my eyes. Then what is the point of the conversation, Bella? Edward demanded. Because I'm personally concerned that my girlfriend has suddenly turned gay. How do you think that would make me feel? Or even look? For the first time in my life, my mouth literally dropped open in shock. I couldn't believe he had just said that. In reality though, I really should have expected it. Edward was always a bit self-obsessed. It's just that he had never full out directed that at me. I mean that it's never really affected me this much. I couldn't help but feel hurt about how he was looking at this whole thing. It was like he was seeing this as a personal attack at him. He was only worried about how he looked. He didn't care how I felt or how I was dealing with all of this. What happened was just a drunken mistake in Vegas, a mistake that he had actually instigated. He was basically mad at me for something he had set up. That wasn't fair to me. What about how I feel, Edward? I'm the one that's unexpectedly married when I never wanted to be. I said. Then you shouldn't have done it. He retorted, once again talking to me like I was child. He wasn't even making sense. He keeps saying that he and I were going to get married, that I should have married him, yet I shouldn't have let myself get married if I didn't want to, but I should have still married him instead. That makes perfect sense. Haven't we already been through this, Edward? It's like you're not listening to me. You're not understanding anything I've said. I said as I started to pace again in an effort to calm down. I get what you're saying, Bella. You're not accepting responsibility for your actions. It's like you want to stay married to Rosalie. That was it. I couldn't take it anymore. I couldn't take Edward anymore. Listening to everything he was saying, I couldn't believe that I had loved him. I couldn't even believe that we had gotten along so well. How could I love someone that couldn't even spare a little thought for how I felt? I didn't want that. I couldn't live with that. Perhaps after this was all settled and Edward finally realized how little fault I had and how much fault he had about starting the whole thing, perhaps I could see myself with him. But at the moment, I couldn't do it anymore. I was done. Fine, Edward, you're right. I do want to stay married to Rosalie. In fact, she actually convinced me before I came over that we really are meant to be, and I decided that I was just going to let the marriage stay intact. We're not going to get it annulled. That definitely wasn't the deal Rosalie had offered, but I felt that if I had told him what it was that Rosalie had actually tried to arrange, he wouldn't get it. He didn't want to look at anyone's point of view except for his own. Because he wouldn't think about anyone else, he would never understand the full situation. What are you saying? Edward asked with a truly perplexed look on his face. What do you think I'm saying, Edward? I asked in a tone of voice that said I thought his question was stupid. It sounds like you're breaking up with me, he said, as if the idea of what was happening was truly impossible. You wouldn't do that. I really wanted to ask why he thought I wouldn't. I really wanted to, but I was afraid that if I did, it would only open a lot of other issues that I was afraid would only make me more upset. I hadn't really seen this side of Edward before, probably because he had always gotten his way in the past, and it hurt to see it. Rosalie was right like we both thought she would be, and I didn't like it. Well, apparently I would. I said as I started to walk towards his door. Goodbye, Edward. I guess I'll see you whenever I come to see your siblings. I said, making it a bit clearer that I was upset with him. He didn't try to stop me. He didn't move at all. He had stayed sitting in his chair the entire time we had talked. It was almost like he knew we were going to break up and he didn't want to fight to stay together, like he was resigned to the fact that it was going to happen. It seemed that he was only worried about why, in his eyes, I had betrayed him. Once again, as I walked through the house, I didn't bother stopping in the living room to say hi or bye to anyone. I wanted a big tub of ice cream and I wanted to eat while on my couch watching some random reality TV show that showed people that made me feel better about my life. I had managed to nearly get out of the house without seeing or talking to anyone else, but as I was about to walk out of the front door, Alice's voice caught my attention. I'm sorry, sweetie, Alice said from down the hall. She probably knew what happened because of her visions. I wondered how much she knew and how long she knew, but I knew that she would never tell. I text Rose and she'll have your favorite carton of ice cream waiting for you to pig out on. Of course she would. Rosalie was freaking perfect like that, especially after she predicted it would happen. Thanks, Alice, I weakly said, not really sure that I was actually thankful for her texting Rosalie to have ice cream ready for me. I was sure that there was a reason she had texted Rosalie and had told me she had texted Rosalie, but I didn't really care at that moment. I didn't want to deal with anything. She didn't say anything else before I closed the door. I was worried for a moment that she would have wanted to talk about it and I'd take after my father, Charlie, way too much to be okay with talking about my feelings to do that. Especially with Alice. The woman was all about feelings. I climbed into my truck and didn't waste time driving away. I did, however, take my time in driving back to my apartment. I took the long way home. I didn't know if I was looking forward to seeing Rosalie or if I just didn't want to see her. If I had to be honest with myself, I would admit that I wanted to cuddle up with her on the couch while I ate my ice cream. But I didn't want to be honest with myself, so I was going to ignore that. When I got home, Rosalie was sitting on the couch watching a movie. I didn't bother looking to see what movie she was watching or even greeting her. I just went into the kitchen to grab a carton of ice cream that I knew I wasn't there when I had left earlier. But Rosalie was awesome enough to go to the store, which was much closer to our apartment than the Cullens' house, buy me some ice cream and have a movie playing when I got home. As I got a spoon from the drawer, I couldn't help but hear her voice in my head from earlier asking me to give her a chance to show me how it would be to be married to her. Shaking that thought from my head so that I could properly be sad in peace, I poured myself a drink, and with the spoon in my mouth, I carried my drink and ice cream carton to the couch to sit next to Rosalie. I didn't even think about how she may perceive the way I sat down. I just collapsed onto the couch in the most comfortable I could think of. I sat at an awkward angle. Rosalie was sitting in the middle of the couch, so I sat next to her with my shoulder digging into her. The moment my shoulder started to dig into her, she moved her arm so that it was around my waist, pulling me into her. I moved my feel onto the coffee table, something I knew Rosalie hated, but given the circumstances she wouldn't say anything. I put my drink of the coffee table, away from my feet of course, and started to eat my ice cream as I turned my attention to the TV. The fact that our position was very coupleish never really crossed my mind because Rosalie and I always cuddle when we watched something together. "What are we watching?" I asked nearly half an hour later. I didn't really care for the answer, but the silence between us was starting to annoy me. "I haven't figured it out," Rosalie answered, causing me to give her a confused look. She was the one to put the movie on, she should know. "I just put something on. I didn't think you would actually watch it. I don't remember the title or anything about it because it didn't catch my interest. It's just good background noise," I hummed in acknowledgement, not really caring that neither of us were watching the movie. Although, that made me question if neither of us were watching the movie, what was Rosalie doing that allowed her to not focus on it? "Background noise. What are you doing?" I asked before taking another large mouthful of ice cream, the calories making me feel better about my fallout with Edward. Calories can make anything better. Especially ice cream calories. "Just enjoying the moment," Rosalie said as she squeezed my waist, making me blush at her hidden meaning. "And thinking of a good way to ask you what happened and actually have you tell me instead of giving me a bullshit answer. There's the Rosalie I'm used to. I would tell you," I said indignantly, knowing that if she had bluntly asked, kind of like she just did, instead of me somehow leading her into it, kind of like I just did, I wouldn't have answered her. Or at least I would have circled around the answer while I gathered my thoughts. "After half an hour of me questioning you," Rosalie answered, and I could practically see her sneer at the annoyance. This way the half hour I would normally spend questioning you was spent watching the movie. Rosalie normally only lasted a few minutes after the movie started before she started to ask me what was wrong. This way, I already had a half hour of thinking over everything that happened at the Cullens. I had actually even thought of what I was going to say to Rosalie before she had asked. Now that I was able to tell her though, my pre-designed answers were out window. Rosalie tended to have that effect on me. She always made my mind a muddle mess whenever I really didn't want it to. She knew she did that to me and I knew she loved that she did that. "So, what happened?" Rosalie asked when I didn't say anything back to her. "Edward," I said, as if that was all that was needed to say in response. "I already know he's an ass, Bella," Rosalie gently chided. "Tell me what he did this time." It took a moment or two before I started talking and tell Rosalie everything that happened that afternoon. I could never keep anything from her. She was my best friend and best friends shared everything together, especially if they grew up together. We always shared everything with each other. It came naturally to us. Not only did I tell her what had happened, but I also told her how it made me feel. I wasn't normally one to talk about my feelings, but I always could with Rosalie. I told her how I had originally wanted to go and explain things to Edward and let him know that I wasn't walking out on our relationship but to get out of the marriage. It would be much too expensive for me. I knew that she wouldn't make getting a divorce hard and if she would probably even offer to foot the entire bill. But I couldn't let her pay for everything, but I couldn't afford to help pay for it. I didn't want her to pay for all of it, that wasn't fair to her. I told her as much as well. I had never kept anything from Rosalie and I wasn't about to start. "So, I broke up with him," I said as I leaned my head onto her shoulder. I had moved my head just slightly away from her so that I could look at her while talking, but since I was done, I put my head back into my cuddle position to get some comfort from her. "You broke up with him, or you're taking a break from him?" Rosalie asked after a moment or two. There had been a time when we were still in high school when he had talked about breaking up because he thought he was bad for me because my grades had dropped a little and that I was starting to spend more time with him and his family than with my other friends. It wasn't like I still didn't have good grades, I had all A's and B's. And with my other friends outside of the Cullen family, I still saw them. Especially since we all went to school together, but we still hung out outside of school. We had a fight about it and eventually he decided he didn't want to break up anymore, but I decided that we should take a break because I was so mad at him. That had lasted barely a week before we were back together again after he had apologized a lot. I broke up with him. I answered right away. I'm tired all his yo-yoing with my emotions. I'm just tired of it all. Well, as much as I should comfort you for losing your first love, I don't want to lie to you, Rosalie said, and could practically feel the smirk she was sure to have on her face. She probably saw this as some sort of victory since she had never liked Edward and I together. I'm happy you left him. He was much too controlling of you. He's way too into his broody self. The stupid baby needs to grow up and at least pretend to be an adult. I was really grateful that she didn't mention what I was sure were her main reasons for being happy about my breakup. She completely left out how my losing boyfriend would leave me single and available for her. I wasn't sure if Edward were in Rosalie's position if he would have done the same thing. He was too self-centered. Thanks for being brutally honest, Rose, I sarcastically said with a roll of my eyes. It's what I'm best at. Nothing else was said because there wasn't anything else either of us needed to say. I was still upset about losing Edward and Rosalie refused to give any false comfort. So Rosalie opted to give me the comfort of snuggling. I just chose to ignore that her hand was wrapped around my shoulders and her fingers were gently trailing short patterns up and down my arm. The rest of the day was a full movie-a-thon. After the first movie, we started to pick movies that had absolutely nothing to do with romance. So we watched horror movies. By that evening, when it had long since dark, we were both still cuddled on the couch but had several blankets thrown over us both. The lights were all off as we both munched on the pizza we had ordered. Past midnight, we had both finally opted to go to bed. Rose's room was closer than my room. So when we walked down the hall, she turned to go into her room and I kept walking. When I reached my door and turned to go inside, I saw her turn around and I thought she was going to say something. After a moment's pause of us looking at each other, she muttered goodnight and then went inside after I returned the sentiment. The next few days were spent with us doing the last few things needed for school that was about to start up. That meant that Rosalie did a lot of shopping for new outfits and was able to force me to go with her and Alice a couple times. Mostly though, I just bought my books online to be delivered to me and I kept inside my room a lot, watching YouTube videos on my laptop. Rosalie had managed to take me out of my room to either go shopping or to occasionally eat with her at the dinner table or to watch a movie. By the time it hit the weekend before school started, I had managed to avoid most people. After I had bought a couple new outfits that both Alice and Rosalie had approved of, I kept inside the apartment and mourned my relationship that I had lost. Granted, I was the one that had broken up with him, it still hurt. We had been together for years. And to lose all that history was sad. We had been so close and now I didn't want anything to do with him. After a couple days of being newly single, Edward had started to try and contact me. He had called numerous times, texted me even more and had even gone over a couple times. I ignored all his calls and had only read his texts. His texts grew from being desperate to get a hold of me to fix our relationship because he knew that I knew I had made a mistake and needed to stop being stubborn. Once those texts started to come in, I started to complain to Rosalie about them. Rosalie would roll her eyes and tell me that I should have expected that from Edward. She would then force me to cuddle with her on the couch and watch something with her because apparently spending all my time in my room being depressed is highly overrated. Needless to say, she was more than tired of me mourning over the loss of my relationship with Edward. She had even mentioned a few times that I needed to celebrate that I had finally found the smarts to leave Edward. When I first told her about how annoying Edward was being about wanting to talk, she didn't think it would last that long or even get worse. She didn't think that until Edward started showing up at our apartment begging us to let him in. The first time he had shown up, Rosalie wasn't there. So with the chain lock in place, I told Edward through the crack that I wasn't ready to talk to him. That I was sure what he had to say would only make me more upset. He then said that I needed to stop being a baby and let him in to talk with him so that we can talk and get back together. I then slammed the door in his face and ignored him yelling through the door. He wasn't so much yelling as he was loudly talking because he didn't want the neighbors to come out and look at him making a scene. While he did that, I texted Rosalie saying that I couldn't believe she had lived in the same house as her stupid brother. Rosalie said she was on her way home and I told Edward that Rosalie would be home soon so that he could talk with her to try and get me change my mind. He left after that, but he kept coming back. He kept saying that we were soulmates and that it was destiny that we would spend the rest of our lives together. Rosalie was there for that. She remarked that he would be with me as a brother-in-law because she had married me. He left after that also. He would come over nearly once a day, probably more like every other day. Rosalie had made me promise to tell her whenever he showed up so that she could go home if she wasn't already there, so she could beat up her brother. I was content with threatening to call Charlie on him, even though we didn't live in Forks anymore. I was still sure that Charlie would come down here and scare the hell out of him. In fact, because Edward was acting so clingy and weird, I had decided that since it was the last weekend before school, I would spend it with Charlie. He had always left my room the way I left it and always told me that I was more than welcome to use it whenever I wanted to visit. So I found myself in my room with Rosalie looking with a skeptical look at my bed. I apparently wasn't allowed to go visit Charlie without taking her. We had both been so close while growing up that she had eventually gotten close to Charlie as well. Charlie had eventually grown to like all the Cullen children and was more than happy to have Rosalie come with me when I had asked for the impromptu visit. I remember this bed being a lot bigger when we younger. Rosalie muttered as she placed her bag on the bed. I remember the room being a lot bigger. I commented back as I looked through my nearly bare closet. It had been a while since I had come over to actually stay the night. Whenever I had visited, I had stayed downstairs mostly because there was no reason for me to see my room. I remember the room being a good size when I was growing, but now that I was an adult, it was so small. Are we going to go to the diner with Charlie for dinner or did you want to cook something? Rosalie asked as she took out a few things from her suitcase. Whenever I visited him, we always went to the diner for dinner. But since we were staying for the weekend, we would probably go tomorrow before Rosalie and I left for school. But since Charlie was such a lousy cook, I often cooked lunch for him as well, just as I had always cooked dinner when I lived with him. I loved to cook and had no problems cook for us. Especially since if it was up to Charlie we would have just eaten pizza and gone to the diner all the time. That's not only really expensive, but also very unhealthy. I don't know, I'll go ask Charlie. I answered before starting to make my way towards the door. You should see if you can opt for the diner. It's been a while since I've eaten there, Rosalie said, not turning to face Bella as she grabbed some folded pajamas from her suitcase to lay out on the bed. I left the room, not responding to Rosalie since there was no need for it, and went to find Charlie. I soon found him in the kitchen looking through the nearly empty fridge. I was sure that he was silently wishing that it would magically fill up with food. By the time Rosalie and I had arrived that Friday, it was nearly time for dinner. Grocery shopping is still the top of your list, huh? I teasingly asked as I walked into the kitchen. What? Oh, yeah, Charlie said as he turned to face me, scratching the back of his neck as sign that showed he was embarrassed by his empty fridge. Guess I'll order pizza if that's all right with you too. Actually, do you think we can do a late dinner at the diner? I asked. A late dinner? Charlie asked with a scrunched look giving away his confusion. As Rosalie and I had driven to Forks, more like Rosalie had driven since she would never let anyone drive her car and there was no way she would want to take a long trip in my beaten-up truck, I decided to tell Charlie what had happened in Vegas and then how Edward was acting about it. There wasn't much I didn't keep from my dad. Even though we didn't really do the whole emotion thing, I still shared everything with him and he shared with me. We may not do emotions that well, but we still kept close to each other by sharing with each other what was going on in our lives. Yeah, there's something Rose and I wanted to talk to you about, I said, trying to hide how nervous I was, but I didn't think I was that successful. Sure Bella, we can do that. We can go after the dinner rush and then it won't be so hard to get a table. Thanks Dad, I'm going to go tell Rose. I said before making a quick escape back to my room. It was already dinner time, so we would talk now and then after we would leave for dinner. I wasn't sure how Charlie was going to take it, but I wasn't even really sure what his position was on the whole gay marriage or even just gays in general. But I was confident that he wouldn't see a problem with Rosalie and I accidentally getting married, especially after he finds out that it will be getting annulled once I save up some money for the legal process. I was sure once everything settled, he would be more upset that I had gotten that drunk instead of the marriage. We're going to have a late dinner at the diner after we're done talking to him, I said as I walked into my old room. I hadn't bothered to knock on the closed door because, well, it was technically my room even though I hadn't lived in it for a couple years. When I had left my room, Rosalie was only taking out a few things that she would use during our short, weekend stay. Instead of being in the middle of taking something out of her overly large suitcase that I was sure had more things in it than she would need for the weekend, Rosalie was in the middle of changing clothes. And when I say she was in the middle of changing, she literally was. She didn't have the pants and shirt on from earlier. She only had her matching black underwear and bra on and was holding up a dress and had another outfit of pants and a shirt laid out on the bed. I felt my mouth drop as I saw Rosalie standing in my room half naked. I have seen her in this state of dress in the past when she would walk from her room the laundry room for something she had just cleaned, but this time it felt different. I couldn't make myself walk out from the middle of the doorway, I couldn't make myself move at all. Well, that's good. I like that diner, it's very homey, Rosalie said, not at all bothered that I was awkwardly staring at her. Come in and close the door, I'd rather not have Charlie until I'm fully dressed. Okay, I managed to say as I took a couple steps into the room and closed the door behind me. Which outfit do you think I should wear? Rosalie asked, finally looking at me with a knowing look, causing me to blush. Well, I'm not a fan of dresses. So I would say, I said, but Rosalie cut me off. I am a fan of dresses though. Which outfit do you think I would look best in? Rosalie moved the dress to have it against her body so that I could see what it would like on her without her having to actually put it on. I think the dress's color looks good, but I just really like how the pants and shirt accentuate certain areas of my body. The dress, I guess. The dress looks good, I answered nearly right away, not even taking another glance at the outfit she had on my bed. Are you sure? She asked with a smile that made me nervous. Let me hold up this outfit so you can see what it looks like on me. She carefully put the dress on the bed and leaned down to pick up the shirt. Leaning over was completely unnecessary, but she did it anyways. It was like my eyes were immediately drawn to her ass. I had never stared at her ass before. She had also never leaned over in front of me in just her underwear and taking a stupidly long time to straighten back up. I wasn't sure what was going on with me because I had never wanted to stare at her ass before. I was sure that it was because she was taking so long to stand back up that I was staring. That had to be it. That was the only reason I was willing to accept at the moment. I'll go ahead and leave out the predictable question of asking if you like what you see because clearly you do. Rosalie teased, causing me to blush harder and quickly turn my head away from her. Why hadn't I turned my head when I first walked in on her? Instead I'll just ask, do you look at me again and tell me which you like better, the shirt or the dress? It took a few moments, but I eventually managed to turn my head to look at Rosalie holding up the shirt in front of her. That was the first time I noticed how long her legs were. It was like they just kept going. Eventually though, my eyes did get to the shirt she was holding up and seeing how small it was. Not that it wasn't indecently small by any means, but with what had just happened I didn't want to see her in something that tight. I didn't want her to wear it. I think the dress looks better. I struggled to say. I couldn't understand why I was reacting so differently to Rosalie all of a sudden, but I opted to put the blame on her. Whenever she asked me which outfit looked better on her in the past, she was already wearing another outfit or at least her robe. This was different. She was doing this to me on purpose, and the smirk she couldn't wipe of her face told me that she knew what she was doing. The jerk. I thought so as well, Rosalie said, and then started to put up the other outfit that she wouldn't be wearing. Couldn't you put on the dress first? I asked in a nearly whining voice. What fun would that be? Rosalie asked as she put her clothes back into her suitcase. Lots of fun, I muttered as I finally, again, diverted my eyes away from Rosalie bent over her suitcase and to the wall that wasn't near the annoying blonde. It took just a couple minutes for Rosalie to get dressed and to make sure that her hair and dress looked up to her standards. It was the longest minutes I had yet to experience in my short life. It was by the end of those minutes that I realized that I could have actually left instead of waiting for her and being annoyingly aware of where she was in the room and of what the dress was covering as she put it on. "All right, I'm ready, are you?" Rosalie asked as she put a hand on my shoulder. I hadn't expected her to do that, so I accidentally jumped from the sudden contact, and from the unexpected tingles that spread out from where she was touching me. That was something new as well. "Yeah, let's go," I said and quickly started to leave the room. When I turned to go back out the door, I felt Rosalie put her hand on the small of back to gently push me through the door. The tingles erupted up my spine and I barely managed to stop the tingles from racing up my spine. "Are you worried about the talk?" Rosalie whispered as we started down the stairs. "I'm worried about how Charlie is going to take it all," I answered quickly before we could within earshot of Charlie, who I could hear was listening to a game of some sort on the television. "I'm sure he won't be too upset about how drunk you had gotten," Rosalie teased, seemingly already knowing the part one was most worried he would take the worst. "It's not like he can arrest you now that you're sober." "I wasn't that bad," I muttered as we walked into the living room. Charlie saw us walk in and turned off the television right away. I suppose he had gotten the hint that what we were going to talk about was a serious talk. Rosalie and I went straight to the couch, sitting next to each with me in the corner like we always sat. I had almost asked Rosalie to sit away from me, but it wasn't like we had always sat next to each other in front of Charlie. It wasn't anything abnormal. I may have been about to tell him something that was abnormal, but Rosalie and I weren't really different than we had been since we became friends. I didn't want Charlie to think our relationship was really different. Because it wasn't. It was the same as it always had been. A piece of paper didn't change anything about us. "Hi girls," Charlie said as we sat down. "So what was it you two wanted to talk to me about?" "Well, it's about the trip to Vegas we just took." I started off a bit nervously. "We did something while we were really drunk and we shouldn't have." "Being drunk does have that effect on people," Charlie said, not seeming like he was worried about what I could possibly have to tell him. "Well, yeah," I agreed. "But it was definitely something stupid," I said, hoping I didn't hurt Rosalie's feelings when I said that. I wasn't looking at her, so I had no idea how she had taken what I just said, but I was hoping she knew wasn't trying to be mean to her. "Getting married in Vegas is pretty stupid, Bella," Charlie agreed, and I was shell-shocked. I even barely heard Rosalie gasp. She was surprised by what Charlie said as well. Esme called. "Did you think that something that big would happen and they wouldn't call me?" "I suppose that does make sense," Rosalie said, since I was still too stunned to say anything. He didn't seem upset about it or even shocked by it. It was probably because Esme had been kind enough to break the news to him while I was holed up in my room trying to ignore the world. He had had time to get used to the idea and understand that it was a drunken mistake, something I wasn't going to repeat again. "Now don't look too worried," Charlie said with what I'm sure he thought was a reassuring smile. "I really don't care that you guys are together. Hell, I've known you guys would end up together before you both graduated from high school. In fact, Carlisle, Esme and I were all surprised when Bella and Edward got together. I'm glad that's all straightened out." There was a couple things I realized when Charlie said what he just said. The first was that Rosalie and I were definitely a bit too close as friends if everyone thought we were going to end up together, even though that is kind of what happened. The other thing I realized was that if all three active parents knew that we were married and had no problem with it, in fact they seemed to be really happy about, going by Charlie's reaction, how would they take that we were going to get divorced? I knew that Carlisle and Esme weren't really big into divorce, which was why we weren't going to tell them until after it was all done. They would probably try to get us to go to counseling or something first. Charlie, well, he would be disappointed. I didn't want to see that. But I didn't want to lie to him. I couldn't lie to him. He wouldn't try to stop our divorce like the Cullens would, but he would be disappointed that I didn't at least try. "Well, it's not really straightened out," I started, not wanting to lie to him but still worried about how he would take the news that I had to give him. No matter how disappointed in me he would be. Edward seems to think that he and Bella still have a chance. Rosalie said, picking up where I had left off since I couldn't think of a way to continue. That wasn't exactly what I wanted her to say, but at least it would save us from having to try to explain to Charlie what we were really going to do. This way, when we get divorced we could say that we had tried to make it work. What do you mean? Charlie asked with concern clear in his voice. Well, he keeps calling, texting and coming over to our apartment trying to get Bella to give him another chance. Bella refuses to let me effectively talk to him, so he doesn't seem too inclined to stop. Rosalie said as she snaked an arm around my waist and pulled me into her. I guess since we were outed to Charlie, she was going to take full advantage of our fake relationship, especially since there wasn't anything I could do about it without making Charlie suspicious. Keeping this from his was going to harder than I thought since Rosalie was probably going to take full advantage of it. Effectively talking to him means that you yell at him and possibly end up hitting him. I retorted, do you want me to talk to him? Charlie asked in a very serious tone that rivaled his cop voice. He was in protective parent mode now. I think I can handle him, I weakly assured. Like you have been so far? Rosalie sarcastically asked, which thankfully neither me or Charlie paid attention to. I never liked that boy, Charlie said a bit angrily. If he doesn't stop soon, let me know, Rosalie, and I'll take care of him. I'll make an appearance at his home in my full sheriff's uniform. What, Rosalie? I'll tell you when he goes too far, I said, annoyed that he directed that at Rosalie and not me. Like you've told him so far. I'll let you know, Charlie, but I'm guessing with school starting soon, he won't keep it up. If he keeps it up for too much longer, I'm going to talk to him whether Bella wants me to or not. Good. Now, let's go eat and celebrate you two getting married. I know it's not much since it's just the diner, but I promise to pay. Charlie said as he stood up, clearly believing that the conversation was over. I will gladly take you up on that offer, Rosalie said as she stood, pulling me up with her. We spent a couple hours at the diner having dinner and just enjoying each other's company. Charlie was overjoyed that I had married Rosalie, which made me feel extremely guilty that this was a bit of a farce. Rosalie was taking full advantage of Charlie believing that we were a couple and constantly held my hand or had her arm wrapped around my waist. It was a bit embarrassing about how much physical attention she was giving me because it wasn't something I was really used to. Edward and I were never really this touchy-feely. But even with those negative emotions I was feeling all throughout dinner, I still had a really good time. I wouldn't have wanted to be anywhere else and had even liked the attention Rosalie was giving me. I didn't want it to stop. By the time we got home, we were all tired since it was a late dinner in the first place and we had stayed for a few hours at the dinner. We had all opted to go straight to bed. Thank you again, Dad, for paying for us, I said as we walked into the house. Charlie was going to get a glass of water to take up with him and I was going straight to my room, so I wanted to thank him one last time for paying. Of course, Bells. It's the least I can do since I didn't have to pay for a full wedding. He teased as he gave me a half hug. Don't be too sure about that, Charlie. I'm thinking about Bella and I doing a small commitment ceremony of sorts so that we can invite our friends and family to witness for us, Rosalie said as neared the stairs, about to veer away from Charlie. Well, just let me know and I'll help any way I can, he said, and then suddenly became very awkward looking. He even scratched the back of his neck that showed he was nervous about what he was about to say. I know you girls have shared a room before, but it's kind of different now, he said, continued as his cheeks reddened. Oh God, I quietly muttered, making Rosalie chuckle. I swear she had no shame. But I would really appreciate it if you girls respected that I'm sleeping down the hall from my little girl's room. So please, just be quiet. You won't hear a thing, Charlie, I promise, Rosalie purred, making both me and Charlie blush even harder than we already were. Well, good then. He looked like he would have rather heard anything else than the promise of me and Rosalie having sex, which wasn't going to happen, right down the hall. He quickly disappeared into the kitchen, leaving Rosalie to guide me up the stairs with his hand on the small of his back. Did you really have to say that? I hissed at her as we started to climb the stairs. Well, we don't want to be loud. That would be awkward, she said the last part in such a way that let me know that she wouldn't have minded us having loud sex down the hall from my dad. I couldn't help but shiver in disgust from that. That was just wrong. Having sex door the hall from your parents was so wrong. I don't know what to say, I said as I walked into my room with Rosalie right behind me. I'm just teasing you. I'll wait until we get home to have sex. I don't want to make you even more awkward in front of your father, she said with a smirk. Rose, I hissed loudly in a scolding tone. I'm changing in the bathroom. Please be in your pajamas when I get back. I was almost completely sure that she wouldn't mind being naked while she was in the middle of changing. I definitely wouldn't put that past her. I'll behave, Bella. Don't worry, Rosalie sincerely promised. I grabbed my pajamas and walked to the bathroom where I slowly got ready for bed. When I got back to my room, Rosalie was on her way with a small overnight kit of makeup stuff that I knew nothing about. I asked her once about everything she had in there and what it all did, but I couldn't help but tune it out after the third item she started to talk about. I was more than content to let Alice and Rosalie let me use their things, and tell me which things those were and how to use them, when I used makeup and needed to take it off. I had thought soap and water was more than enough, but I was apparently horribly wrong and I refused to ever bring that up in front of either of them again. It was the most boring 3 hours of my life as they tried to explain each step they took to clean their face and prepare to go to sleep to ensure they would have perfect skin when they woke up. Never again. We had always shared my bed the few times Rosalie had spent the night at my place while growing up. It had never been an issue before. But as I looked at the bed before crawling into it, I couldn't help but realize how small it looked. This would not go well for me. I was sure to have a headache by the time I went to bed from having too much blood rushing to my head. Deciding that there wasn't anything I could do, there was no way I sleeping on the floor and a smaller chance of Rosalie doing that, because it would be weird that have Charlie catch one of us on the couch after we told him that we were married. I climbed into bed and scooted as close to the wall that was one side as much as possible. I was hoping, in vain, that if I left more than enough room for Rosalie, not that there was much room in the first place, she wouldn't try to cuddle with me while we slept. We had never done that before, but with how touchy-feely she had been all evening, I was sure she wouldn't mind doing it as we slept. The door clicking shut let me know that Rosalie had finally arrived. I heard her open her suitcase to put her makeup bag thing, whatever she called it, away. I didn't hear her footsteps. I was sure she was a ninja, but I did feel the bed dip as she climbed in behind me. No sooner did she slid in did she turn and quickly spoon me. I felt my whole body stiffen. I also felt tingles erupt from where she was touching, especially where her bare leg hooked over mine. Her arm wrapped around my waist and pulled me into her. If it wasn't for the very pleasant feeling bubbling in my lower stomach, I would have objected to her spooning. But for the life of me, I really didn't want her to stop. "Good night, Bella," Rosalie said as she lifted her head up and pressed a chaste kiss on my cheek. "Night," I said quietly, shocked at how much I really liked feeling her lips on my cheek. It was that kiss that I realized something that could either be very good or very bad. With the way I was feeling around Rosalie and from how she was touching me, ending our marriage was going to be a near impossible thing to do. I was starting to have second thoughts about the divorce and I wasn't sure how I felt about that. Rosalie and I had shared beds before in the past. It was part of being best friends. When we spent the night at each other's houses or when we shared the same hotel room, we always shared a bed. It was more comfortable and usually cheaper that way. It made sense for two best friends to do that. I never once thought anything about sharing a bed with Rosalie. It felt natural. Because of our history of sharing a bed together, it was no shock that I had woken up next to her. When we were kids, we normally spent the night with each other at her place because we could hang out with her siblings and there was more room in their mansion-type house in the forest. But, even with my small room and bed, the few times we had spent the night in my room, we always slept in my bed. No questions asked. That was why when I woke up next to her, I didn't mind at all. It was normal. Plus it wasn't like there was another bed in the house, unless you count the couch downstairs, that she could have slept on. What was shocking was how we were positioned. I knew Rosalie liked to cuddle, but the way we were positioned when I woke up was something new for me. I was lying on the side of the bed that wasn't against the wall. That wasn't new. Rosalie liked sleeping next to the wall because she always said that she didn't want to risk falling off in her sleep. I always laughed at her reasoning, but I couldn't really argue against it. I had fallen nearly every time we slept together in my small bed. Waking up this time though, I wasn't on the floor. Thankfully, I was facing away from the wall with Rosalie lying right behind me. She had her arms around me in a hug that seemed like she subconsciously, in her sleep, doing what she could to keep me from falling off. For the first time ever, Rosalie was spooning me from behind, had me in a very tight embrace, and even though I really had to go to the bathroom, that was the reason I had actually woken up after all, I didn't want to move. Lying in front of Rosalie, in her arms, felt so right. It was like there was only the two of us in the world, in our own little bubble. I could feel her deep breathing on my neck, signifying that she was still asleep. I could feel every curve her body had that most boys, and girls if I wanted to be technical, loved to see on her. I could practically feel her heartbeat from how pressed against me she was in her sleep, which I thought was pretty impressive. I felt so content that I never wanted to move from my bed ever again. So, naturally, as quickly and quietly as I could so I wouldn't wake her, I got out of bed. I wasn't ready to face all the new emotions that were being tossed at me. I wasn't ready to face everything that Rosalie had apparently known the whole time. I had just gotten out of what I had thought was the perfect relationship. I had at least deluded myself to think that throughout most of the relationship, I wasn't ready to leap into a new one. But I had already done that. I had leapt so far into the relationship that some religions would deem it impossible to back out. I was so far in that there was only one step left in our relationship, at least just one major one, and I wasn't ready to even pretend to think about that. I had leapt into getting married to Rosalie while I was drunk, before I had even properly broken up with Edward. I skipped so many steps with having a relationship with Rosalie. I even managed to skip the step where I gave thought to liking girls as much as I liked boys. Then again, if someone like Rosalie Hale was offering to marry you, who in their right mind would deny her? Boy or girl, I didn't think anyone would even think about denying her. But that right there was my problem. I hadn't thought about it at all. At least not soberly. Apparently drunk Bella thought it was a perfect idea. As I snuck out of my room, I made sure to quietly close my bedroom door so that Rosalie could sleep for as long as she wanted. She was normally up before me, but I suppose since we were technically on some sort of mini vacation before school started up again, she probably decided to get in some last-minute sleeping in without homework or studying for tests hanging over her head. I could hear Charlie doing something in the kitchen and was very worried that he was going to try and cook something that he thought we might like but wasn't one of the very few items he could actually cook. I would have to get down there quickly. Charlie was another thing, or person really, that I wasn't sure I really wanted to face. I mean, he is my father and I loved him, but his support of mine and Rosalie's drunken, though the drunken part he didn't know about, marriage was unexpected. It was like he had expected the two of us to get married the entire time and that he had only thought the thing I had with Edward was just a passing fad. I knew he liked Rosalie more than Edward. But, in all fairness, he actually likes most people more than Edward. I was pretty sure that Charlie had only decided to hate Edward because he was my first boyfriend, the first person taking his little girl away from him. And since he had decided to hate Edward, no matter what my ex-boyfriend did, Charlie would always hate him. But oh well, he didn't have to worry about Edward stealing his little girl. Rosalie had done that and Charlie didn't seem like he could have been any happier. Once I was done in the bathroom, I went straight to the kitchen to see what my dad was up to and to see if I could talk him out of it. I walked into the kitchen to see him cooking up a very basic breakfast, something I knew he could without burning anything, food or otherwise. "Morning, Dad," I greeted as I made a beeline to the refrigerator to get something to drink. "Morning," Charlie greeted, not taking his eyes away from the fast-cooking bacon. It seemed that was the last thing he had left to cook. At least, everything else looked done to me. "Is Rosalie up yet?" he asked as I poured myself a drink. "I don't think so." "Well, go wake her up. If I remember correctly she doesn't normally sleep in." Charlie had never once remembered anything so mundane like sleeping habits with Edward. That was just more proof that he definitely liked Rosalie more than Edward. "Why don't you go wake her up and we can breakfast together?" For some reason, I felt that he was setting me up for something. The cooking breakfast wasn't such an abnormal thing for him to do, even if he didn't it that often. The weird thing was that he obviously wanted Rosalie to join us. Charlie had never really been one for family meals. It was usually cook, get food, eat in the living while watching a game, then put plates away in the kitchen and one of us would clean it. We never really did the whole eat together as a family because if we did it would have been us just awkwardly sitting and eating quickly to end the silent meal. It was no fun for anyone. So if Charlie wanted to do this family breakfast thing, Rosalie was technically family since we were married, then he must want to talk to us about something serious. But I couldn't think of what he would want to talk about that would involve both me and Rosalie. I wasn't sure if I needed to be worried or not. Okay, I said after putting the juice back in the refrigerator. The sooner I got Rosalie down in the kitchen to eat, the sooner I would find out what Charlie wanted to talk about. I walked back up the stairs and a few steps from being on the top step, I noticed that my bedroom door was open and that bathroom door was closed with a light on underneath it. I guess she was up already. I would just tell her to go downstairs soon so that we could all eat since we were waiting on her. I knocked on the door so I could pass her the message as I wasn't going to wait for her to come back into my room. There was no telling how long it would take for her to be done in the bathroom since she was probably doing her hair and makeup in there. "I'll be done soon," she responded, just loud enough for me to hear. She probably didn't know if it was me or Charlie who was knocking on the door. Since there was only one bathroom in the whole place, something that would have immediately put me off from buying the home if it had been up to me. "I kind of don't believe you," I teased, knowing that Rosalie could take a very long time to do her makeup and hair if she wanted to. The results were always amazing when she did, not that she didn't look amazing when she didn't. "Charlie wanted me to tell you that breakfast is waiting and that apparently both of us are waiting for you to come down so we can eat." I was about to turn and walk away, not needing to hear a confirmation that she heard because I knew she did. Her entire family had eerily good hearing. I was sure it was because none of them listened to anything loud enough to damage their hearing like the rest of my generation liked to do. I had almost turned around, but I heard the door open so I stopped moving thinking she had something to say. I was half right. "I won't be too much longer," Rosalie said as she opened the door and invited me in. While growing up, when Rosalie had started to wear makeup, and taking her time on putting it on, it had become habit that since I didn't wear makeup, I would sit on the toilet lid and talk with her while she finished. So, walking into the bathroom while she continued doing what she was doing was nothing new or really that unexpected. "I noticed that you had left before I woke up," she said as I sat down, her statement throwing me off. She sounded a bit upset about it, or possibly annoyed. "Yeah, I had to go to the bathroom," I said nonchalantly since I didn't think it was a big deal. "Then I went downstairs to make sure Charlie wasn't going to burn breakfast." "Which he isn't, in case you were worried," I said with a teasing smile. "Oh," she sounded disappointment, and I was very thankful that Rosalie wasn't one that made me try to make me figure out what she was feeling. Rosalie had no reservations about telling me what she felt or thought about any given situation. It made being her friend awesome because I could be kind of dense sometimes. I blame Charlie on that. "How did you sleep?" She didn't exactly come out and tell me what she was feeling, but at least with that question I knew that she was just worried about how I felt about sleeping next to her. I was getting really good at reading Rosalie. I may be dense and she may have a very front of an ice queen, but we still seemed really good at reading each other. That, well, made us really good for each other. We went good together, hence why we're best friends, and now married. "I slept fine," I answered truthfully. She was probably hoping that I would provide more details about how I felt about the entire sleeping arrangement or even how I had woken up. I had no doubts in my mind that Rosalie was fully aware of how we had ended up in the morning, but I didn't really have anything to add to what I had said. I surprisingly had no problems with waking up the way we had, even though it was something that I would probably have to think more on later. At the moment though, I was okay with just accepting what I felt without putting too much thought into it. "As did I," Rosalie commented as she started to put her things up. "I guess she was done. Although, I'm very tempted to ask Charlie if I can just buy a bigger bed for your old room. But I doubt we'll spend enough time in Forks, in your dad's house, for the purchase to make sense. I'm also sure he wouldn't want you to buy it. He would want to buy it himself." Charlie was just as good as I was about accepting gifts. In this case, the bed wouldn't really be a gift, but it would make it easier for Rosalie and I to visit and sleep comfortably. In the future though, we may just spend the night in the Cullens' house they still own in Forks instead of my dad's. I had to take a moment to mentally shake my head to clear it at that thought. I was already making plans of future plans with me and Rosalie as a couple in the distant future. Hadn't I wanted a divorce not too long ago? I mean, I kind of still wanted the divorce because the marriage was done under a drunken haze. But a part of me, a part that was steadily growing, was finding it harder and harder to want a divorce. I could see him doing that. Rosalie snapped shut her makeup case that was much too large in my opinion, even though she used everything in it, and held out her hand to me to pull me up from my seat. I instantly grabbed her hand as it wasn't anything new when I would sit and wait for her to finish with her makeup. What was different though, something I was pretty sure she had planned since I had walked into the room, she didn't let go of my hand when I was on my 2 feet. In fact, she actually kept pulling me into her, to the point that I was eventually flush against her. I barely saw from the corner of my eye that her hand that had been on her makeup case that was still on the counter release it. I definitely saw when she used said hand to cup my face and to pull me closer to her. I knew what was going to happen, I knew she wanted to do even though she hadn't given me a chance to back away. But, even before it had happened, I knew that I didn't need her to give me a chance to back away because I didn't it. Briefly, much too briefly when I later thought about it, her lips touched mine. Her soft lips, lips so different and much better than her brother's, briefly touched mine with just enough pressure to make me aware that I didn't her lips to leave mine. The moment I had that realization though, her lips were gone and I was forced to open my eyes to look at those delicious lips that had a smirk I was all so familiar with on them. Now, that's a proper good morning, Rosalie said before she turned around and walked to my room to put her makeup case up that she had barely grabbed before it was too late. I hadn't moved an inch from where Rosalie had left me while she did her task. I was too stunned to move. I wanted to be mad. I wanted to, at the very least, be annoyed that she had done that without so much as a warning beforehand. At the same time though, and most prominently, I wanted her to do it again. I wanted her to press me against the wall and for her lips to never leave mine again. I felt like a young girl who had just received their first kiss from their crush. The difference though, was that Rosalie wasn't my crush. She was my wife. And it wasn't my first kiss, except it was because I had never kissed a girl before. But that kiss, the all too brief good morning kiss, was the best kiss I had ever received. Either that said something bad about me, or something bad about Edward since he was the only other person I had kissed before. I chose to blame Edward's newly poor kissing skills. Come on Bella, Rosalie said as she nearly walked past the bathroom on her way to go back downstairs. The smirk she had on her face let me know that she was insanely proud of the reaction she had gotten from me. We don't want Charlie to be kept waiting for too long and start to think we might be doing something we aren't. I felt my eyes widen in realization of what she meant and blushed at the implications. There was no way that I would ever do that with Rosalie in Charlie's house. But did that mean I would outside of his house? I couldn't argue with myself that after that kiss that sex wasn't entirely off the table. She was my wife after all, and wasn't that something married couples do? Perhaps staying married to Rosalie wouldn't be so bad after all. I really needed to rethink this whole "I don't have romantic feelings for my best friend" again, before we start to look into getting a divorce. We eventually got to the kitchen table and had a nice breakfast with Charlie, the first time I had sat with him for breakfast in a long time. By the time we had started eating, after we were all seated, I had long forgotten that I was worried about what Charlie may have been planning to do, if he was planning anything at all. I instead chose to focus on eating and listening to Rosalie and Charlie talk about sports and cars. Rosalie wasn't much of a sports person, but because of her brothers, she at least followed some of the teams. But she was very much into cars and had no problems talking with Charlie about how much work my truck needed if I didn't want it to die on me. That was a conversation that I was able to join with no problem because I had to defend my truck. The conversation stayed strong until we were almost done eating. Before anyone took their last bite, Charlie opted to suddenly change the subject. "There is something I wanted to talk to you girls about before I leave." Charlie had agreed to go fishing earlier this morning. He had gotten a call earlier this morning and was told that it was apparently perfect time to go fishing. So he was going to go and fish us some dinner. "Sure Charlie," Rosalie said as she placed her utensils down near the side of her plate. The small side glance told me that I should follow her lead, especially since Charlie had just taken his last bite of food, but I still had a few bites left, and if what Charlie wanted to talk about was bad and somehow ruined my appetite, I didn't want the food to be wasted. At least, that was what I told myself as I continued to eat, not bothered that Rosalie was probably annoyed by my lack of manners. Now, don't think I'm not happy for you too. Charlie started, and that made me nervous. But I'm a little hurt by it, especially after I've had some time to think about it. Hurt about what? I nervously asked after I quickly chewed my last bite of food. I was worried that he was going to say something like he was upset that even though he approved of the wedding, we still did it behind his and the Cullens' backs. I was worried that he was about to say that he had changed his mind about being okay with the wedding. Like I said, I really am happy for you too, Charlie said with a proud smile. I had a feeling as you two grew up that you two would end up together. I nearly choked at hearing that. He had said as much the other night, but I was still shocked to hear it. It was like everyone but me and Edward thought Rosalie and I would end up together. But I had hoped you two would have had a ceremony, or at least a part of some sort, to celebrate your marriage with friends and family. You were looking forward to walking Bella down the aisle, Rosalie said with a tone of understanding. I'm sorry, Charlie. I know Esme and Carlisle were both looking forward to going to all of their children's weddings. When Bella and I got married, it wasn't planned. It was very much a spur-of-the-moment thing. It was more of a drunken spur-of-the-moment thing that I had no idea what I was doing. But I wasn't going to say that to Charlie. I know. I get it, and I'm not too upset about it. Charlie started to look uncomfortable because we were talking about his feelings. That was something neither of us did very well. What I wanted to talk to you two about, or actually ask, was if you guys had given any thought to perhaps having a small celebration with friends and family. I haven't thought about it at all. Never once did even cross my mind. All I had previously thought was to get a divorce. And then more recently, I barely managed to think about not divorcing. I was still barely coming to terms with not wanting to divorce Rosalie. There wasn't much room left for me to think about having a party to celebrate a wedding I hadn't thought I wanted in the first place. We haven't talked about it, I answered right away, but I have thought about it, Rosalie quickly added before Charlie could respond to me. I've felt a bit guilty that Bella and I had basically eloped, unplanned as it was. Though after either the semester or maybe even the whole school year is over, we may have a small commitment ceremony of sorts. Something we can do, like renewing our vows, for our family and friends to see, and then a reception afterwards. I barely managed to hide my shock from Charlie. I hadn't thought Rosalie was thinking about doing that. As far as she knew, we were still going to get a divorce once I had managed to save enough money for it. Why would we go through all the trouble of a ceremony and reception, only to shortly after get it all annulled? That didn't make sense, and I was more than sure that once Charlie left, we would be talking about this. All I'm saying is that I'm sure both of your families and friends would love to be able to go to something to celebrate you two, Charlie said with a relieved smile, apparently having gotten his point across and probably thinking that it was going to happen. I'm going to go meet up with Harry and the others now. I'm not sure how long I'll be. Don't worry about it, Dad, I assured him. I was already sure that since he fished practically every weekend, this weekend would be no different. We'll see you later, Charlie, Rosalie said as he moved from his seat to put his dishes in the sink and then started to walk away. It was an unspoken rule that since he had cooked for us, we would clean up. It had always been that way when I grew up. Whoever didn't cook didn't have to clean. That tradition had followed into me living with Rosalie. It worked perfectly for me because I did most of the cooking and I didn't like cleaning up after it. But I didn't have to worry about that since Rosalie did most of the cleaning in the kitchen. The two of us started to clean, and since even though we had out rule of whoever didn't cook didn't need to clean, we still helped each other. Both of us worked seamlessly together. Even when the other didn't have to clean, we still helped each other. Rosalie had claimed her spot in front of the sink to start washing the dishes as I cleaned up everything else and handed her the dishes to wash. By the time that everything was done, in silence I might add, all that was left was to finishing the dishes, Charlie walked back down the stairs. I'm off now, guys, Charlie said, causing me to turn to look at him and saw that he was in his fishing outfit. I already knew that his gear that he would use to actually fish with was more than likely already outside and waiting for him. Have fun, Dad, I said from my spot of drying dishes next to Rosalie. Catch us all something to eat, Charlie. Rosalie said, not turning away from her task of washing dishes. Will do, Charlie said with a smile. He seemed like he was about to say something else, probably something like, have fun girls, since he always used to say that when he would leave Rosalie and myself alone when we were older but still in high school. He probably decided not to say because of what we could do that would be considered fun, adult fun that is. I had to fight the blush that was threatening to take over my face because I didn't know if that was Charlie was thinking or not, but that was definitely what I was thinking and I wasn't sure if I liked it or not. Charlie left, and even after we heard the click of the door closing, we stayed quiet for a little while longer while we finished cleaning the dishes. When Rosalie finished the last dish, she handed it to me and then leaned against the counter while I dried it and then put it away. What do you think of having a small ceremony and reception with our friends and family? Rosalie asked once I put the dish away. I didn't answer right away because I really wasn't sure. I initially wanted to answer, no, right away. But before the word could leave my mouth, I didn't it too. I didn't want to say no. At the same time though, I didn't want to say yes. I was wholeheartedly on the fence about it. Were you really planning on having one during winter break or after the spring semester? I asked, purposefully not answering her question. I hadn't thought she would plan on us having a ceremony or anything similar because it would, to me at least, make everything more permanent. That wasn't the plan when we had first talked about this all. Let's go sit down for this, Rosalie suggested, and I fully agreed with it. We both walked into the living room where I sat in the corner of the couch with my back against the armrest and my legs in Indian style while Rosalie sat in the opposite corner, with her feet still on the ground and faced me. I do want to have a ceremony and reception. Even though we got married in Las Vegas, while we were drunk, I still want to do this right. But didn't we agree that we would get divorced after I saved up for it? I saw the instant pain my words caused. Rosalie was really good at masking her emotions from other people, but we were too close for her to do so with me. If I hadn't been paying attention, I probably wouldn't have seen though, but I'm always paying attention to Rosalie. How could I not pay attention to Rosalie? We did agree to that, Rosalie conceded, but that isn't what I want. Those words hit me like a ton of bricks landed on my chest. I didn't want to face the feelings I was starting to feel, but it seemed like I wasn't going to have a choice. You know very well what I want and I'm not about to hide that from anyone. What about you though, Bella? What do you want? I don't know. The words came out of my mouth before I could even think of trying to say something. I didn't know why, but I had wanted to stick to what we had agreed to, even though the words that came out of my mouth didn't show it. I turned my head away from her to look at the blank TV while I thought. Are you rethinking the divorce? I could hear a bit of hope in her tone, and I'm sure if I was brave enough to look at her, I would see hope in her eyes. Or are you thinking about having me front the bill now and you pay me back later? She was giving me an out. She was being the amazing woman that I knew her to be by giving me a way out. But I didn't want a way out. I liked the way things were set up now, even with the escalated feelings. The feelings and realizations that I was having recently about Rosalie felt like an assault from my emotions. It was something I wasn't ready to face. But at the same time, I was so torn about my feelings that I was at a loss about what I really wanted. Did I want to keep things simple in the way they were with his best friends, or did I want to allow things to escalate to something that I wasn't even really sure could happen between us? Was I even sure that nothing could happen between, or was I afraid of the new feelings I was being assaulted with? I didn't know, and I was much too much of a wimp and dense to want to explore my own feelings. I don't know, Rose, I said, finally dragging my eyes back to her. Well, why don't we stick with what we agreed to do and slowly advance our relationship? Rosalie suggested. We continue on like we are really married, or even just dating if that makes you feel more comfortable. If any time you feel outside of your comfort zone, you simply say something and we can slow back down. I think I can do that, I said after a moment of thinking. I could help but feel a bit cheesy at thinking that while looking in Rosalie's eyes, I felt like anything was possible between the two of us. Was it weird for me to say that I felt she gave me strength to do something that made me insanely nervous? Why don't we test that? The smirk Rosalie gave me made me nervous. But I wasn't about to turn back on what I had just said, even though I had no idea what she was going to do. Although I did have an idea, I was just choosing to ignore it. How? I nervously asked before taking a nervous gulp. Instead of verbally answering me, Rosalie's teasing smirk grew into a more of a seductive smirk that made me shift slightly in my seat. She slowly scooted over in her seat in a way that I never though looked elegant until I saw Rosalie shifting closer to me on the couch. She didn't stop moving until her thigh was pressed tight against me. Both of her hands moved to cup my face as her own face moved closer to mine. She kept moving closer and closer to me until we were just a breath apart. I think this is a very good way to test your answer. Just as soon as Rosalie was done talking, she pressed her lips against mine. It was like a shot of electricity went through me when her lips touched mine. I instantly had to press back against her. Rosalie kept her hands on my face while my hands moved so that I had one on her waist and another on her thigh. It was a simple kiss that didn't escalate to either of us opening our mouths, but we didn't need that. At least I didn't think we did, and Rosalie didn't seem to mind either. She only pulled apart when we needed to breathe again. She only pulled her lips far enough away from so that she could talk. I could feel her breath on me and I almost leaned back in to take her lips myself instead of her moving in. It was only her voice that stopped me, but not for long. "Does that make you uncomfortable?" Her voice was much huskier than I thought I had ever heard it. "Not even a little," I admitted with a blush. I bit my lip in nervousness, even though I wasn't sure what I was nervous about. I knew Rosalie already knew the answer. I guess it was just that it was the first time I had admitted, in a roundabout way, that I liked her. "Good," Rosalie said as she moved her hands so that one was grasping the back of my neck that made me think she had complete control of the situation. Which of course, it was Rosalie, so she definitely had complete control of the situation, and I was more than okay with that. Her other hand moved to my waist as she slightly adjusted her position so that she was more comfortable. But I guarantee it can get so much better. I knew what she meant. I wasn't some horrible virgin that had never kissed before and didn't have a clue of what to expect after this. I knew how kisses escalated and I knew how good it could feel. What I wasn't sure about though, was escalating things with Rosalie. At least, I wasn't sure how far I was okay with letting things escalating. But at the moment, I was more than okay with pressing my lips back to hers. As our lips met again and just before my mind went blank with what Rosalie's lips felt like against mine, I had one last thought of thinking that I was very okay with kissing Rosalie all afternoon. Who needed to stop kissing Rosalie to eat when the ulterior option was to keep kissing her? The morning and a small portion of the afternoon was spent very nicely. Once Rosalie had kissed me, I found that I couldn't stop. I hate comparing her to Edward, but she was so much better than him. Her lips were so much smoother, so much more forceful. But in a good way. With Edward, it was like he was struggling to kiss me. But with Rosalie, it seemed like she wanted more and couldn't get enough. It was perfect. We had stopped to eat, but once we were finished eating and had cleaned the kitchen, with Rosalie being a lot more touchy than normal, we were quickly back on the couch and had resumed our makeout session. I couldn't imagine how my weekend could go any better. There were so many revelations that had happened in such a short amount of time that I couldn't believe everything was going too smoothly. Even though a part of me still wanted things to go back to normal between me and Rosalie, back to us just being friends, it was only a very small part. And that part was only there because, even though what was happening was so much better, there was a certain type of comfort with keeping things the same. It was very easy to ignore the small part of me that wanted to keep things the same, especially when I had Rosalie practically laying on top of me with her lips attached to mine. Needless to say, I wasn't seeing any reason for us to do anything else until Charlie got back. We would have a night together and then we would go to sleep and leave the following morning. It was perfect. I no longer felt guilty about possibly lying to Charlie about mine and Rosalie's relationship because I knew there was no way I was ever going to go back to being just friends. Who in their right mind would want to be just friends with Rosalie when the blonde wanted more? No one in their right mind, that's for sure. In fact, Rosalie had just started doing something amazing with her tongue in my mouth when there was loud knocking on the front door. It would only figure that everything was going perfectly that someone would interrupt us. At least it wasn't Charlie. That would have been awkward to have him walk in on us as we made out. That's something no daughter, or father for that matter, should ever have to suffer through. Open up, Bella, Jacob shouted from the other side of the door. I know you're there, Charlie told me. Rosalie's mouth instantly detached from mine at Jacob's shout. Rosalie buried her head in the crook of my neck with a heavy sigh. That stupid mutt ruins everything, Rosalie muttered just before she started to slowly sit up, giving me one last kiss before she was out of reach. Don't call him that, I chided as I sat up and started to comb my fingers through my hair, mimicking Rosalie's actions, so that I could try and hide from my old friend what Rosalie and I were just doing. Rosalie stood up with me, and as we took a look at each other, we both reached our hands out to the other and fixed each other's hair. It's a lot harder than I thought it would be to make out hair, without a mirror. Eventually, after Jacob pounded on the door even louder and shouted louder as well, we finally deemed each other presentable, and with a warning look for Rosalie not to call Jacob names, it was something that we have argued a lot over the years as she never liked Jacob, I finally went to the front door and opened it. Do you have to be so loud? I asked with annoyance clear in my voice. Did you have to take so long to open the door? He countered with a lopsided grin. Jacob was such a perfect boy next door. His carefree attitude and general relaxed attitude was something that had attracted me to him from the beginning, as only a friend of course. Because we were busy, Rosalie answered as she walked up behind me, putting a hand on my waist in what I knew was a bit of a possessive move. Jacob had once had a crush on me and Rosalie never liked that, now I knew why. He claimed he was over it, but Rosalie never believed it. I never really believed it either, because whenever the tan boy saw me and Edward together, he always got this, someone kicked my puppy, look. So you two really are married? I had never seen his smile seemed more forced. It made me feel sad. I didn't like to see my friends hurting, but there was nothing I could do to fix it. He had to move on. Yes, we are, Jake, I answered, and before I could say anything else, Rosalie spoke up. What did you want, Jacob? It sounded like Rosalie was disgusted by saying Jacob's name, but I was touched that she didn't call him Mud like she and two of her brothers liked to do. I'm not really sure how he got the nickname, but Emmett had called him a mud a long time ago, and since then he and Edward and Rosalie never stopped calling him that. I'm going to have to make Emmett tell me the story someday. Your dad said you were in town for the weekend and I wanted to come and see if you wanted to hang out. Jacob said, looking at me, not at Rosalie. Yeah, we can hang out, I answered right away. I haven't been able to hang out with you in a while. Ever since I started going to college and Jacob opting to stay on the La Push reservation, we just didn't spend much time together any longer. I thought it could just be the two of us, Jacob said. The hopefulness in his voice was very clear. From what I remember, Blondie doesn't like the res too much. I don't like the reservation because the only thing to do there is watch you and your stupid friends try to out-masculine the others. It was bad enough living with Emmett. I didn't want to see him doing stupid things to outman someone when all I wanted was to relax. You're just jealous that none of us gave you the light of day. Jacob spat back. Emmett used to spend a lot of time with some of the boys on the reservation, mostly just lifting weights or working on cars. When Emmett took Rosalie over one time because they were having issues with one of their cars and Rosalie had all but instantly fixed the problem, none of the reservation's boys liked her. I guess they didn't like being outdone by a girl. Or something stupidly sexist like that. But since then, Rosalie and Jacob never got along. Not remotely. Rosalie snarled back and I quickly interrupted before one of them could say something to really piss the other off. Look, Jake, I do want to hang out with you. Rosalie, you are more than welcome to join us if you want, and yes, Jacob, she is welcome to hang out with us if she wants to. I doubt she'd want to hang out with us, Jacob said, not happy with what I said. I'm not happy to hang out with you, but I'm more than happy to be with Bella, my wife. The last part was definitely unnecessary, but I knew Rosalie couldn't let a jab go unjabbed. Be nice, I mumbled quietly to her, even though I knew Jacob would be able to hear. What did you have in mind for us to do? Eventually, after the two argued over who should drive and Jacob only winning the argument because his beat-up car made more sense to drive to the beach on the beat-up roads than taking Rosalie's car, we found ourselves hanging out at the beach. It didn't take long for others, mostly Jacob's friends, to find us and to make a small party out of it. Once people started gathering and people found out that Rosalie and I were leaving the next morning, they turned the small gathering into a nice bonfire and quickly got Charlie and the other adults that wanted to join in, so basically the whole reservation, because there wasn't anyone around that didn't like a nice party, and we were having fun late into the night. Once more of Jacob's friends had shown up, things between him and Rosalie seemed to relax almost tenfold. We were all able to hang out and have a good time without anyone being a jerk. It was a nice way to end the weekend. We all pitched in for food and drinks and had a really fun time around the giant bonfire that had been built. It wasn't until Charlie reminded me that I had planned on leaving early tomorrow morning that Rosalie and I left with Charlie not far behind. The whole day, just being with Rosalie as her wife, it felt so natural. It felt so right. Everything had moved from one thing to another, and it seemed that the whole day Rosalie and I had kept some sort of contact with each other. The honeymoon phase teased some people. Jacob wasn't happy to hear that. Even though I blushed when they said that, especially because of what it implied, I was more than happy to have Rosalie near me. But when we got back to Charlie's, and we were dressed in our pajamas and getting ready for bed, that was when my nerves came back to me. "What's wrong, Bella?" Rosalie asked as she casually crawled into the bed. I'll fully admit that Rosalie and I have taken several really big steps in our relationship. The big one that I actually want a relationship with her, and that, ignoring the fact that we were actually already married, I would classify our relationship as being girlfriends. It happened fast, much too fast considering I just got out of a long-term relationship, but if I thought about it, we had known each other for a really long time and had always been so close. It was only natural, but now that we were so close, and the fact that we had been making out for a good portion of the day, sleeping next to each just seemed daunting, I guess. "I don't know," I automatically answered. I didn't need to see Rosalie's raised eyebrow to know that she knew I was lying. "It's just that, after this afternoon, doesn't it seem weird to just sleep together?" "Bella," Rosalie said with a sigh as she laid on her side and propped her head up on her hand with her elbow resting on the mattress. "We've slept next to each other plenty of times in the past. You should know by now that I won't pressure you to do anything." I saw Rosalie's soft smile turn into a smirk as my face flushed red. "But that's not what you're worried about, is it? You're worried you'll want to do something, aren't you?" She knew me so well that it was almost like she could read my mind. I used to think Edward could read my mind, but he had nothing on Rosalie. He never really could compare to Rosalie. "It's just, you're you," I said. I fully blame the fact that I was still a virgin, thanks to Edward wanting to wait until marriage, for blushing so much when talking about these sorts of things. It didn't help that Rosalie looked very enticing as she lied on my bed. "Well, Bella, if you feel like doing anything at all, just know that I won't stop you." I had to turn my head and close my eyes to try and get my face to turn back to its natural paleness instead of the bright red it had taken. Rosalie never did have any problems talking about these sorts of things. "Listen, Bella, don't be worried about anything. All that's going to happen, especially since Charlie is just down the hall, is that you're going to lie down next to me. When you do, you'll turn around to face the room. I'll wrap my arms around you and pull you close to me. We'll fall asleep cuddled together, and with any luck, that's how we'll wake up. Now come on, lie down so we can go to sleep. We have to wake up early tomorrow, remember." Shaking my head to help knock all the nerves away from me, I slowly did what Rosalie had basically told me to do. I crawled into bed next to her and then turned my back to her. In no time, Rosalie was spooning me from behind and held me tightly. It took a while for me to calm down enough with Rosalie holding me so closely for me to eventually fall asleep. The next morning when I woke up, Rosalie was gone. At least, she wasn't in my room anymore. I didn't hear the shower running, so I knew she had to be doing something downstairs. I took my time getting ready for the day and packing up my things. Then I quickly packed up what things Rosalie still hadn't packed from that morning. I was surprised she hadn't woken me up from her packing. When I was done packing all of our stuff, I finally went downstairs in search of food. I didn't want to drive all the way back to our apartment without eating something first. The first thing I saw when I walked into the kitchen was Rosalie and Charlie sitting at the table in what appeared to be companionable silence. I swear I felt my heart flutter at the warmth spreading through it. There was just something awesome about seeing Rosalie and Charlie getting along. Not that they had never not gotten along, but it was just important to me that they did. Morning. I greeted as I walked over to the stove to see what was cooking, and if there was enough left over for me to have some. Thankfully there was. "Good morning, Bells," Charlie greeted, only briefly glancing away from the newspaper he had in his hands. "Good morning, Bella," Rosalie greeted as she put down the magazine she had been looking at but kept it flipped open. "I had just told Charlie that I would probably have to wake you up soon so that we could still leave before it got too late. I'm glad I don't have to now." "Yeah, I just didn't want to wake up," I said with a chuckle as I served myself the rest of the food. "Did you sleep well?" Charlie asked, still focused on his newspaper. "I know we didn't stay as late as we normally do at their bonfires, but it was still pretty late by the time we left." "Bella slept like a rock," Rosalie answered for me as I served me some coffee. "When I woke up this morning, I was pretty sure there was nothing I could do to wake her up." "Probably shouldn't have gone to be so late," Charlie replied. "I only stayed out so late because I was saying goodbye to everyone on the res." I weakly defended. "Yes, because you live so far away and can never come back here to visit." Rosalie sarcastically answered. "That's not it. They just wanted to say goodbye in a fun way and I didn't want to leave early, even though I had to. They just wanted a reason to throw a bonfire together." Charlie spoke up. "You know they'll try any excuse to throw a bonfire and have a party. They probably would have found one even if you weren't here." "Thanks for being on my side, Dad," I sarcastically said as I started to eat. "How can he be on your side if your side is wrong? That doesn't make any sense," Rosalie teased. The rest of breakfast went on like that. The three of us teased each other about random things while I quickly ate. It was nice to be able to joke around with Charlie without him trying to insult the person I was with. It was also nice to be so open with Rosalie, not that I had ever really known what it felt like to not be open with her. But I just felt so much more relaxed sitting there with Charlie and Rosalie and the three of us teasing each other than I had if it was me and Charlie with anyone else. It was nice. Once breakfast was over, Charlie made us leave the dishes for him to do later on in the day. Rosalie and I packed up our things in the car and about mid-morning we were ready to leave. Saying goodbye wasn't as awkward as it normally was between me and Charlie. I think Rosalie's presence helped to alleviate any awkwardness Charlie and I tend to have with feelings between each other. Soon after saying goodbye, we were on the road heading towards home with Rosalie at the wheel. "Well, that wasn't so bad," Rosalie said after a half hour or so of us being on the road. We had been listening to the radio in silence up until then. "Charlie took everything really well," I agreed. With how well everything went, I wouldn't be surprised to learn that he had been secretly rooting for us to get together since we first met. I joked. "Don't be silly, Bella," Rosalie said after a chuckle. "He definitely wouldn't have cheered for us until after we were in high school together, not when we first met." But that wasn't what I was talking about. I wasn't really too concerned with Charlie, I was worried about Jacob making a scene. That had crossed my mind. Jacob did tend to have a thing for drama. When Edward and I had first started dating, Jacob had kissed me when we were hanging out together. It was supposedly his way to tell me he liked me and he thought that kissing me would make me realize I liked him just as much. I punched him for that, of course. After that Jacob had always either been following me around like a lost puppy or acted like he couldn't care less that I was there. It was hot and cold with him and I really thought when he found out about me and Rosalie, he would have done something drastic. I guess he grew up while I've been at college. At least I hope so. Yeah, I'm a little surprised he didn't make a scene about it. I admitted. "Would you be mad if I said that I wished he had so that I could have kissed you in front of him?" Rosalie spared me a quick glance to give me a teasing smirk. "I think it would have been a good thing to let him know just how off limits you are." I felt my face flush red and thinking about Rosalie pulling me into her arms and kissing me hard in a very possessive way in front of Jacob. "Just to make a point. You really have no shame, do you?" I asked with just a touch of annoyance, even though I wasn't really annoyed. I doubt there was much Rosalie could do to annoy me. "Not with you, never with you," Rosalie said as she flashed me another smirk before gluing her eyes back onto the road. "I'm not sure if I should be happy about that or not," I said with a small pout. "I would be happy about it," Rosalie answered for me, even though I really didn't expect her to. "It means we get to have more fun a lot faster, especially once you lose your shame when around me." Having shame around your partner really creates a boring love life, Bella. I don't think either of us wants that. What love life? I quickly questioned in a higher pitched voice than I had intended. The love life that we should really get started on. Perhaps I should have let you have your wicked way with me last night. I wasn't going to do that. I yelled, a bit louder than I had intended. You should have, Rosalie said with a snort. I mean really, Bella, we've been married how long and we've yet to have a proper honeymoon. Now you're just being mean. I complained as I tried to fight my blush. I may not be willing to have sex with Rosalie just yet. I wanted us to at least, ignoring the marriage, a couple for a little bit longer before we do all that stuff. It's not that I don't want to have sex with Rosalie. I doubt there's anyone alive that doesn't want to have sex with Rosalie, and I just want to make sure that it's the right time. I want to make sure that there isn't any room for regrets afterwards. Oh, you'll be fine. It's not like I've never teased you before, Rosalie said, her tone a lot less teasing, a lot more normal now. You're just being touchier about it because you want it. I had to stop myself from denying it. There was no way I could lie to Rosalie and the blonde not know it. You really need to relax and remember that I won't push you. You're the one that can do all the pushing. You push me as far as you want. We spent the rest of the car ride going back and forth about random topics, like school and family and friends, and our non-existent love life. At first I hadn't appreciated Rosalie teasing me like she was, but the more she did it, the more I understood what she was doing. She was helping me get used to talking about such things with her. We had never talked about things like that before, at least not that in depth. Rosalie was helping me get used to it, while amusing herself. By the time we got home, I was pretty sure that if we talked about our sex life, even as non-existent as it was, I wouldn't blush. I was thankful that she did it, but I did wish she had done it a less embarrassing way. I don't know what kind of way that would have been, but I wish she had. Although if she had, she wouldn't be the Rosalie I've grown attached to. When we got back, we opted to be lazy for as long as we could. So we quickly unpacked our things, in our own rooms, and then cuddled together on the couch for a small movie marathon. We eventually ordered pizza to eat, and at one point I had gotten mine and Rosalie's favorite ice cream that we nearly always had stocked in our freezer. It was the perfect ending to a really good weekend. I could get used to having this happen on a very frequent basis. School had started with a tight schedule that I wasn't very fond of. I had all my classes early in the morning. Most days I would go to work afterwards, and then I would study and do homework when I got home. On the days I didn't have work, thanks to Rosalie, I didn't have to work every spare hour I could find. I went straight home and finished off my studying right away. Rosalie and I had quickly fallen into a pattern. Since Rosalie didn't work, she was lucky enough to need to. She would cook dinner for both of us on the days that I did work, even though I wouldn't eat until much later. When I didn't work, I would cook as I was much better at it. It also didn't hurt that I liked to cook. So I would cook more than what the two of us could eat, and that would leave leftovers for Rosalie and I to bring to school if we didn't want to buy lunch in between classes. As far as the chores went, we had never actually talked and specified who would do what and when, but the two of us had somehow fallen into a pattern that between the two of us, we got all the chores done. One week I would do half the chores around the apartment and Rosalie would the rest. The next week we would switch which chores we did. If I had put much more thought into, I would have been very surprised at how easily we had fallen into the routine. But Rosalie and I had always been that way. We just worked really well together. So needless to say, as each day passed, I found my feelings growing more and more for the blonde. I found that I wanted to be cuddled up to her whenever I could manage it. Homework went from being done at the kitchen table with each of us sitting across from each other, to sitting on the couch side by side. It wasn't always the most comfortable, but sitting right next to Rosalie always made up for it. I also found that while walking to and from work, I figured since it was only a 10-minute walk from our apartment there was no reason to drive and waste gas. I would pass random stores and on several occasions I would see something that simply screamed, "Rosalie," to me. But one day, I passed a pawn shop window that had a beautiful rose and swan necklace in it. I normally wasn't one for impulse shopping, that was more Alice's thing, but I had to go into the store and buy the nice necklace before work. It ate into my savings, more than I would care to admit, but I was actually excited to be able to give this to Rosalie. I knew she would love it. Before I was excited to go home, work naturally went very slowly. I was only given the most boring and mundane tasks to do. I swear there was no way time could go any slower. Thankfully I had a shorter shift than usual today and was able to leave after just a few hours and would be home by dinner. My plan was to help Rosalie finish dinner. She had texted me to confirm that I was actually going to be home to eat with her or not, and then after we ate I would give her the necklace. It was perfect, especially since today was Friday. I had to work on Sunday, but I had tomorrow off. I was sure that we would be having a movie marathon after I gave Rosalie her gift. I walked home as fast as I could. I kept my hand in my jacket pocket the whole way home because I wanted to make sure that the thing wouldn't fall out and then I would lose it. I doubted that would happen, but I was just so nervous and excited about giving it to Rosalie that I didn't want to risk it. "Hey, Rose," I yelled when I walked into the apartment. I heard movement in the kitchen and the television on, so I assumed she was listening to TV as she finished cooking. So I made my way to the kitchen to see if I could help her finish up cooking. "Bella, you're back." That wasn't the voice I expected to hear. His voice stopped me in my tracks as I watched him walk out of the living room and towards me. I still heard the clatter I just realized was caused from angry movements in the kitchen, and figured out Rosalie was probably angrily finishing dinner or cleaning something. "Hi Edward," I awkwardly greeted. Something told me he was here for a very specific reason and he wasn't going to leave without getting what he wanted. Problem was, I was sure I knew what he wanted and I was sure he wasn't going to get it. I started to slowly creep towards the kitchen. A part of me wanted to get to Rosalie because, without reasoning for it, something told me that Rosalie would provide some sort of strength that was going to be needed. The last several conversations I'd had with Edward didn't go very well and I wasn't looking forward to a repeat of them. We may have been together for years, but I didn't miss his company nearly as much as I probably should have. Over the last several weeks of school and of having nothing to do with Edward, I found that I barely thought of him. Not only did I not miss him, but I realized that I nearly regret being with Edward for so long. I practically find our relationship a waste of time. I came over so that we could talk. Edward saw Ed with a charming smile that I didn't find in the least bit sexy anymore. "About what?" I asked with narrowed eyes. I wasn't sure our talking was going to go anywhere. Edward sighed and combed a hand through his hair. It was a move that I had once though made him look very sexy. But now I just looked at him and I could help but picture Rosalie in his place and how sexy she looked the rare times she would comb her fingers through her hair. I had to mentally shake my head to clear those thoughts and focus on what Edward was saying. "About us, Bella." Edward saw Ed and I had to stop from rolling my eyes. As far as I was concerned, there was nothing more to talk about. I knew how he felt about me and the situation I had drunkenly gotten into. I didn't want to talk about it anymore. I didn't need to. I've a lot of time to think about what had happened and I realized that it wasn't necessarily your fault. You were drunk and Rosalie clearly took advantage of that. I realize that getting a divorce can be expensive, so I understand that you want to wait to get one, and I want you to know that I'm willing to wait for you to get one. "You're going to wait for me?" I asked a bit skeptically, not really believe what he was saying and what he wasn't saying but implying. "For me to do what exactly, beyond getting a divorce?" "Well, you know, Bella." Edward saw Ed with a smile that made me think he was thinking I was being naive, like he usually thought I was. "Once you get a divorce, we'll be able to get back together, and now I know that you really don't have any problems with us getting married after school." I felt my jaw drop open the same time I heard Rosalie slam something particularly hard in the kitchen. I swear that woman had supernatural hearing. It wasn't too long ago that I would have loved that Edward was so persistent about his feelings about us. But I didn't feel that way anymore. I felt that way for Rosalie. I liked how persistent she was. Hearing that coming from Edward now though was very annoying. I didn't like it or appreciate it at all. "What makes you think I ever want to marry you?" I asked as I crossed my arms over my chest in an annoyed manner. "I know you're not a fan of marriage, but I'm sure after accidentally marrying Rose, you should be fine with marrying me, someone you actually like." Edward saw Ed with a smile. "I don't want to marry you, Edward," I said with as much conviction as I could in my voice. I wanted to make it as clear as possible that I was over him. After seeing how he acted when things didn't go his way, especially how horribly he comforted me when my life was turned upside down, I really didn't want to ever think about dating him again. Plus I was technically already taken, and at the moment, I didn't have any motivation to have that change. Well, of course you don't. Edward sighed with a look that meant he thought he had won. I really wanted to slap that look off his face. I've never felt this violent towards Edward before, but at the moment, the anger towards him just felt so natural that I couldn't help it. You want to wait until we graduate, right? No, Edward, no I don't. I saw a bit of hopefulness grow in his facial expression, but I didn't want him to get any misconceptions of the situation. I'm already married, and I believe I've told you several times that if I were to ever get married, something I really doubted I would ever do, it would only be once. And that one time I get married, that one time that I never thought would ever actually happen, was going to last because I refused to get divorced. Do you remember me telling you that, Edward? We had a long conversation about it in our senior year of high school. It was when I had tried to push our relationship to the next level, to a sexual level, and Edward refused. He wanted to wait until marriage before he had sex, a very outdated practice. We ended up talking about how against marriage I was because if I were to ever go through with it, I had to be guaranteed that a divorce would never happen. I didn't know if I would ever have children, but I remember how much I hated going through my parents' divorce, and I didn't ever want that to happen to my future kids, if they ever existed. Even if I didn't have kids, I never wanted to go through a divorce again. I know I was really into the idea of getting a divorce when I first found out that I had accidentally married Rosalie, but I'm not really into that idea anymore. I actually like saying that I'm married to Rosalie. The two of us have only gotten closer, and I'm pretty sure we're going to keep getting closer. I don't want that to stop. For as addicted as I thought I was to Edward when I was in high school and at the height of my infatuation with him, I swear I was well on my way to being so much more addicted to Rosalie. Do you realize what you're saying, Bella? Edward sighed with a hint of disgust in his voice. I know exactly what I'm saying, Edward. Contrary to what you usually think, I really do have my own opinions that I like to form and follow. I said with a bit of a sneer that I'm pretty sure I copied from Rosalie. Although I'm sure Rosalie looks so much hotter with her sneer than I did. I'm actually really happy with being married to Rosalie, and I don't see any reason to stop. I had expected him to get upset or even more disgusted. Even though he claimed he wasn't, he could be a bit of a homophobic at times. Instead of either of those reactions though, he started laughing. Not a full-blown out laugh, more of a chuckle really. Either way, his amusement annoyed me. Especially since I didn't know what he found so amusing. What? I asked with a huff as I shifted my stance so that my hands were on my hips to show my annoyance. I don't think you really realize what it means to be married, Bella. Edward sighed with that annoying look that said he was about to talk to me like I was a little kid and he was explaining something that he probably thought was beyond my understanding. How I ever ignored him doing that, even with Rosalie constantly complaining about it to me, I'll never know. I guess love really is blind. You do realize that, being married to Rosalie, you two would be expected to sleep in the same bed every night and even sexual relations. Can you really do with her, someone of the same sex? I felt my face flush in embarrassment at him mentioning sexual relations. He may have said having sex in a very old manner, but it was still embarrassing. I had thought of that, I just chose not to mention anything to Rosalie. I was sure if I did, she would have no problems instigating us to move our relationship along. She was the one that usually instigated all our kissing, although recently, in the last couple days, I've started our making out instead of her. That's improvement, right? It's not like I could resist the sexiness that is Rosalie for long. It's just more of I've never had sex before and I'm nervous for our kissing to escalate past that. But Rose is really good at not pushing me, at least not too far. If she never pushed me, I probably never would have realized how much I liked her. She pushed my limits in all the right ways. I have thought of that, I defiantly said, not wanting Edward to think he was right, even though he was. I had thought about sleeping in the same bed as Rosalie. It was insanely nice when I had spent the weekend at Charlie's and had went to sleep with her. I wanted to be able to go to sleep and wake up next to her all the time. I just hadn't brought that up to Rosalie because, well, I was still getting used to wanting to do something like that with my best friend. We are married, Edward. What makes you think we aren't already sleeping in the same room? I asked, hoping he wouldn't call my bluff. I never could lie to him, but I was sure I could insinuate something that wasn't true without him figuring I was lying. You're really sleeping in the same bed. There was that disgust I expected from him when it came to anything gay-related. I don't believe you. What do you think married couples do, Edward? Rosalie asked as she walked into the room to stand next to me, glaring at her adopted brother the whole time. She had definitely been listening in and she did not seem happy at all. Did you think we were going to sleep in separate rooms? Doubtful. When Rosalie finished talking, she had reached my side and immediately wrapped her arm around my waist. It was an immediate response to lean into Rosalie. Her body was just much too inviting to lean into, especially when she had her arm wrapped around me. I thought I was doing good with talking with Edward and getting him to realize that I was happy with my current relationship with Rosalie and I didn't see any end in sight. It probably would have been better to have me finish convincing Edward to drop our relationship on my own, but I wasn't about to complain about having Rosalie stand next to me. Edward could be pretty dense sometimes and Rosalie was used to having to combat his denseness, so hopefully she could cut this conversation short and we could eat dinner. The sooner we get Edward to go away and stop thinking that I was even thinking about pretending to go back to him and leaving Rosalie, the sooner I could give Rosalie her present. A present that I was still very proud about and still wanted to give to her. You can't be serious, Edward doubtfully said. We are, Edward, I said right away, happy that Rosalie was going along with this. Although I never doubted she wouldn't agree with what I said, especially if it helped to get rid of her brother who had obviously pissed her off. And I couldn't be happier with the arrangement. But, you can't. I knew that he was about to say that we couldn't share the same bed because we weren't married, but we were. So we could, and as far as he knew, we did. He just didn't like that it was two girls that were sharing a bed. Stupid. We can, Edward. We're married and it's only natural for married people to sleep together and practice their marital rights. Rosalie's tone had taken on a sultry tone that I was sure was grossing Edward out. Her tone may have grossed Edward out, but I was definitely melting into Rosalie at hearing her voice in that sultry tone. But Bella, you're not that way. Edward sighed, ignoring Rosalie. Apparently I am Edward because I did marry your sister. I sleep in her bed and I most definitely love her kisses more than I ever liked yours. It was a huge hit to his ego, I was sure it was, but I didn't care. If that was the only way for me to get him to understand that I was more than over him and way into his sister, then so be it. But, Edward started talking but Rosalie interrupted him. Unless you are going to congratulate us on our newfound relationship, we don't want to hear anything you say. And if you don't have anything to say, then I suggest you leave. I just finished setting up dinner and I think both Bella and I would like to eat in peace. Rosalie drawled as she looked at her fingernails on the hand that wasn't wrapped around my waist. That was a polite way of me asking you to leave, Rose. I gently chided on her bluntness, not that I really minded. Especially given how Edward has been acting the last several times I've seen him. Look, Edward, I'm only going to tell you this once and I want you to remember this. I'm never getting back together with you. I'm very happy where I'm at right now and I do not plan on getting a divorce. So please, don't bring that up again. I'm very sorry, Edward, but we are over and that's not going to change. Edward didn't say anything, but the look on his face said it all. He finally realized that I was serious when I said that we were over. He finally understood that I wasn't going to break up with Rosalie and I hoped that he understood that I was happy with her, so much happier than I was with him. I didn't want to explicitly say that to him because I didn't want to hurt him more than was necessary, but it was true and I hoped he would eventually come to that realization. Edward nodded his head in a very solemn way and then walked around me and Rosalie and left the apartment. The two of us didn't move for a moment as we each mentally took a breather to not only ignore that Edward had just been here but to also bask in the knowledge that Edward wasn't going to bug me anymore. A bit harsh considering he wasn't going to bug me because I had hurt him enough to get through to him. But he would get over it, eventually. Come on, let's go eat, Rosalie said as she started walking, her arm around my waist pulling me with her into the kitchen area that had a small dining area attached to it. Rosalie had already served us both, I'm guessing buying time before she interrupted mine and Edward's conversation, so I poured us something to drink and sat down across from her to start eating. While we ate, we talked about our day and completely ignored mentioning Edward. We both knew that he had been dealt with and wouldn't be a problem going forward. Throughout dinner I nervously stuck my hand in my jacket pocket to mess with the small box that held the necklace. I was sure Rosalie thought something was up because I normally didn't leave my jacket on when I was at home, but I wanted to keep the necklace in reach. I wasn't sure why, but I was feeling very nervous about giving the necklace to her. I had given her random gifts in the past. Me, Rosalie and even Alice had often given each other gifts. It was just how our friendship worked. We saw something we thought the other would like and we bought it for them. But now, this gift was different. It was more than just friends giving a friend a gift. It was a wife giving her wife a gift. I really wanted her to like it. It meant something to me giving her this gift. It was just a very basic rose and swan, something that isn't normally combined in jewelry, at least in nothing I had ever seen, which was probably why it was just in a pawn shop. But it was perfect for us. The rose and swan intertwined so perfectly on the chain. It was us. Why do you look like you've done something wrong? Rosalie teased when we were done with dinner and moving to sit on the couch to watch TV. I would clean up later this evening before I went to bed. I haven't done anything wrong. I quickly corrected her. Got you something, I said as we sat down. I pulled out the box and not so gracefully gave her the box. Instead of handing her the box, I had accidentally more or less tossed her the box and she had to fumble around with the box to keep it from falling. Rosalie opened the box and gently gasped when she saw the necklace. Unlike what people read in stories or see in commercials, she didn't put it on. She just stared at it. But the look on her face was clue enough to know that she really did like it. I saw it in the window when I was walking by on my way to work and I thought you might like it, I nervously said as she continued to just stare at it. Rosalie carefully closed the box and put it on the coffee table. She turned towards me and gently cupped my face with both of her hands. She pulled me in closer to her and I couldn't help but lick my lips in anticipation of what I thought was going to be a thank you kiss. Instead of kissing me though, she just leant her forward against mine. You just so happened to have thought of me when you saw this? Rosalie asked in the same husky voice that always made me weak in the knees. Good think I was already sitting. Yeah, I thought it was perfect. You know, since I'm Swan and you're Rosé, I said just before I licked my lips again. Rosalie being so close to me was a bit distracting. You were Swan, Rosalie corrected, and that snapped me out of the Rosalie haze I had fallen into. I still am. When people get married, Bella, someone always changes their last name. I happen to think Rosalie and Bella Hale sound absolutely wonderful. Don't you think? I felt her start to push my head in a way to get me to lean back. Following her lead, since I had no problem following her lead, I started to lean backwards until I was lying on the couch. Rosalie had to move so that I could put my legs up. She eventually let go of my face and ended up straddling my hips with her hands on my stomach. But doesn't Bella and Rosalie Swan sound better? I asked. I hadn't put much thought into either of us changing our names. It just wasn't something that had crossed my mind. We had always been Rosalie Hale and Bella Swan, and to me, that was never going to change. But when people get married, I guess at least one name changed. It doesn't sound bad, Rosalie said as she started to lie down on top of me. But I like what I said a lot better. Do you think I could try to convince you that my name is better? She had leaned in so close to me that not only could I feel her chest pressed against mine, which was very distracting on its own, but I could also feel her breath against my lips. You can try. My voice came out a lot breathier than I had intended, but I was sure it was the reason Rosalie slammed her lips against mine. The moment our lips were locked together, my mind blanked. The only thing I could think of was the fact that Rosalie was lying on top of me and her lips were doing amazing things to my lips. In no time, our tongues met and it was an instant battle of dominance, one I was more than happy to lose. Rosalie could do amazing things with her tongue, and I would be naive if I thought I could try to top it. When she eventually pulled away, my hands were tangled into her golden hair and she had one hand groping my chest with another hand under my shirt, seemingly on its way to groping my chest under my shirt. We were both breathing heavily and I was more than sure that I really didn't want her to stop. But I knew why she had. If we kept going, things would have escalated and I wasn't quite ready for that yet. Why don't you clean the kitchen and then we can go to bed? Rosalie suggested, but didn't move an inch away from me. I kind of want to finish our conversation. I may have licked my lips after I said that, but I didn't mean continue our making out. I really meant about talking about the last name change. I kind of really wanted to get to the bottom of that. We can finish tomorrow, but it's already getting late and I wanted to read before we went to sleep. Plus, I really don't think you want us to continue our conversation. At least not just yet. Rosalie didn't wait for me to answer but instead chastely kissed me and then promptly climbed off me and walked towards her room. Rosalie had finished getting ready for bed just as I had finished cleaning the kitchen. So I had expected Rosalie to already be in bed and reading by the time I was ready to climb into bed. I nearly jumped when I heard her cough from my doorway. I turned and saw her leaning against the doorway, dressed and ready for bed. "Yeah?" I asked, letting go of the sheets I had pulled away from my bed so that I could climb in and facing her. "I thought you were going to bed," Rosalie asked as she crossed her arms over her chest. The fact that she was in a short nightgown kind of took away from the imposing affect she was going for. I was about to," I said as I weakly gestured towards my bed that I was still standing next to. "Did we not just tell Edward earlier that, as a married couple, we're sharing my bed? I thought Charlie raised you better and taught you not to lie." I kind of said that to help get rid of Edward," I confusedly said. "So, you don't want to share my bed?" Rosalie asked with a raised eyebrow. "Well, it's not that I don't want to," I said, careful to make sure I didn't lie. Sharing a bed with Rosalie was definitely very enticing and I didn't want to turn it down. It was just, we had never really shared a bed outside of sleeping over. We weren't sleeping over at one or the other's place, we were just going to sleep in our home. But then again, we were married. It was kind of expected that we share a bed, right? Then come on. You know my bed is a lot more comfortable than your lumpy bed anyways. Rosalie once again didn't wait for a response and instead just walked away to her room. It didn't take me long to follow her. Her bed really was more comfortable, but only because she would be lying in it next to me, not for any other reason. I turned off the light in my room and walked straight into her room, the master bedroom. I had been in there numerous times but it was different as I walked in and all her lights except for one reading lamp next to her side of the large bed where often she was sitting in bed reading. She looked up when I started to walk in and she gave me an encouraging smile. Slowly, I walked to her bed, which I guess would be our bed for now since we were married, and climbed in. I turned on my side, facing away from the light, and closed my eyes to attempt to go sleep. It wasn't until about 15 minutes later when Rosalie had turned her reading light off, slid down the mattress to actually lie down, and then promptly wrapped her arms around my waist and pulled me tightly against her. It never took me long to fall asleep when I had Rosalie wrapped around me. It hadn't taken long to get used to sleeping next to Rosalie. It did take a while to get used to waking up with someone next to me, usually holding me somehow. It was probably a sign of some sort that every time I woke up next to her, we were always touching somehow. It was actually really nice to wake up next to someone, especially since that someone was Rosalie. Even when she had classes before me and I was able to sleep, I always woke up just before her alarm went off and relished having her close before I would get up and make breakfast for the two of us. For a few months we were going strong. It wasn't until after Thanksgiving, we had a big get-together with Charlie and the Cullens, that I noticed Rosalie seemed to be acting a little off. I wasn't sure what to make of it. At times she seemed to get very intense when we started to make out. Other times it was almost like she didn't want to touch me. It was like she was so deep in thought that being physically close to me hadn't even crossed her mind. I had tried bringing it up to her several times. I had asked several times what had her so lost in thought, but she never gave me a straight answer. She always skirted around the answer and eventually I couldn't take it anymore. I mean, we were wives and best friends. Shouldn't we always be able to talk to each about anything, especially when one of us was upset? We could when we were just best friends. I see no reason why it would be different now that we were married. If anything, we should be closer. Rose, I think we really need to talk, I said as I turned off the television and turned to face her. She was sitting in the corner of the couch with her feet tucked under her, reading some sort of car magazine. I was sitting in the middle of the couch and even though we sitting next to each other, I felt as if I was sitting on the opposite side of the room of her. "What's wrong?" I asked as sincerely as I could. Rosalie took a deep breath, gave a heavy sigh and averted her eyes to the side as she thought about what she was going to say. I could always trust that Rosalie would tell me the truth, so I wasn't worried about whether or not she was trying to figure out a lie to tell me. I knew she was just taking some time to sort out her feelings and figure out how to tell it all to me. "Nothing is wrong," she finally said as she made eye contact with me again. Before I could argue what she just said, she started talking again. "I promise. Something has to be wrong, Rose," I said, not bothering to hide my annoyance. "It seems nearly every time we get close, you're not really all there. Or when we're alone, like we are now, you seem to be a million miles away. What's going on?" I couldn't help but think that Rosalie was having second thoughts about us. Right when I was getting used to us being a couple, she was starting to think of backing out. I didn't like that thought and I hoped that wasn't it at all. "I've been thinking a lot." "About what?" I interrupted her, giving a sheepish smile when I realized that I had cut her off. "Sorry, I've been thinking about us." I felt my face pale slightly as my thoughts turned towards what I didn't want her to be thinking about. "I've been thinking about how close we've gotten and I've decided something. I've been working a lot on that and I'm afraid with all my planning and plotting, I've become a bit distracted. I'm sorry for making you worry and for being distant." "What have you been planning?" I nervously asked. Rosalie was putting a lot of effort into something and so I knew it had to be big. "It's a surprise for you for Christmas," Rosalie admitted with a smile. "What kind of surprise?" I suspiciously asked. Rosalie knew I didn't like receiving presents, so I wanted to believe that she wasn't planning on getting me something, even though she did every year. "A kind of surprise that's just as much for me as it is for you," Rosalie said with a smirk as she leaned forward and started to crawl up the couch towards me. Before I could back up too much, she pushed me down so that I was lying on the couch. She was trying to get me off the topic at hand and she was doing a really good job. But I wasn't about to give in just yet. "What was involved in preparing this surprise?" I asked as Rosalie laid down on top of me. "I had to make a few phone calls," Rosalie answered as she laced her fingers through my hair. "Who did you call?" I asked as I wrapped arms around her waist as she settled even further into me and nuzzled her face into my neck. "I called several people," Rosalie answered, definitely evading answering me. I could feel her teeth start to gently nip my neck and it was distracting me even more from being able to try and get her to answer me. I was never able to make Rosalie do anything she really didn't want to before we were physically this close and now that we were, it was even more impossible. "Why did you call them?" I asked as I felt Rosalie's hands leave my hair and quickly start to wander down my body. We had never gone too far, but Rosalie's hands definitely liked to wander. It made me wonder what her hands would feel like when neither of us wore any clothes. I had to ask them all to do something for me, Rosalie answered as she started to go from just nipping on my neck to nipping and sucking on my neck. I could feel my hands betray me and wanting to keep in control. My hands, I swear on their own volition, started to rub up and down Rosalie's back and with each swipe become closer and closer to going under her shirt. There was only so long I could last without trying to feel Rosalie's skin instead of just her clothes. "Do what?" My questions were getting shorter and shorter and I was sure Rosalie knew that she was about to win this conversation with getting me to stop trying to figure out what she was planning. "I want everything to be perfect," Rosalie said as I felt one of her hands slip under the side of my shirt and I could feel her fingers tracing random patterns on my skin. I didn't feel it was fair for Rosalie to have her desired skin contact, so I slipped one of my hands under her shirt and on her back. I gently scratched my nails up and down her back, not going as high as her bra though, and Rosalie responded with nipping harder on my neck and sucking harder. She seemed intent to leave a hickey. That was something I had learned fairly quick about Rosalie. If I didn't catch her fast enough, she seemed to have a thing with leaving hickeys on me wherever she could. I wouldn't mind if she didn't usually like to leave them in places that I could hide easily. "What?" I had meant to say more, preferably a complete sentence. But I couldn't keep focused on trying to get sentences out of my mouth when Rosalie was on top of me and getting frisky. I was sure no one would be able to. Stop talking." It both annoyed me and turned me on that Rosalie keep in so much control while I was losing so much of it. But she wouldn't Rosalie Lillian Hale if she were to ever fully lose control. But, of course, I would always try my hardest to get her to. I was sure I could get her to in time. But for the moment, I was just happy to know that nothing was wrong between Rosalie and me. I may not entirely be happy that she was planning on a surprise for me for Christmas, but I would just go with it. I trusted that whatever Rosalie was planning would be fine, and even though it was a surprise and I wasn't necessarily a fan of surprises, but I was a fan of Rosalie. Rosalie wouldn't do anything I really didn't like. So, I would enjoy the feeling of Rosalie's mouth slowly wandering from my neck to my mouth and would try to figure out what she was planning later. Rosalie wouldn't tell me anything. Before finals, I would try and get her to tell me, but she would always excuse herself from the conversation, saying that she needed to concentrate on studying. During finals, I didn't even try to find out what she was planning because I needed to study, since I had neglected some of my studying in favor of snooping through her things to try and find out what she was doing. The first I snooped through her things, she had caught me and told me that she wished me luck in finding anything useful. I took that as permission to continue to try and find any clues as to what she was planning. But I couldn't find anything. After finals, when we were both done for the semester and before Christmas, I was able to try and get her to answer my questions again. It hadn't taken long for me to accept that Rosalie wasn't going to answer me, but it had become somewhat of a game to try and persuade her to answer me. At first I would offer to do chores that she normally did, watch movies that she liked and I didn't, and I even did her laundry. But after a couple days and as Christmas was coming up, I practically gave up. I thought the pouting was cute at first, Bella, but now it's just old. Rosalie commented as I sat on her bed while she packed. She had packed my clothes early when I had gone to return some movies that I was sure Rosalie had only rented so that she could get me out of the house and pack my clothes. She didn't want me to see what she had packed, and that made me nervous. Then tell me where we're going. I had been a bit sad that I had to call Charlie and tell him that I wasn't going to see him during Christmas because I was going away with Rosalie. But he understood. According to Charlie, the first Christmas with your spouse is a special one, and he was happy I was able to go away with her. I was waiting to hear from Edward next about not spending time with his family during Christmas like I had since I had become friends with the Cullens. We're going someplace where it will be just you and I, Rosalie said as she folded some pajamas. Whatever she was packing now wouldn't give me any clues about where we were going. Rosalie wouldn't let me into her room until she had certain things packed. I had never felt more like a boy than when she first didn't let me in. I silently hoped that it was because she was packing special underwear. And remember, this vacation is definitely a selfish one on my end. You just so happen to be lucky enough to be necessary for my selfishness, Rosalie said with a smirk. We're going on a romantic getaway, I stated. It was something I had assumed from pretty much the beginning. There was no way that only the two of us were going someplace, and for Rosalie to keep it such a secret, for it not to be a romantic getaway of some sort. It had to be that. I would have thought that would be obvious, Rosalie said with a smirk. Why try and keep it secret? I asked. It still is a secret. I had never not told you what we were doing. I did tell you we were going on vacation. It's just the location and what we're doing there that I'm keeping secret. I groaned in annoyance and fell backwards onto her bed as she continued to pack. I was sure she had an amused smile on her face, but I refused to look at her. The rest of the day was spent with me half ignoring her and half putting up with her. I wasn't sure why it was such a big deal, but for some reason, I really wanted to know where we were going and what she had planned. Keeping me in the dark seemed to amuse Rosalie, and every chance she got, she would remind me that she knew where we were going in the morning and I didn't. It was a surefire way to get me to stop ignoring her. I was sure she took some sort of perverse pleasure from having me go from asking her where we were going to pouting or sulking when she wouldn't answer me and then teasing me that I didn't know. It was a relentless circle that Rosalie loved, and I liked that she was having so much fun, even if it was at my expense. Even when we went to bed, as Rosalie cuddled up behind me, holding me tightly to her, she whispered that I was going to love where we were going tomorrow. I groaned in annoyance and stayed quiet as she held me and we fell asleep. I woke up early the next morning. It was so early that there wasn't even a hint of sun in the sky. I wanted to turn around, cuddle into Rosalie and fall back asleep. But the very thing I wanted to cuddle with to fall back asleep was the thing that was waking me up. Come on, Bella, we're on a schedule, Rosalie said as she continued to gently rub my arm in an effort to wake me up. What time is it? I mumbled into my pillow as Rosalie tore the sheets away from me, making me shiver from the sudden cold. It's about 4 in the morning. Rosalie answered as she started to pull on my arm to slowly drag me out of bed. Come on, Bella. I want to leave as soon as possible. How are you so awake? Rosalie was always a morning person. In fact, all the Cullens were morning people, especially Alice and her endless supply of energy. I wasn't usually so bad in the morning, but in my defense it was also a lot earlier than what I was used to ever having to wake up. Coffee, I'll have a cup ready for you when you get out of the shower. Rosalie knew that if I had to wake up earlier than normal, I liked to take a shower in the morning in an attempt to help wake me up. Rosalie closed the bathroom door behind me and left me to get ready for the day. When I eventually climbed into the shower, I noticed that Rosalie had left some clothes for me on the counter, and from the looks of it, we weren't about to escape the cold. As I showered, I thought about all the places we could be going, and the only thing I could think of, especially during Christmas, was a getaway to cabin somewhere in the mountains. Rosalie had talked about wanting to spend a romantic holiday alone in the mountains and woods in a nice and cozy cabin. That had to be where we were going. Once I was dressed in what I was sure were designer new winter clothes, I found Rosalie in the kitchen sipping on her own cup of coffee. Her clothes, definitely designer since she never wore anything else, matched mine. I couldn't help but smile that Rosalie had put that much effort into our getaway. Morning, I greeted now that I was awake. Good morning, Rosalie greeted with a smug smile. Whatever it was she had planned for the weekend, she was definitely excited about it. If she were Alice, she would have been bouncing around all over the place. But since she wasn't the hyperactive pixie, Rosalie's only giveaway that she was very excited was the gleam in her eyes. We're going to a cabin someplace in the woods, aren't we? I asked after I had a few sips of coffee to wake me up even more. I'm surprised it took you this long to figure that part out. Rosalie said with a smirk. In my defense, with you, it could have been anywhere. I said with a small pout. In my defense, I've always told you I've wanted to go on romantic getaway to the mountains for Christmas. Since you know how I feel about you, you really should have put the two together, Bella, especially for our first Christmas as a couple. I figured out your surprise, I said with a wide smile. Rosalie took a final sip from her cup and started to wash it in the sink before she started to respond. But that's not your surprise, Rosalie said, and I was sure she had a smirk on her face. Like I said, I thought you would have figured that out right away. She turned around after finishing washing the cup and placed the cup in the drying rack before walking up to me. Finish up, Bella. Like I said, I want us to keep to schedule. What is our schedule? I asked before I started to quickly drink the rest of my coffee. Our schedule is to get to the cabin as soon as possible, Rosalie said as she took my empty cup from me and started washing it. Why do you want to get there so quickly? I asked as I grabbed a towel to dry and then put away both of our cups. I am going to take us off the grid, Bella, Rosalie said as she grabbed my hand once the cups were put away and started leading me towards the door. I'm looking forward to us spending time with just us and no technology whatsoever. The cabin has all the luxury of standard electronics and whatnot, but I'm going to keep us away from all of that this holiday. You want us to be completely alone together, I said as I locked the door and she moved to the car that was waiting just feet away from us to open the passenger door for me. Rosalie liked cars way too much to not want to drive on road trips, and I didn't care if I drove or not, so Rosalie did all the driving between us. Completely, Rosalie said as she shut the door after I had climbed into the car she had rented specifically for this trip. We were apparently going to be driving on some less than perfect roads. We were going into the woods after all. Even though I didn't know for sure, I was fairly positive about what this vacation was going to be about. Rosalie and I, not even on that first night when we both drunk, had not had sex together yet. We had gotten close to going to that next step, but we had never crossed that line. I think Rosalie was setting us to, though. The last couple times we almost had sex, Rosalie had been the one to stop us, not me. I actually felt I was ready, more than ready actually. But it looked like Rosalie wanted to make it special, which I thought was very sweet of her. That had to be her plan. I felt an excited grin take over my face as Rosalie took her place in the driver's seat. Hours later we were in the small cabin, unpacked and lounging in front of a fire. We had been sitting here for about a half hour and we hadn't said a word. We just both sat down and cuddled into each other as we stared into the fire. As soon as we had arrived at the cabin, it had started snowing. Dark clouds covered the sky and I wouldn't be surprised if it stormed later today or even tonight. We were enjoying finishing unpacking all our clothes and food that we had brought with us. "What do you want for lunch?" I asked after I noticed that it was getting close to noon and I was getting hungry. The moment we unloaded the first food item from the rented car, Rosalie called dibs to cook dinner. She even had a box that had all the items necessary to cook our dinner and she forbade me from looking in it. I was sure it was probably my favorite meal or perhaps the first meal we had together as friends, that I had cooked for us. I'm not entirely sure what she had planned, but the more time passed, the more I was looking forward to tonight. Since Rosalie opted to cook dinner, I felt it would only be fair to cook lunch. "Anything you cook would be perfect," Rosalie said from above me. Once we were done unpacking, Rosalie sat on the couch and pulled me down with her. Instead of sitting next to her, I opted to lay down with my head in her lap. Seconds after I had gotten comfortable, Rosalie made me even more relaxed by gently running her fingers through my hair as we both stared at the fire. I was more than confident that Rosalie's lap was the most comfortable thing ever and I wasn't looking forward to leaving it. But I wasn't about to wait to eat until dinner either. "Buttering me up for something?" I teasingly asked as I turned so that I was lying on my back instead of my side so that I could better see her. "Always," Rosalie teased back, her hand never stopping its movement. "I think something with that chicken would be delicious. I could do something with that." A pre-made roasted chicken was easy to heat up and then add with other stuff to make a good meal. Even with a meal in mind, I didn't move. I just kept staring at Rosalie as she shifted her focus back to the fire. I knew her mind was distracted, it had been for a while. I was sure she was just thinking about what she had planned tonight. It wasn't even Christmas Eve yet, that was tomorrow, so whatever happened tonight could very well dictate how the rest of the vacation went. I was more than confident that whatever Rosalie had planned, it would be perfect. It was Rosalie planning it after all, and a hail never failed when they put their mind to something. I stayed put for another few minutes before I decided that I really was hungry and I wanted to eat sooner rather than later. I leaned up, gave her a quick kiss and rolled of her lap to make my way to the kitchen to cook us lunch. Lunch was quick and easy. Both of us cleaned up the small mess and afterwards we put on a movie. Rosalie may have wanted to go off the grid, but that didn't include not watching movies to help us avoid being bored. We both laid on the couch this time, Rosalie holding me from behind, as we watched movies all afternoon. When it was time for Rosalie to start cooking, I was told to finish watching the movie while she got dinner going. After the movie, which it didn't have much to go when Rosalie had started cooking, she had me stir some things while she went into the bedroom. "I'll finish up here while you go change into the clothes I have laid out on the bed," Rosalie said when she walked out of our room. I looked from what I was doing, just stirring a pot. I felt my mouth drop open as I stared at Rosalie. She was wearing small black dress with the highest heels I have ever seen. Her hair was done in an intricate bun with just a few strands of hair left out to frame her face. I had never thought she looked more beautiful. Although she was Rosalie Hale, I shouldn't have put it past her to one-up herself. "You look amazing, Rose," I said as she walked closer to me, and then in a blink, she was right next to me catching the spoon that I had apparently dropped when I saw her. "Sorry," I mumbled embarrassingly. "It's okay," she said as she gently nudged me in the direction of the bedroom after she had taken over stirring. "I'll finish up here while you get dressed. I'm sure I'll have everything finished and set out by the time you're done," she said with a teasing smirk. "You and your inhuman speed are nothing but cheats," I said with a small, very fake, pout. I walked into the bedroom as I heard her giggling at me and closed the door right after. Rosalie had always managed to do things faster than what I thought was possible, but it never failed to impress me. Rosalie had picked out basically the exact same dress for me except in red. Thankfully, she didn't have any shoes laid out. I took that to mean that I didn't have to wear any. Which was good because I wasn't about to wear shoes in my own, or Rosalie's own, cabin. I opted to take a quick shower since this night was clearly important, so I wanted to do my best to make myself look my best. I did take a little longer than I normally did to put my hair up in a messy but nice-looking bun. If Rosalie wanted to match, then I would match her, except for the dangerously tall heels. By the time I walked out of the bedroom, Rosalie had apparently finished getting everything ready, and I swear she had to have had inhuman speed to do it, that or I took longer to get ready than I thought. All the artificial lights were off and only the large fire we had built earlier and a few candles strategically placed around the open cabin gave away any light. Rosalie was standing just outside the bedroom door, and as soon as I walked out, she wrapped her arm my waist and led me towards an ornately decorated table. It even had 2 candles just short enough so that I knew we could see each other. "This looks amazing, Rose," I breathlessly said as she pulled out a chair for me to sit down. The meal she had cooked was the first one that we had cooked together. It was just a simple lasagna, but the first time we had made it, we burnt it because we had gotten distracted. We laughed too much and lost track of time. It was one of the times that I was sure our friendship had grown stronger. It makes wonder what that time meant to Rosalie. "Our first meal," I said with a wide smile. I remember having so much fun and thinking that we were definitely going to best friends for life. Rosalie sat in her seat before she answered. The grin she had on her face, although not big, it showed a lot of meaning. She was going to share something big with me. Normally I would be annoyed that we weren't able to complete such a simple meal because we were laughing too much. Rosalie with a sigh as she picked up her fork and motioned for me to start eating, which I did. "But I just couldn't be mad at you. In fact, that was the first time I realized that I was falling for you and that I didn't want to fight it. If I didn't know better, I would say she was blushing." But Rosalie prided herself on not blushing, but I was sure if the light was brighter or I was closer, I would see at least a hint of a red tint on her cheeks. I made a mental note to try and get her to blush in the future because I was sure a blushing Rosalie would be a very beautiful sight. But even though I was proud that I could spot a small blush on her face, her smirk told me she was just as proud to see a not so subtle blush on my face as I came a realization. "We did that when we were still in high school," I said. "I just can't believe it's been that long," I said, meaning I couldn't believe she's had feelings for me for that long. If I wasn't so stubborn, I was sure it could have been love at first sight. Rosalie said with a smile. We ate the rest of dinner fairly quickly and talked through it all. We talked about our feelings for each other, constantly complimenting each other. By the end of dinner, I couldn't wait to cuddle with Rosalie on the couch, but that didn't seem to be her plan. She had unnecessarily helped me off my chair, and instead of just pulling me to my feet, she pulled me into her. I instantly wrapped my arms around her neck and hers went around my waist. "I hope you don't mind, Bella, but I've had a very specific goal for tonight. I just hope you won't get offended by it," Rosalie said as she nuzzled my neck, her breath tickling my skin, causing my breath to hitch. "I don't think you could ever offend me," I said as her hands gripped me harder. No sooner did I stop talking did Rosalie's lips crash into mine. There was no hesitation to let Rosalie's tongue invade my mouth and then wrestle for dominance with my own tongue. But there was no winning a dominance battle with Rosalie, not that I wanted to. Rosalie's tongue quickly overpowered my own and I let her do whatever she wanted in my mouth. Eventually, unfortunately, I had to pull away to take a breath, but I really didn't want to. A hard pressure against my back caused me to pull away in confusion and allowed me to breathe. Instead of pausing, Rosalie simply moved her mouth lower, down my jaw and to my neck, where she started gently nipping and sucking on my pulse point. Looking over Rosalie's head, I noticed that she had moved us from the dining room table to the bedroom door, or at least the wall next to the door. "Rose," I husked, in a questioning tone. "If you don't want to, just say no," Rosalie said, after she finally pulled away to look at me. Her hands were still gripping my waist and she was still pressed into me. "I don't think I could ever say no to you," I swore. Rosalie's eyes went black before she pulled me away from the wall and reattached her lips to mine. Her mouth gave off a new passion, a passion that I readily matched. Rosalie gently but almost urgently pushed me into the room and towards the bed. Instead of stopping when the back of my knees hit the mattress, she pushed me over onto it and followed me down. No sooner did we land, did she start urging me to crawl backwards. Once my head was on the pile of pillows that Rosalie always insisted she needed, she pulled away, hitched up her dress dangerously high and straddled my hips. My hips went to her waist and I couldn't help but stretch my fingers in an attempt to feel her skin. Her hands sent to my stomach and she just slightly leaned over me. Somewhere along the way from the dining room table to the bed, I had released her hair from her bun. So I had Rosalie leaning over me, her hands possessively on my stomach and her hair falling around her face, making me focus on her face instead of her chest that was dangerously close to escaping her dress. "I'm giving you one last chance to back out, Bella," Rosalie said, her deep voice affecting me down to my core, making me squeeze my legs together, which made her smirk. "I would never back out from anything involving you." That was all I needed to say to seal my fate for what was promised to be a very long night and eventual morning. As Rosalie leaned back in, I couldn't help but briefly think that it was about time we had made it this far in our relationship. I couldn't be bothered to open my eyes. Not only were they much too heavy, but I just didn't want this feeling to end. Opening my eyes seemed like a surefire way to wake up from this amazing dream-like world I had found myself in. My body was heavy in the most pleasant of ways. My muscles, some I hadn't even known I had, were sore and I couldn't help but grin as I thought about why my muscles were so sore. I snuggled further into the body that was lying in front of me, cocooning me in her arms. I tightened my grip around her body, relishing in the complete lack of clothes between us. We were covered only by a thick comforter that was keeping us warm. I snuggled further into her, not even bothering to hide the smile from my face. We had been there for a few days already. Rosalie had gone all out to make this the perfect vacation. I was going into my last semester of school and Rosalie was going to start graduate school, so she wanted to do as much as she could before things started to change. I would have to get a real job soon and she would be under a bigger school load. This was the last winter vacation that we were both sure we would be able to take together. She gave me the best Christmas present I could ever ask for. She planned everything. She made sure we were well and truly alone. It was so romantic to be here, just the two of us. There were no phone calls, no texts and no school assignments that we were worried about getting done on time. We had nothing to do but be lazy, and something else that was much more fun. Rosalie had done everything she could think to make our first time having sex be the best experience she could make it. After dinner she had lead me to the bedroom and from there, she took her time getting both of us undressed. She took her time exploring my body, and in turn, let me take just as much time to explore hers. There were definitely a lot of times where I thought my face would always be red, but just knowing that Rosalie was there with me, definitely enjoying how I looked, was enough to make sure I didn't shy away from her. At first, we took things slow. Her hands literally caressing every single part of my body she could reach. Even lying in bed with her asleep, I could still feel her phantom fingers tracing parts of my body I had never touched myself. I could still feel her nails scratch lines down my back that may actually still be visible even after sleeping. She even took several of her fingernails off, promising that the first chance she got she was going to get new, shorter, fingernails on. I heard her moan from beneath me, clearly fighting waking up. Normally she was up before me, but after last night, after seemingly making it her life goal to make me pass out from pleasure as many times as she could, I couldn't blame her for being tired. We were both sore and tired in the best of ways. I felt Rosalie stretch beneath me and if it wasn't for the fact that I really had to use the bathroom, I would have tried to get her to go another round with me. Well, not so much tried to convince as just showing her as I was more than sure she would be up for it. I kissed her bare chest as I saw her eyes flutter open. "I'll be right back," I said with a small smile as I started to make my way out of the bed. Even after all we had done together and how she had literally seen parts of me I had never seen before, I still felt my face go red as I could feel her eyes watching every step I took towards the bathroom. "Do you want company?" I heard her husk just as I reached the bathroom door. Every time I heard her voice that was still thick with sleep and sounded just slightly deeper than normal, huskier, it sent chills down my back, making me crave much more than I had ever wanted from another person. She made me want so much more than what Edward had ever made me crave. "I just need to go to the bathroom and after that, I was going to make us something to eat," I answered and then smirked at her from over my bare shoulder. "I find that I feel like I haven't eaten in days." Her answering smirk let me know she was thinking exactly what I was. I had technically eaten plenty last night. Unfortunately for me though, eating Rosalie wasn't exactly the best thing when it came to nutrition. but it sure as hell was the best tasting thing I had ever eaten in a long time. When I went into the bathroom and made sure to lock the door, Rosalie wasn't shy about jumping in the shower with me or initiating things when I thought we were both taking a brief break. We were going back today. I didn't want to risk being late and then have to hear Rosalie blame me because a Hale is never late. Not too much later I was leaving the bathroom to find Rosalie had packed nearly all of our clothes and had left some out for me. I could hear her moving around in the kitchen, likely getting started on cooking. Between Rosalie and I tended to be the better cook, but it wasn't like she was a bad cook. I just tended to be able to make more things since I really enjoyed cooking. I had almost went to school to be a chef. Edward had thought it was a good idea since I was always in the kitchen cooking for Charlie and I. It was Rosalie that pointed out that I was only in the kitchen so much because Charlie couldn't cook to save his life and I could. She helped me realize that I could take what I enjoyed doing, reading, and turn it into a career. I walked into the kitchen to find that Rosalie was still in the middle of cooking a simple breakfast, the rest of the food we had brought with us, just eggs and sausage. It was simple enough that she didn't need any help. So I just leaned against the counter and watched her cook, just ignoring the fact that my eyes were glued to her lower half and how well her jeans were practically painted on her. There were many parts of Rosalie that I enjoyed, but her ass was definitely a favorite of mine. "Are you going to help, or just keep staring?" Rosalie asked, not bothering to turn around from the stove as she continued with her task. "I think I'm just going to stare," I honestly answered before thinking about it. I normally wouldn't have said that out loud, but Rosalie makes me feel brave. She makes me feel like I could say anything and not be ashamed about it. Unlike Edward, who would sometimes give me a look as if I was stupid for saying something, regardless of what it was. If it was different than what he thought, he wouldn't like it, and so I stopped saying much. It hadn't been long since I had dumped him, but it was so freeing to not have to think about everything I was about to say to make sure Edward wouldn't think bad about it. It was nice. She turned off the stove and moved towards the table. "I don't mind you staring at all," she said, then gave me a quick kiss as she passed me. "It feels like a compliment to me. It also means I get to stare back." I rolled my eyes at her as I grabbed a couple plates for her, realizing that she hadn't already done so. "It's never stopped you before," I complained. "Yes, but it just means I don't have to try and be subtle," she said as she dished us up food. Breakfast was quick and simple. We talked about simple things, mostly what we were expecting for next semester. Then all too soon, we were done in cleaning the kitchen. No sooner was it cleaned and all the dishes put away, thank you Airbnb for providing houses fully stocked with stuff, we were finishing up packing. "I have a question for you, Bella," Rosalie said as she leaned against the car, the door to the house already locked. I had just put the last of our stuff in the backseat and Rosalie had put the last of the luggage in the trunk. "What's up?" I asked, not thinking anything of it, and just opted to get in the passenger seat, knowing Rosalie would want to drive, which I really didn't mind. I was more of a passenger anyways, getting too anxious when I wasn't sure which way to go. A hand on my shoulder stopped me from crawling in. I turned my focus back to Rosalie, somewhat shocked at how serious she looked. Yet at the same time, beneath her normal air of confidence that she had apparently been born with, I could see she was nervous. Something was making Rosalie Hale nervous, and I had never thought I would live to see the day that would happen. I wanted to tease her about it, to point out that Rosalie Hale was not as unflappable as she thought. But something in her eyes, a look she had, made me stop. She looked very serious. "Are you okay, Rosalie?" I asked, not sure what would be wrong. "I know tomorrow is Christmas, but I'm sure if you really wanted to stay an extra day away from the chaos that is your family, you can totally say I wanted to stay an extra day." "I don't mind," I offered, thinking that Rosalie just didn't want to go back to the real world so soon. It wouldn't be the first time she had opted for a longer vacation that originally planned and then blamed me for wanting to stay longer. "I'm fine," Rosalie immediately said, taking her hand from my shoulder and using both of her hands to hold mine. "Actually, for the first time I can ever recall, I don't want to extend the trip," she answered, and I couldn't help but give her a skeptical look, causing her to chuckle. "I know, absurd." "Then what's up, Rosé?" I asked, moving my thumbs around in small patterns to try and provide some sort of comfort to her for whatever it was that she was clearly struggling with. Was it harsh of me to think that I wished she would get over whatever it was she was nervous about, because while we both had sweaters on, it was still December in Washington. I was freezing. I'm sure she was too. She gripped my hands tighter, pulling me closer to her, just close enough to not be touching. I've thinking about this for a while. Honestly, since before the Vegas trip. She started, talking softly as if she was afraid someone would overhear us. But after everything, you staying with me, giving me a chance, then breaking up with Edward, tell Charlie and even Jacob about us, and then finally this trip. It made me realize something. She said as let go of my hands to wrap her arms around my waist, pulling us flush against each other. I want a redo, she said in an even quieter voice. A redo on what? I asked as I leaned my forehead against hers. It didn't take a genius to figure out what she was saying, but I really just wanted to hear her say it. It took every single ounce of willpower I had to not smile at what was happening. It felt almost like a dream. She pulled me as hard as she could against her, almost like she was holding on for dear life. I wrapped my arms around her neck, tangling my fingers in her long hair. Bella Swan, would you, properly this time, marry me? Marry me in front of all our family and friends and start our life off right with no dark shadows of boyfriends or regrets. I felt tears prickle my eyes, and though it was cheesy and definitely not needed, it was perfect. I would love to. Rosalie Hale. The first thing I did when we got home was to finally move all of my things into Rosalie's room, now our room. After Rosalie had proposed and we spent the night celebrating in the most amazing ways that I was sure only Rosalie was capable of, we had gone over how our lives would change with the engagement and then the future marriage. The first thing I had decided after spending so much time sleeping next to Rosalie was that I didn't want to sleep without her again. After we finished out our time in the cabin, which was amazing and I wouldn't mind having a repeat of that time every year, we went home. Rosalie and I both decided to hold off on telling our families until a day or so afterwards, just to give ourselves some time for just us and getting used to our new dynamic. Not that much had really changed, but being able to call the Rosalie Hale my fiancée is amazing. Moving my stuff into her room wasn't nearly that hard or took that long, as most of my things were already there, but I was able to bring in the stragglers so that I could set up the space as an office for me to work from. If everything worked according to how I had planned, I would be able to work from home, but I wasn't worried about that yet. For now, I wanted to enjoy my time with Rosalie before she had to go back to school. She had decided to continue on with her doctorate, and I was very proud of her to do that. I was looking forward to seeing her grow in her professional life, just as she had told me numerous times. I was looking up different desks that I thought would work well for me when Rosalie walked into the room while on the phone, clearly wanting me to be a part of the conversation even if I wasn't on the phone. I understand, Alice, but at the moment, we haven't done anything worth sharing. Rosalie said with a roll of her eyes. It was common knowledge that Alice somehow always knew things about people and even sometimes events before they happened. It was a running joke that you can never bet against Alice because it was practically guaranteed that she was right. So keeping our engagement from her was always going to be a challenge. I want to tell Charlie first because the second they know, Alice can't keep a secret to save her life when there is a party involved. I cautioned. In all fairness, Alice could keep a secret when it suited her. But both Rosalie and I knew there was no way Alice wasn't going to throw us an engagement party, or a congratulations party, or whatever the heck she wanted to call it, and the second she started to plan it, word would easily spread and Charlie would probably know about it before Bella could get to his house to tell him. Charlie wouldn't talk though, he would just have a grin on his face that told others he knew something they didn't, but he wouldn't actually say anything. So Bella wanted to tell him first, then the Cullens, then her mother. In that order. Is that Bella? Rosalie had apparently decided to her on speaker so I could actually be a part of the conversation instead of just a bystander. That was fair, Alice was technically my best friend after all. Bella, you're going to get married. Alice screamed at the top of her lungs and even added a squeal at the end from her excitement. Bella couldn't help but laugh at Alice's exuberance. She hadn't wanted to talk with Alice because for the life of her, she couldn't keep secrets from Alice, but Rosalie could. But Rosalie couldn't help but give in to Alice's whims if Alice played her cards right, which she always did, which was why all three of them were on the phone now. Alice always got her way, one way or another. SSHH Alice. Bella loudly scolded, trying her best to get Alice to stop being so loud when they weren't at the same location. She had no idea where Alice was or who she was with, but she wanted to make sure as little people as possible knew until she told people. She didn't want people to think she wasn't going to tell anyone. "I haven't actually said anything," Bella reminded her. "You're getting ahead of yourself again, sister," Rosalie gently warned, a smile on her face, clearly amused by Alice's exuberance. "We just wanted to call and let you guys know that we were home and that we would be making our family dinner night, that was all." It was usually a bi-weekly affair that the Cullens all tried to get together to have dinner together. Sometimes not everyone could make it, but usually after holidays, they were all still there and could get together. She had originally told them that they wouldn't be able to make it since they may have been still be in the cabin, but that was no longer the case as I hadn't wanted to be away from everything and everyone anymore. As much as people thought I was homebody, I was only as long as there was easy access to my friends and family, and being in that cabin for too long made me feel too isolated, no matter how much Rosalie tried to convince me otherwise. And trust me, her ways to try and convince were very, well, convincing, but her tactics would only work for so long. "Oh, we already knew that," Alice said with a flippant voice, and I could imagine her waving her hand in the air like she was waving off the idea of us not showing up. "I made sure that everyone will be there, so we will all get to hear your news together," Alice said, and I could hear the wide smile in her voice. "We don't have any news to share," Rosalie said in a deadpan sort of voice, not wanting Alice to know she was right. That woman's ego couldn't get any bigger, and we definitely didn't want to try and see if it could. "We just want to have a nice dinner with our family that we do every week," Rosalie said, and if I didn't know otherwise, likely just like Alice, I would have actually believed her. "Is Edward going to be there?" Rosalie had told me that she was nervous about Edward being there when we announced our engagement, not because she was worried about Edward trying to win me back, as if that could ever happen after everything he had said, but she was worried about how sad it would make Edward. Edward was a romantic and had thought he and I would have a happily ever after, but now he was the last child that was single, and as far as anyone knew, that didn't seem to be likely to change anytime soon. Of course, that isn't to say we didn't want it to, but Edward was so caught up in what he thought a perfect woman would be that he forgot that he wasn't the author in his own story, and the chances of some magical woman behaving and acting just as he imagined and hoped was likely not ever going to happen. "Yes, he will be, and I don't think he will be a problem, at least not either of your problems," Alice said, and her frown was very evident in her tone. Out of all the siblings, Alice was closest with Edward, just like Rosalie was closest with Emmett. He just needs to work on some things for himself, and until he does that, he will be stuck in his rut, but that isn't something you two should worry about. It's something Mom and Dad are already working on with him," Alice assured us both. And while I'm sure Rosalie wanted Edward to just get over his fantasies of the perfect woman, she knew that was something that wouldn't happen overnight, and it wasn't her job to help him. That was a job for his parents, and they were already working on it with him. We were the kids and I was the ex and soon to be in-law. That had to hurt him, but he would need to get professional help to get over it, not help from his siblings that didn't really have the experience or knowledge to help him. "I know, I just wish my happiness wasn't at the expense of his," Rosalie said as she gave me a sad smile. Rosalie wouldn't have not asked me to marry him just to save her brother's feelings, but she definitely would have been happier if her happiness didn't hurt Edward. As much as I appreciated that from Rosalie, I knew how greedy Rosalie was in her personal life and outside, and normally Rosalie didn't care if she hurt someone to get what she wanted. Edward was her brother and she truly didn't want to hurt him. She had been so mad at him for how he had acted when she broke up with him, but now she just felt sorry for him. "It's not," Bella told her, cutting off whatever remark Alice was about to make. "He made his own choices, and as sad as it is, his life is his own, not yours." Rosalie gripped my shoulder in thanks. Normally she was the strong one. It was nice to be able to comfort her, even on something that was so small in the grand scheme of things. "Well, let's not dwell on things outside of our control, especially unhappy ones," Alice said, reminding us she was still very much in the conversation. "How are you going to tell us about your engagement?" Alice asked, and I could practically see her holding her chin up with both her fists and looking at us wide-eyed with her complete attention on us. "We're not engaged," Rosalie said with no small amount of exasperation in her tone but a smile on her face that Alice more than likely could hear. And all we're looking forward to is a dinner and perhaps a chat over dessert. Rosalie said with a smile, not looking at me as I gave her a disbelieving smile. Of course she would cave into her sister. Alice's squeal was enough to tell me that perhaps I should have Charlie over for dinner either tonight or tomorrow if I want to make sure I'm the one that tells him the news first. I couldn't help the fond smile grow over my face as I heard Rosalie talk about would-be plans, if we were to get engaged and how our ceremony would look like. She was giving more information to Alice about our future wedding, which was thankfully definitely going to happen now, than we had talked about. Perhaps I should take notes.